Good morning and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. Starting with the opening call, it is a good day to have a great day. I'm Jay in the middle. That's John the Goat Hoagland. And to the far right, that is JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Excellent. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. Jay, always a pleasure. JD, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to see all of you. JD, how you feeling this morning? You ready for St. Patrick's Day? You gonna go tear it up tonight?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My days of St. Patrick's Day partying are long behind me. But good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Tuesday, turnaround Tuesday, possibly. I'm ready to go, though. St. Patrick's Day aside, let's get into these markets.
Turn around Tuesday, turn up Tuesday. It's St. Patrick's Day. Gold is trading 50.14 right now. We are going to look at an opening range trade here in gold. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We're going to look at a 1 minute opening range trade. Close above the high of the 1 minute opening range will be long. Close below the low will be short. Gold seems like it's stuck in this range, but anything you're liking for a potential opening range trade here, Hoag or JD?
Go ahead, Hoag.
We're in the middle of value from yesterday, middle of the range from yesterday. We're right around the halfway mark from the big breakdown that happened in February. We're very centrally located. ACH, baby, anything can happen.
Yeah, it looks like we're entering our fourth day of consolidation here. We could get, just like Jay said, a nice ranging day, opportunity on both sides of this market. I'm not going to be falling in love with any position in gold. Just like yesterday, we were trailing our stop pretty well. Didn't get hurt on our opening range breakout trade, even though ultimately we were sort of on the wrong side of that trade, but we didn't lose anything. We'll play it the same way today. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
Sounds
I
good.
think so. Sounds like a good plan. Gold right now trading 50.15s, up about 1/4% on the day. Good morning to Richard Harris doing science experiments in the chat. Good to see you as always. And we'll give it a couple minutes for gold to open up. We did take a look below 5,000s last night. If you joined Slow Markets with Dakota and I last night, you saw Dakota took a pretty nice long in gold when we flushed below 5,000s. There really were no convinced sellers below there. But again, stuck in this range right now. We got a minute and a half before we open up here. We'll take a look at that opening range. JD, is there anything we have to look out for on the economic calendar that might keep us out of this gold trade?
Not particularly. We've got a couple numbers coming up in a little bit. We've got housing starts and permits coming up at 7:30. Also, the start of the 2-day FOMC Fed meeting starts today. That'll conclude with tomorrow's announcement on interest rates at 1 p.m. Central Time, followed by Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30 Central Time. Don't forget, we're going to have a Fed watch party right here on Topstep TV. Make sure you're here for it. We're going to be talking through party time. We're going to be talking through that announcement and talking through the markets. Also, coming up later this morning, we got pending home sales at 9 o'clock. We've got a 20-year bond auction at 12 o'clock Central Time, and Treasury buyback announcements coming up at 1 p.m. Central Time. We did have that ADP employment change, the weekly employment change number, come out just a few minutes ago. Came out at 9,000. I don't get the forecast or the previous. Hang on a second. What was the previous?
Yeah, there's no
15.5.
forecast. Yeah, 15.5 was the previous.
15.5 previous? Okay, thank you. So that number is out. Why am I not getting the... Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it. That is over with. Not much of a market mover.
And gold is open.
Start trading. Yeah. A little bit.
Wait for this 1 minute candle to play out. Yeah, some buying before they open there. Kind of right back at VWAP here. I got a VWAP 50.1990, and there's some buying right into it. And we're going to be long above the high, short below the low of that opening range.
Some real decent buying coming in here.
32 ticks
right on the bell.
Right now.
32 ticks. Got a high 50.20 half, low 50.1690.
pretty slow tempo here this morning.
A little bit. What are the markets waiting for, Hogan?
What do you think, huh?
Yeah. Could it be the Fed? Could
Green
it be some
beer.
unplanned news? Could it be everything? Green beer?
All of it.
Uh,
Yeah.
Some of all
We're
of
gonna
it.
get some. We're gonna get some drop-ins from the president later this morning. Also, a bunch of stuff just popped up on my calendar. Trump's meeting with the Irish Prime Minister at 10 o'clock Central Time. He's at the Friends of Ireland luncheon at 11 Central Time. He's meeting at the. He's going to be at the Shamrock Bowl presentation later on this evening. But I bet he stumbles in front of a camera and a microphone a couple of times today.
100%.
Oh, you know you will.
Looks like we might be triggering a long here, getting some extension above the high of the opening range. It's either a long or a no trade. If we trade both sides of the range, it counts as an invalidation of this trade. So we'll see if this candle closes outside the range. And I got a high 50, 20, 40. 15 seconds or so here to decide if we're going to get long or a no trade.
Off by about 2 ticks on the upside. I got a high of 50, 20, 60 in the micro contract. No signal yet. No signal.
That closed right at the high.
Too close for comfort. Yeah, the micro closed inside the range. So little discrepancy between the mini and the micro there.
It's been so cold.
Yep. We'll give it another bar, see if we get a confirmation here. I'm not absolutely itching to get into this trade, to be honest with you. Like you said, Hogue, it has been so cold.
Yeah. And it's so centrally located in so many time frames. Let's start with VWAP, overnight VWAP. That we're right there. Half of the entire breakdown off the high to the low in February comes in at 50.25. We're right there. We're in the middle of the value area from yesterday. We're in the middle of the range from yesterday. This is so thing. To me, it's a bit of a coin flip.
Yeah. I'm okay staying out of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's another candle close inside that range. I think it's a good call. Maybe we stay out of it. Let the market figure out what it's going to do. We may get some better trades later in the day in the metal markets. Hogue, with that being said, we went through the economic calendar already, but let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day. Let's go through that checklist.
Absolutely. You've got to do your homework if you're going to play, and it's all about context, risk management, and patience. Do your research, pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. Again, context, risk management, and patience is everything. Your morning checklist. Did you get your water, coffee? Did you get your walk-in? Get your meditation? Check. How about mindset? Check. Happy traders make better traders. Make sure you're in the right mindset for trading. We're going to put the check on that one and get your trade entry checklist together. What are your main hypotheses? What are the strategies related to those hypotheses? Make sure you've got your pen, your piece of paper, write down those trades and do your journaling throughout the day. Because at the end of the day, you are going to have your post-market checklist. You are going to review those trades. You are going to review your journal. You are also going to be hanging out with Coach Jay and Coach Paul during at the buzzer at the end of the day to prepare yourself to review what you did today, prepare yourself for tomorrow. There is your Topstep daily checklist. If you've done all this, you get to party today.
Party. Let's go.
Party time.
Party time. You got some numbers coming in at the bottom of the hour. Looks like we're going to stay out of this crude oil, this gold trade. It did close right at the high of that range, kind of stuck in the middle for now. So JD, why don't we hit some of that news? The cost of everything is going up. Got some news on grocery costs.
Yeah. Yes. Technically, guys, we did just trigger along in gold, but I didn't take the trade. All right. Yes. Why your grocery costs may soon soar. Yeah, Iran war's disruption of shipping in the Strait of Hormuz is raising big concerns for American farmers. A choke point in global fertilizer production and trade. Closure of the strait has led to surging prices and fears over supply, just as many farmers are beginning their spring planting season. Michael Yoshida joins us to break it all down, including what this could mean for food prices in the near future.
If we miss that window, we could have catastrophic crop failure.
Alarm bells sounding over disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz and the potential impact to American farmers.
Worst case scenario, a grower may not be able to get a crop in the ground. And of course, that's going to lead to food security conversations.
The waterway is critical for transporting supplies needed to make fertilizers, as well as the finished products, including about half the world's supply of urea, a nitrogen fertilizer for crops like corn. Also, about a third of global exports of ammonia, key for most nitrogen fertilizers, and sulfur, another vital nutrient for crops. Shipments that have essentially stopped since the war.
With the closure of that strait, it's lifted prices here in the United States by several $100s per ton. So that immediately squeezes farmers' bottom line.
I've not seen this level of disruption before. Urea prices are up 50% since that Friday before.
According to the Fertilizer Institute, the U.S. imports about 35% of its fertilizer needs every year, with supplies often arriving just in time for use.
I'm told we still need to import about 25% of our need for March, April, May application.
Now, spiked costs and already low crop prices could lead to tough decisions.
We'll have to adapt either to plant a different crop that is uses less fertilizer, or potentially reduce the amount of fertilizer that they use, which could have an impact on crop yields and ultimately prices.
In Washington, Michael Yoshida.
Hopefully that works out for our American farmers. Planting season is upon us.
Yes, it
Next
is.
couple weeks, seeds should be going in the ground very, very soon.
So we saw the effects yesterday in the soybeans market. Soybeans went limit down yesterday. In a little bit of a recovery, but could be an interesting market to watch with that going on. Gold did technically trigger along, like we said. Doesn't look like the highest probability of trades. We do got numbers coming up in just a little bit. About 2 minutes here. We would have been long from somewhere around 50.21s. Gold is pretty much stuck in this range, up 0.42% on the day. Silver doing something very similar. We'll take a look at those charts in just a second. Do we want to get into the charts, or we want to wait for these numbers to come out, guys?
We got a minute left. Let's see what the reaction is. I think we could hold off. Gold just keeps ticking higher. It's always the one you don't take, right? JK Window Cleaning in the chat took the gold trade. We shall see, he says.
It's looking good right now.
Prints for you, JK.
Yeah. Looking good right now. 50.25s. That's that halfway back price. We traded all around there yesterday. VWAP is just such a flat line. We got a 65% long tilt in gold right now. 50.18 is the average price. So it looks like some people may have taken that opening range trade. 50.50 everywhere else. 65% long here.
It's looking pretty good.
Bad. Not too bad. It's the one you don't take. Let's see. Numbers coming up in about 40 seconds. What do we have on the calendar? Actually, I'm not seeing any numbers on the calendar now.
Housing starts and permits is still there.
Dallas
Did they take
Fed.
it down? Yeah, they took it off financial juice. We're supposed to get housing starts and permits. Get the New York Fed Services Index. Pending home sales at 9 o'clock. Let's see what comes out. These calendars have been so touch and go. I don't know.
Numbers potentially out in 5 seconds here. We'll see. See if the market gets any reaction to it.
Nothing yet.
No reactions. 50.24 half last trade in gold. Are equities moving at all?
Nope. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. The S&P was rallying prior to it. But,
your Topstep X platform has rolled to the June contract, everybody. Just so you know. The platform has rolled to the next front month contract.
June.
June.
Summer.
Around the corner, as it's
Is
30
that how you
degrees
know?
outside.
Is that how you know when it's summer, Hogue? When equities roll to June?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Gold looks like it wants to continue to push here. We doesn't look like we got any numbers there at 8:30, so or 7:30 Central. So it looks like
No, nothing came out.
calendar
Nope, nothing
must
came
have
out.
changed. So we do got some numbers coming out later. What do you say we dive into these charts, take a look at where gold might be going on a higher time frame?
All
Let's do it.
right. So starting on the daily, where are we? We're in the middle. You know, we had the big breakdown end of January, beginning of February. It's 50-25. Where are we? We're trading 50-25. We're right in the middle of the big breakdown. I think everybody has pretty much resigned to the fact and agrees with that. You know, with this big breakdown, the market is likely going to be seeking areas of balance for a long period of time. And that long period of time, well, we are what, a month and a half after the big breakdown, and we are sitting right in the middle of that breakdown. We've looked lower, we've looked higher, we are rotating. The market is likely going to be staying in this range for quite a long time. But the good news about that, it is a very large range, and the market is offering some pretty good volatile day time frame moves if you can catch them. Got to be quick in the gold. Still seeing some continuation to the upside. Trade, good on you. Um, as far as open interest, you know, we lost 7,100 yesterday. Volume still remains relatively low. You know, you can see at the bottom here, this volume, this is the 20 session moving average of volume. It's still pushing lower. We've reached it a couple of days in a row. So maybe a little bit more volume coming back in, but now we see a drop in open interest. Open interest continues to waffle, indicating longer time frame traders are sitting pat, the ones that are kind of moving markets around, and that's good news for people that lean on the short time frame levels for their opportunities. You know, keep your eyes on the headlines. We're short time frame control, and our little tennis player, I always call it the little tennis player who is waiting for new information, is sitting in center court in case the volley goes higher, in case the volley goes lower. He's in the right position, or she is in the right position to try and catch that volley. Jay, what are you looking at here on the daily?
On the daily, we did hold the 50 moving average again there, Hogue. 49.9170 is that price. Low of the session so far is 49.9480. But gold is extremely range bound. When we were doing the opening call yesterday, we talked about the high to low range being about 75 points and the daily ATR being 140. So there was potentially another 65 to 70 points if we were to see an at range day. And we saw a very consolidated day. That 75-point range that we saw in the overnight session was the entire range for the day in gold yesterday. And today we're seeing something very similar. It's a 50-point range, high to low so far. The daily ATR is starting to decrease. Volume is decreasing. We do have the Fed tomorrow, so maybe that's what the market's waiting for. But extremely range bound here. 4090s at 4990s at the low, 5040s at the high, and you know, if we are going to see anything outside of that, we're going to need a ton of volume to do it, I believe. So in the middle right now, see profit, take profit trades. It's still a decent enough range to trade. You know, back in December, a 75-point range was the daily ATR. So maybe we're a little jaded by the volatility that we got. But right now, this market is not going anywhere.
All right. You have to keep in mind that a lot of these markets are going to be anticipatory with the FOMC meeting release tomorrow. Make sure you join us for the FOMC party. And so, you know, are we going to just kind of see range bound days today? That is a distinct possibility. Of course, you know, any news could certainly change these markets in a heartbeat. So here's the 30-minute chart. Yesterday's range, yeah, we were very small in range compared to the daily ATR, we did move value lower. We are still looking at the island bottom that we left back here in the middle of February. It still seems to be holding up, but it doesn't seem to be doing very much as far as directional activity. It started to the upside. We've pulled back to that level. Buyers were found here back in February. These are probably, again, shorter time frame traders. If the buyers are still around, this could put in a bottom and we could see a rotation back to the upside, which kind of suits what we're seeing so far this morning, but we're still in value. The market opened in the middle of value, or at least inside value. So I believe we're probably going to see better trade locations as the day goes on, and very, very kind of range bound. We've got value high being tested now, which is 50.25. We've got the 100 session simple moving average also being tested. Let's see if we find some resistance there, maybe see some sort of a pullback. But when we open in range and in value, I like to stay patient, look for better trade location as the day goes on. Jay, what do you see?
On the 30, and your connection is getting a little bit choppy there, Hogue, but on the 30, what I'm seeing is a spaghetti bowl. We got the 20, 50 moving averages on the 30, the VWAPs there as well. It is very range bound, right? When you can see all of the moving averages and they're within, or some of the higher time frame moving averages, and they're within 5 points of each other. What that tells me is to kind of stay out of the middle right now. And if we see candles extend from these with no volume and VWAP stays the same, that is a perfect opportunity for a reversion to the mean trade, reversion right back to the middle. But the middle feels like the Shark Tank, Hogue. And when a trade feels like 50-50, I think it's the market telling us to kind of stay out of the middle. It's part of the reason we didn't take that opening range trade. But if you're going to take it, I think any trade in gold is see profit, take profit, unless you get to the other extreme of the range and can execute there. And then with that, I think you need to be patient to allow the market to get to the other side of the range. It's been taking anywhere from 2 to 5 hours to get to the other side of that range. So be patient if you're going to trade gold today in entries and in exits, because right now it's not really showing that it has the desire to really go anywhere.
Yeah, we're already coming off that 100 session simple moving average up there. Just kind of coming back into value. Stay patient today, folks. There will be opportunities. JK, hopefully you've at least taken some partial profit on that opening range trade. We'll see how the rest of this plays out. Let's take a quick look at silver. Silver away. All right, let's take a quick look. And here again on the daily chart. Second here. So again, balance multiple time frames. Oh, all right. Yeah, I got a little bit of an issue going here. Let me get this figured out. Jay, why don't you just take a look at the daily and talk about what you're seeing there?
Absolutely. So daily in silver here, we had the major sell-off. We measured the entire 47% sell-off that we had. And we are still in the lower 50% of that sell-off. Silver, very much like gold, is range bound right now, $6.28 daily ATR. Yesterday's range was about 2/3 of that. The volume in this market is just, it daily seems like it's decreasing. Yesterday was at an average volume, but we haven't had above average volume in silver in 2 weeks. This looks like a tough market to trade to me. On a daily, it's really not going anywhere. It's lower volume. You look at the order book, it's pretty thin. If you trade the micros, is there opportunity? Still, absolutely, right? If you can identify the extremes of those ranges, and anything below $80 seems like a decent opportunity to look for longs or to start to establish some risk. But another market that on a higher time frame, Hogue, is not going anywhere. We have the 20 moving average below the 50, but they're kind of running in parallel to each other right now. Range bound until we find some direction. This, when we saw that huge sell-off, Hogue, in January, at the end of January, we said the metals have the potential to be in this range for a very long time. We're seeing that right now. So if you're a directional trader and you're looking for breakouts, you made a ton of money in December and January trading the metals, this is a different market, and all the volatility has moved over to, it seems like, crude oil, but just be careful looking for breakouts in the metals right now.
Yes, sir. Range bound. All right, let's take a quick look at the 30 now. I got my charts back up here, so let's take a look-see. All right. So we have our island bottom. All right, similar to gold, but again, very range bound. If we're just going to be looking at short time frame levels and short time frame control, which I believe these metals markets, well, at least silver and gold, are largely in short time frame with the low volume. We lost 400 in open interest, so open interest continues to kind of waffle day over day. It's up one day, down the next, not really going anywhere. Then that's another thing that's indicative of short time frame control. We open, in range, in value, no real overnight inventory, no gaps, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Be patient. Be patient today, especially with the FOMC meeting coming out tomorrow. Roll over in the equities. There's a lot of reasons to kind of postulate or hypothesize that these markets are going to be relatively range bound today. So look for better trade location as the day goes on. As usual, I'm going to remind you, focus on the initial balance high and low in some of these markets for some of the opportunities. They may offer your best trade location for the day. So yeah, again, nothing remarkable about silver here this morning. Jay, anything you're seeing on the 30-minute chart? You got the spaghetti bowl here again. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a spaghetti bowl. We need some sauce. Yeah, there's it's remarkable that it can stay in this tight of a range. I'll say that. After all the volatility that we saw 5-minute candles that were bigger than this entire daily range in the silver heyday. Right now, it is not that. Another one where if you find yourself in a trade, I think it's see profit, take profit again. There is opportunity in it. Still trades technically pretty well. This is just a technical range that we're in. So again, if you're looking for breakouts, we'll let you know when it's happening in the metals again. It's just not right now.
All right.
You could find a trade in there.
Yeah. I mean, there's opportunity. The ranges typically are pretty big in these metals, and when they're respecting short time frame levels, really gives you really good opportunities to limit risk. I think they're much more tradable now than in extreme volatility, but that's just me. All right, that's what we got for our metals markets this morning. JD, back to you.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Jay. Yep, the gold contract did rotate back down to our entry price. Well, would have been our entry price. Put a paper trade on. Our entry was right around 50.21 half, maybe right around there somewhere. So gold making a move back lower. All right, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. The Nikkei closed down 0.09%. The Shanghai Composite closed down 0.85%. And the Hang Seng Index closed up 0.13%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. We've got the FTSE up 1.27%, the DAX up 0.52%, and where is it? I just lost it. The CAC 40 up 0.74%, Stock 600 up 0.63% also. US dollar index up marginally, 99.731 last on the dollar. VIX is down about 3.5% this morning, 22.67, still hovering above 20 on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note resting gently at 4.202%. That is our quick update going into the equity open. What's up with the S&P charts, guys? We did roll to the June contract. I see some people commenting about that in the chat right now. We are trading the June contract on Topstep X. But guys, tell us everything we need to know about the E-mini S&P 500, please.
All right. Welcome to June, traders. Welcome to the June contract. Yes, the Tuesday before a Friday expiration is typically going to be switch day, and it switched as expected. Volume and open interest are going to be an absolute blur, as well as delta, because the per contracts are relatively evenly split as far as volume is concerned. Yes, the volume is far greater in the June contract, but switch day is always the blurriest day with regards to open interest volume and delta. So looking at the daily chart, I mean, we have our excess low, which relatively close to remaining the excess low that occurred last week. A lot of a lot of the longer time frame, especially today, tomorrow, and before expiration, are going to try and get their rollover done. Says yesterday we added 214,000 contracts in open interest. Oh my goodness, I would say that is a strong change in open interest, but it is completely rollover related. There will be probably between 450 and 500,000 contracts that will expire on Friday or Monday morning and settle in cash. Okay. So that big jump in open interest is all a function of rollover. It's not directional. We can't look at that and say, wow, we saw huge buyers yesterday. Let's see if they continue today. We can't do that. And yesterday was a range bound day. So that huge open interest wasn't directional. It was, guess what? Rollover. Rollover. We always get tired of saying that during rollover, but it just bears repeating. 200 session simple moving average right here, right now, 67.70 and a quarter. What do you think of that, Jay? How are you thinking? What are you thinking on this daily chart?
We've had a couple tests of it in the past couple of days. We closed below it on Friday. Yesterday we had a test of that 200. We rejected up there right around 50%, which would be 50%. Of course, you got to adjust your drawings here, but 67.81. My question is, Hogue, by the time we roll over to September, are we finally going to be out of this range? We rolled over to a new contract, but it is still the same S&P, still the same equities in this range, providing opportunity to us. Daily ATR 106 points. Yesterday we had a 125 point range. So really nice opportunities still to trade the equities, but on a higher time frame, we're still in this range. Can we settle back above the 200 moving average? I think that's the maybe the goal for buyers today.
Well, I know what my druthers would be as we were moving into the September contract, but that's all they are, is what I'd prefer, and it means nothing to the marketplace. So let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here, Jay, and see what we see. So yesterday we were both in agreement that we were probably going to see an inside day yesterday. And I didn't realize it was going to be as inside as it actually was. I mean, I think we only moved halfway through the range from Friday, and we did have that inside day, relatively small range in the regular trading hour session. Where are we today? Let's take a look at overnight inventory. We open here. We are trading a little bit higher than that. So maybe we've got some overnight inventory to the long side. If you remember yesterday, we had overnight inventory to the long side, and initially they got paid, which is always nice when you see the short time frame traders get paid. They started taking some of those profits. Some of them probably did end up taking losses, but they went right to the spike base to the downside, which put in our low yesterday. It is not necessarily a strong low. It is a weak low or a poor low, a non-excess low. I got to keep that in mind because it indicates that the downside auction may not yet be over. Well, that may have changed here, since before the open, we are seeing this market rally away from that double bottom. We looked below it. We're seeing buyers coming in. I just got to keep in mind that there's a low excess low at the low from yesterday. It may become important today. It may not. Things may change. We may see this market continue the push to the upside, but we're still dealing with the spike base to the downside. From what was that, Thursday, we're still dealing with the late spike to the upside from last Monday. And we're kind of stuck in the middle here. Are we going to stay stuck in the middle in this area until after FOMC comes out? I mean, it's entirely possible. It's unlikely with the amount of risk out there as far as headlines are concerned, but we're in range. Value, no runs, no hits, no errors, no gaps. Overnight inventory to the long side. I'm gonna again have to try and stay patient again this morning to see if I can't find an opportunity to limit risk. And there are a lot of opportunities to limit risk here. You got value high from yesterday. You got the IB high from yesterday. You got yesterday's high. You got Friday's high. All of those are interesting levels to look for opportunities. There's just too many of them. You don't know which one is going to be the right one, if there is a right one. What about down below? Well, we've got the spike base. We kind of held it. We looked below it. It was resistance, came back to support. Do we get an opportunity down there? What about value low? What about settlement? There's all of these short time frame levels, which, one of them are going to work. Which one? We don't know. Jay, what are you thinking here on this 30-minute chart?
On the 30-minute, I'm seeing patience again here, Hogue. We said it yesterday as well, right? We would maybe take a look up near that 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which we're above right now, and that could be one of the best opportunities to limit risk. And if we look, and we'll see it even clearer in the NASDAQ, when we looked up there and there was no buying, that was the best trade location of the day. So I'm reminding myself of that again today. If we see, right now we have price trading above this 200 moving average, which is 67.57. Volume is still below it, 67.42. So I'm just looking for, I'm not looking to trade in the middle of the range, but looking for wherever that extension is, Hogue. I think a lot of times what happens is traders maybe try to call this high instead of allowing the market to call the high, if it's going to turn around at the upper extreme of that range. So I see patience. We're still in the middle of the range. Could we continue to push higher? We could. So when we open up, I'm looking for the market's response to this 200 moving average, 67.57. If we see aggressive volume trading above it, then maybe we do just continue to push up to 6,800s. But still rollover the day before the Fed rate decision. I don't know how much direction I'm looking for out of this market. So I'll be patient, waiting for an extreme, maybe a look at yesterday's high for a potential short opportunity. Or if we hold 67.57s, maybe that's a decent enough pullback to then look to get in long at a run at the prior day high. But nothing super definitive right now. The range is definitive in the S&P. So right now, if I'm going to trade it, I have to trade that.
If we were to look at the volume profile or the market profile, it was a neutral trading day yesterday. It traded both sides of the initial balance, which usually will tell me that the market is likely to seek new levels to facilitate trade. It used a lot of its facilitation yesterday, but keep in mind the caveats to those are it's rollover and we've got the FOMC meeting tomorrow. So a lot of longer time frame traders are focusing on getting a cheap roll, making money during the roll, at least not losing money during the roll, and making sure that they are properly hedged for anything that might happen tomorrow that's not expected from the FOMC. I highly doubt that there will be any major surprises tomorrow, but we never know. And of course, everybody will want to be hedged for that regardless. That's what we're looking at here for the S&Ps. We've got some news here with gas prices, don't we, JD?
Sure do. Hang on a second. I'm refreshing my platform. Someone in the chat just said Topstep X reverted back to the March contract for equities. I am not seeing that. I'm still seeing the June contract.
It might be confusing, but M means June.
M is June.
Yes.
I had to double check that for everybody because that doesn't sound correct. They wouldn't just switch contracts randomly in the middle of the morning. So
the M in June is silent.
The M in June is silent. Yes.
Those contract months, the letter for them, I mean, those are from back in like 1848. And when they were still sending stuff out on ticker tapes and on telegrams or telewire or whatever you called it, Morse code, they had to use letters that were different from the actual commodities letters. So they, chose those letters because There was no C, no S, no W, well, F is actually one of them. That might have been Flax. I don't remember if that's the ticker number, or the ticker symbol of it. But that's why they chose those letters, is because they weren't the same as any of the commodities that were being traded at the time, and they still remain the month codes for futures.
Yep. Go to the CME Group website for the list of month codes. You should be familiar with that. Because every contract has a role, right? Contract months are changing pretty often. All right, back to the news. Drivers. We got more bad news, Dolby. Drivers unlikely to get any relief at the pump. More prices going up. Let's run it. Gas prices continue to rise amid the war with Iran, and relief might not be coming anytime soon. AAA reports a gallon of regular gas now averages $3.79 a gallon. That's up 7 cents from yesterday. Most state leaders seem disinclined to grant gas tax holidays. Some say they're unsure how much doing so would help consumers. They also don't know how long the war will continue. It's threatening oil supplies, and Brent crude continues to hover around $100 a barrel. Some analysts expect high gas prices to push up the cost of other products also. Gas prices continue to tick higher. $3.79 national average for a gallon of gasoline right now. Woof. Should have filled up last week, right?
Yeah.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Now it says they're going to start making their gas at home. Good luck.
Okay.
Good luck. Yeah, I don't know. Be careful out there.
Let us know how it
Be careful.
goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't hurt anybody.
Nobody light a match.
All right, we've got crude oil opening up in about 2 minutes. We'll take a look at that opening range breakout trade. We'll take a look at the 1 minute and see what happens. But you guys want to take us through some charts real quick for crude oil?
Let's do it.
And we'll let you know about this trade.
So crude is also in rollover. We will be trading the May contract tomorrow. May is actually, I think, just now usurping the April contract as far as volume is concerned, but we will certainly be trading the May contract tomorrow. This is the daily. All right. So, last week, geopolitical situations changed this market drastically, right? We are in mid-roll. Volume and open interest is in full blur, as well as delta. It'd be very difficult to read those until after rollover. A longer time frame is focusing on the roll, as well as one eye on the headlines. We were just hanging around a little while ago, right in the middle of last week's weekly range, which was absolutely huge. But here we are, centered, looking for new information. Still. As far as the daily chart, we've got the weekly kickoff high, we've got the weekly kickoff low, 106, 86.80. Those are those levels, and we're pretty centrally located inside of last week's range, of course, as well as the weekly kickoff high and low. This market is looking for new information. It has been repriced. It has found an area, at least for the time being, of balance in that repricing that can change, of course. What are you thinking about this, Coach Jay? What do we do with this thing?
I was long crude oil last night for a little bit of an urgency trade. We'll take a look at that on the 30-minute, but it's a headline-driven market still, Hogue. We're range-bound on every time frame until we're not, until a headline comes out that moves us around. So to me, crude is a see profit, take profit market. Daily ATR is above $7. So far, high to low range, we have a $4.50 range. Yesterday's range was, let me measure that. Yesterday's range in crude was almost $10. So there's opportunity in this, even though it might not seem like it's going anywhere. It is trading pretty big ranges. Again, this is not the same crude as last year. Crude is officially open for business now, and we are seeing some selling coming in. But I think, Hogue, for me, it's a hard market to be too biased in either direction because we know what can move it around. So I think we trade it technically. We reject it at that 50% of the sell-off. Trade it technically until it gives us a reason not to. We're seeing some selling coming in here on that open. Pretty big opening range here. 70 ticks.
Holy cow. Really? Yeah, 70 ticks. Look at that. All that volatility and right in the middle of the value from yesterday.
94.97. JD's going to let us know if we get tagged into that trade. We might be in this range for a little while. It's a pretty big 1 minute range there. A ton of volume traded there as well on the open. Again, crude opens up at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central. We'll be looking for a 1 minute opening range trade here as well. We need a 1 minute candle close now outside of this range for confirmation. I got a high 95.22 and a low of 94.52. Pretty big range there.
Yeah, so this opening range probably has a lot to do with the volume being pretty evenly split between April and May, and both of them being a little bit illiquid.
What are you seeing on the 30 here, Hogue?
All right, let's take a look. So small range yesterday. Looking back a little bit here, we've got weaknesses in structure down below. We do have our island bottom. Okay, so with an island bottom, should be a reversal pattern to the upside. How is it performing? I don't think it's performing all that great, right? It's basically driven higher, but now has fallen into range. We're in day 4 of an area of balance, which makes sense to me because of rollover. We got 1, 2, 3. Here we are. We're still inside Thursday, Friday, Monday. Today's Tuesday, so we're still inside of this shorter time frame area of balance. And if we're not seeing headlines, if we're not seeing any changes fundamentally because of any of the geopolitical situations, then the longer time frame is going to be focusing on getting a cheap roll. They're going to try not to make this directional, which leads me to believe, again, short time frame control. The market has been very volatile, and there's been a lot of other than short time frame control in this market. But you can see as we kind of fall into this balance, is it respecting short time frame levels? It's difficult to find levels at these prices because we haven't spent a lot of time up here recently. But obviously, the middle of last week's huge weekly range, it broke out above it. It used it as support for a period of time. It broke back down below it. Last night, it reapproached that level and showed a degree of resistance. And now the market has opened and just fallen right back into range and value from yesterday. The 200 session simple moving average. So all of these short time frame levels, one of them is likely to provide opportunity. Be patient, because if you try all of them, you might get chopped up. Look for the right opportunity. Just be patient. Sometimes the right opportunity is going to be the one that's going to whisper to you instead of say, okay, try this one. Okay, try that one. Okay, try this one. Okay, try that one. It's going to be a challenging trading day today, I think. And, is the FOMC going to affect crude oil tomorrow? Only time will tell. Jay, what do you think of the 30-minute here on crude oil?
On the 30, it was a clean trade last night, Hogue. This is what Coach Paul and I call an urgency trade. This box I have here is the first 30-minute range from last night. Within the second 30-minute candle, we had price and volume leaving that range to the upside, which is why I was getting in long. I took profits near the pivot in oil, which was 96.53, which we eventually traded above. But now we're right back. And is it rinse and repeat? We just checked that 30-minute opening range again. We looked near the 200 moving average. I don't hate taking this trade again, knowing that the risk has to go on the other side of this 30-minute range here. Again, anything we say here is for educational purposes only, not any type of trading or investment advice. But this market right now, if I'm going to trade it, is about identifying extremes of the range very similar to what we said in the equities and gold, and taking your opportunities from there, or waiting for a headline that might move this market around and then taking your opportunity from there. I am looking at this 30-minute candle, which was 1:30 a.m. Eastern time. That is not the highest volume candle that we had, but significant price action, and the highest volume candle actually traded inside that candle. So, do we get price acceptance back inside this candle here, the low 95.32s? And then can we see the rotation back up to VWAP, if not 50% of this candle here? There's opportunity, like you said, Hogue, but you can't look at everything as an opportunity in these markets, because opportunity, we know it is also an opportunity to lose money as well. So be picky. Be picky. I think that was the tip of the week last week. Quality over quantity.
Quality over quantity. All right. So what do we have here? Do we have a head and shoulders? Do we have a Batman pattern? Got the eyeballs.
Yeah, there it is.
Neckline would be down here. That could be enough to take us back to take out this gap and back into the 2-day island bottom.
Look like you had a Batmobile down there, Hogue. What was that? He'd jump in the Batmobile and get us out of this range. 94.85 last trade here in crude oil. Looks like we did trade above the high of the opening range, so it's either a long or an invalidation. We trade both sides. We're right back in the middle of it right now, 94.90s. Last trade here in oil.
What are we doing? Oh, so
Nothing
gold
done on
took
that.
out below the opening.
Nothing done on the crude oil trade.
No.
Not working. Did not execute a trade. Technically, did trigger along. I didn't like the way the volume pattern was looking at the moment, though. We could get in.
Good eye, JD.
Right now.
Good call. I don't see any reason to rush into anything here.
No.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of value from the last 4 days. We're in the middle of that.
Patience.
Patience.
We're going to give the people what they want and take a look at the NASDAQ. That'll be our last chart of the opening call. But before we do that, JD, we got some news on NVIDIA, which got the NASDAQ spiking yesterday.
Yeah, right. NVIDIA CEO speech signaled a rise in AI agents. Let's run it. The tech giant NVIDIA is making new moves to boost artificial intelligence. On Monday, the company announced a number of hardware and software upgrades to encourage the development of AI agents. The goal is for those agents to perform tasks for users. The announcement from CEO Jensen Huang came during the chipmakers' annual conference in San Jose, California. NVIDIA says some of its upgrades will benefit OpenClaw and an AI platform that executes tasks and acts as a personal assistant. Huang told conference goers the hype around AI and NVIDIA can be long-lasting. He said computing demand will keep on growing.
All right.
Believe the hype.
Closer to
it's not going anywhere.
Getting closer to the lower extreme of the opening range in crude oil right now. I think it was a good no trade there. Looking like a good no trade at least.
Patience
All right,
pays.
guys. Patience pays. Give the people what they want. Let's talk through that NASDAQ chart.
All right. Yes. June contract. Summer's here. It's like 15 degrees outside. But to me, when that June contract becomes the front month, it always becomes summer. All right. So, daily chart. I mean, we've been putting in lower highs. We've been putting in lower lows. We do have an excess low here from last week. All right. Well, that still remains supportive. We've got, the new contract month. We've got new weekly kickoff levels. Those are adjusted in the daily levels as well as on these charts. 23,900 weekly kickoff low. We've got 25,170, the weekly kickoff high. That 24,330, there should be an adjustment on that. I'll take care of that later, but that was last week's weekly kickoff low. And with no close below it, I still believe it to be somewhat impactful if it is rechecked. I'll make sure and adjust that later on. We'll take another look at it, but we've had 1, 2, 3 closes below this 200 session simple moving average, and we are back approaching it right now with the excess low. We're still putting in lower highs and lower lows, but we're still seeing rotational activity where the market is trying to remain somewhat range bound. With the excess low, with the yesterday's increase in open interest of 22,000 contracts, which absolutely means very little to directional trade because of rollover. Again, we're going to see a whole bunch of the contracts in the NASDAQ as well as the S&P or the ES expire and settle in cash. So we can't really use that for directional activity. Not that we would be kind of looking at this as directional activity. I still feel like this market is by and large very range bound, and we're heading back towards the center. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart here?
We can adjust the price of 50% of the October 10th candle. With the rollover, it's 25,238 now, but very same market that we've been in. Pretty range bound. Daily ATR 489 points. Yesterday's range was a little bit more than that, about 520. So we are still seeing opportunity in this market. Again, it's just not breakout opportunity, but I think everyone who's trading the equities at this point should be accustomed to that. Right? If you're identifying the extreme of a range, if you're willing to take, there's still 100 to 200 point moves in the NASDAQ in the middle of this range. You could have a great trading day trading that. I think what I'm cautious of and conscious of is trying to catch the entire move when, most of the move is the market going to the right. Right. So if you can take a piece out of a chunk of the move of the equities, I think you did your job. Right. 24,988 is that 200 moving average. The big fat round number 25,000 is going to be up there as well. And then there's a price that I'm looking at, Hogue, here on the 30-minute that we can take a look at. But on the daily, we're still in the range.
Jay, I'm glad you kind of mentioned the fact that you do back adjust that October 10th candle. Okay. I was wondering if you just left it where it was or if you do back adjust it. All right. Thank you. So we've also got new all-time highs, right? The contract month all-time high in June is all the way up at 26,874. The March contract all-time high was 26,670. So I like to keep track of the actual contract month as the all-time high. Hopefully it won't be too long and we'll be looking at that saying, hey, look at that, new all-time highs. We will see. As far as the 30-minute chart here, we had a inside-ish day yesterday, which was really one of our main hypotheses yesterday, was that we would have an inside day. Much smaller range than I think either of us were expecting, Jay. But what are we looking at as far as today is concerned? All right. So we do have overnight inventory, I think, to some degree. Market opened here at 5 o'clock last night and we got a little bit short. If anything, we may be a little bit long right now. We don't have any gaps. We don't have anything like that to deal with. We just moved all the way through value from yesterday. And again, it was a pretty small area of value due to the small range yesterday. And we are now looking at the base of the late spike to the upside, which occurred last Monday, which we looked above a couple of times yesterday and rejected. Do we reject or accept above value and above that level today? So I think we're getting into some very interesting levels for some potential opportunities. You've got that late spike, you've got the highs from Friday and Monday. There is a very small amount of excess above Friday's high from yesterday's high. It is excess, but it is low excess. We're going to have to see how this plays out. It seems a little bit more buoyant than the S&Ps, or at least a little bit more buoyant than the S&Ps when we were looking at it. Something got into these equities, and they are certainly liking it to the upside now. Overnight inventory long Remember, it's rollover. The longer time frame focus will be on getting a cheap roll or making money on the rollover. Shorter time frame levels are likely to be respected. We will see how this plays out. Let me check my notes here. Yeah, long time frame focus, roll, or yeah, you can't forget that anybody that's going to be holding positions into the FOMC tomorrow will be working on adjusting inventories and hedging. So just in case anything wacky happens tomorrow, I'm not expecting anything out of the ordinary, but we never know. We got to be prepared for it. So there may be some hedging today. Jay, what do you think?
So looking at this 30-minute Hogue, we have price above the 200 moving average, which we saw yesterday, but we have volume another 60 points below that 200 moving average. So like you said, are we getting a little extended? Are we a little too long right now with this overnight inventory? From 8 a.m. Eastern time, we've just seen a pretty strong bid in the NASDAQ, up 160 points in the last hour and 15 minutes or so. I have this purple box marked here. The range of that box, 24,972. The upper extreme, 24,996. Why I have that box marked out, that is when Jensen said he was going to make $1 trillion yesterday, and the algos jumped on to that headline. There was about 500 contracts that traded in a second, and this was the range. It was a 20-point range in a second on those 500 contracts. I just want to watch the market's response to this, right? If we see buying through this, then I'm looking to get long above, and that's my risk limiter on the downside. But on the opposite side, if we see rejection here, then the risk limiter is right on the other extreme of that range, which is right below 25,000. I just want to watch the market's reaction to this volume that traded yesterday. The S&P has something similar. A similar range in the S&P was 6770s up to 6775, and right now the S&P is using that as a support. So this could be a potential area of execution for me today, depending on how the NASDAQ responds up here.
Excellent stuff.
Hogue.
Thank you,
Thank
Jay.
you, Hogue.
As far as the day type from yesterday in the NASDAQ, it was a neutral day. It would make sense for the market to seek new levels to facilitate trade today. We can take out that high volume area above here in the NASDAQ. We could easily, I don't know about easily, but it wouldn't be too far for us to get the weekly kickoff high, which is 25,170. I'd be happy with that. That would be a good opportunity for us there. But thanks
That would
again,
be
Jay.
awesome. Thank you, Hogue. We got the NASDAQ up 0.36% right now. So that is not out of the question. That weekly kickoff high is about a 1% move from settlement, just over 1% move. So let's see, NASDAQ. Let's see. Should be a good day, though. Charles Chapman in the chat is looking for a range expansion day. JD, let us know. Let's go through that schedule. Who might be trading a range expansion day with us on Topstep TV today?
Let's do it. We've got a full day of Tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be here. I'm going to step in for about a half hour also. Then a couple of rotating guests. Dakota is going to be here from 9:30 to 11, and we might get a drop in from the Trader-in-Chief himself, MP, later on this morning. 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Hogue will be back with the morning highlights. He's going to go over the trades that we did not take during the opening call, and maybe any trades that we do take during Fast Markets. 11:15 Power Players. Jay's coming back with Braden and Dolby time. That'll be a good one. Group coaching at 12 o'clock Central Time. We've got Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in a little while. If you've got a question for Hogue, Anne-Marie, or Hoop, or all three of them together combined, grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we will answer your question live right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, Trade with Topstep. I'll be back with Hogue and James S. Then we're closing out the day and Power Hour with Andre, Mandy, and Dolby time. Bell to bell, wall to wall. We're here for you all day long on Topstep TV. Plenty of Tradertainment coming your way.
From the bells to the walls, we are going to be here with you throughout your trading day. JD, we got one more piece of news also that we could get to here.
We do. Our public service announcement for the day. Navigating spring break travel woes. There's a lot of, I won't say confusion happening at airports right now, but TSA agents are dropping like flies. They're quitting. They're not showing up for work, making those lines a little bit longer. That's just one part of it. But it's spring break season, which means millions of travelers are looking to get away. But the busy travel rush is being snagged by long lines at the airport and surging fuel prices. Despite the travel obstacles, you can still find last-minute getaway deals. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan explains how to navigate all the travel woes happening right now.
Traveling for spring break? Expect long TSA lines. The security line wrapped around the building at Alston Bergstrom International Airport Monday morning. And at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, TSA lines were nearly 2 hours long.
This is absolutely absurd.
The long security lines are caused by the partial government shutdown as TSA agents work without pay. Many are calling out and even quitting, causing a shortage of agents.
They can't afford it. Most TSA workers, as most Americans are, living paycheck to paycheck.
Travel experts are warning, book your tickets now. The war with Iran is driving up oil prices. That means higher jet fuel prices and higher ticket prices.
Ticket prices, if you're looking about 3 weeks out for booking, have already risen pretty sharply. We've seen pretty solid increases.
It's not all bad news. Travelers can still score some last-minute deals. Many resorts in Puerto Rico are offering discounts right now.
You get an international experience without the hassle of international travel.
Emily Kaufman, known as the Travel Mom, says the Wyndham Palmas Beach and Golf Boutique Resort is offering a 4th night free if you book 3 nights. That deal runs through the end of March. Looking for a cruise?
Holland America Cruise Line has a terrific offer on their Caribbean sailings right now, where you can save up to 50% off of your fares.
Great Wolf Lodge is offering 30% off a 2 or more night stay if you book within 60 days of arrival. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
The Great Wolf Lodge. That's Wisconsin Dells, isn't it, Hogue? It's right in our
Yes,
backyard.
it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm looking for something to do next week. Maybe I'll take Donna up to the water park up into Wisconsin Dells.
There you go.
That slide looked pretty fun.
I don't want to fly anywhere right now. Apparently that's going to be a pain in the butt. Funny,
That Travel Mom,
going up to the Dells.
She seemed very optimistic.
There you go.
International travel without the hassle of international travel. I would buy whatever she's selling.
That I would try. I wouldn't mind going to Puerto Rico. That would be nice.
Right. We
They're
are
planning
seeing the equities continue to push here. 67.8850 high the day there in the S&P did trade above yesterday's high, which was 67.8475. The NASDAQ didn't quite get up there just yet, but we are seeing it trying to figure out what to do with these 25,000s here. I think we are close to being ready to go here. I think we're ready, Hogue.
Thing.
Do the thing.
Do the thing. JD, always a pleasure to spend some time with you guys in the morning. As always a pleasure to be with all of you. As always, thank you for trusting us with your time. My early birds this morning, Tommy C., first in the room, winning the prize, which is just bragging rights. We got Chillin' once again. We got Shubham. We got Anastasios. We got Coog. We got Chunky Bear. We got Trader Hub, River of Risk, Budagoli, Charles Henry, and special call out to Bill Phillips. Haven't seen you in a while, Bill. It's great to have you back with us. As always, traders, remember to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day, and let's head into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets on the Topstep TV, YouTube Visual Network. Andre, new contract. Who dis? We're up to June now in the equity indices, and we're pumping to commemorate that. How are you doing this morning?
Doing quite well. A little trivia from Hogue as to why M is June. Anyways, yes. So welcome everybody to Topstep TV. Who we got? Just saw him in opening call to the right there. JD, you got Jack in the middle, 3-man weave. We'll see what we got in store today on this Tuesday. Yes, this is Fast Markets. Welcome to Topstep TV. JD, you just broke it down in opening call. So I'm going to throw it to you, Jack. June is now the month we're trading up and away. ES trading a 67.90 now. New session highs there. Now 90 halves. Thoughts coming into this Tuesday, the day before FOMC.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Hogue. I know the months are in order, but because bonds also roll quarterly, I do remember, HMUZ, June, September, and December still coming. But to this day, every time I have to look up another contract, I just Google CME month codes. I cannot remember it, so congrats to those that do. Yeah, I mean, we're pushing highs of the session right before the bell. We've been taking off since about 8 this morning. Getting up, new contracts, so I had to move some lines around. Maybe some interest around the 6750 SPX, which is around 6803 or so in the futures, the M contract. But I'm going to let this shake out. What about you, JD? What are you thinking?
Man, this thing just keeps creeping higher, doesn't it? And to avoid, clear up any confusion in the chat, there were some people a little bit confused during the opening call on the contract months. M is definitely the June contract, not the March contract. H is March, M is June.
Yeah, if June was J, what would they do for July and January? It all falls apart.
Yeah.
Hogue broke it down on why the contract month codes are the way they are.
Yep.
Once he comes back on, he'll clear that up again if we need it. But yeah, we just keep creeping higher here in equities going into the open. No real reports out this morning either. I think we got something at the top of the hour. Pending home sales at 9 o'clock, and then a couple of Trump meetings. I don't know if he's going to be stumbling in front of a camera and a microphone, though. He likely will, but not a whole lot on the economic calendar front today.
Those are not gang signs in the chat. That's what June is. That's what they did for June in the pits.
Yes.
March, Sep.
That was
East.
also
Anyways,
time
okay.
for Merrill Lynch.
Yes,
Yeah.
the bull. All right, let's take a look at these prices. Take a look at crude. Trading $94.91. Got gold trading at 50.17. Dow continuing to make new session highs, 47,571. And Q, look at you, trading 25,000 even. What we got on the calendar? Got a number at the top of the hour, U.S. pending home sales. We do have a Trump meeting with the Irish Prime Minister. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Anyways, yep. House account is flat, correct? House account's
No
flat.
trades in the house account. We did not take the gold trade or the crude oil trade. Good. No trades on both of those. We would have been stopped out for sure.
Okay.
But yeah.
Now, was that because of market stuff going on or because of the new contract?
Market stuff going on. So for crude oil, I didn't like the volume pattern. Jay and Hogue were going over the charts at the time, and it was about 6 or 7 minutes in the regular trading hours before crude triggered a long signal, only by a single tick. I didn't take it, and it was a good no take because it rotated all the way back and traded the opposite end of the opening range. We would have been stopped out on that. And gold we didn't take because I had some numbers on my calendar for this morning that ended up not happening. I had housing starts and permits supposed to be coming out, and something else that just kind of disappeared from my calendar a few minutes before those numbers were coming out. So no trade in gold either, but also a good no trade because it signaled along. We would have been long and wrong. It rotated back down, took out the low of the opening range. We would have been stopped up. So no harm, no foul. Working nothing done.
Working nothing
right.
done. 20 seconds. 20 seconds till the bell. We still have the Dow continuing to pump higher. New session highs, 47,603. Now, Prince, again, we've seen a nice rally in the NQ over the last hour and a half, up about 270 points or so. Yes, same time, we've seen a 40, 50-point rally. We are now open. Stay locked in. 50-50 across the board. Seeing a little bit of selling in the NQ, not the story in the Dow. Dow continuing to push higher. They're just going to jump back in the NQ. All the way back to 24,964. And just put a new session highs, 25,025. And there goes the Dow, continuing to push higher, 47,661. Now 673s.
Take a look at those Dow components. We got Goldman, which is over 10% of the weight, is up 1.5%. Caterpillar's up 1%. That's the second most weighted. A lot of green on the Dow today.
Sure is. Continuing to
A
pump
lot of green everywhere, I would think.
Yeah. Russell's ripping higher. 25.38 last trade on the Russell.
Yeah. Mag 7 besides, well, Mag 7 is not ripping, I would certainly say. Apple is about a scratch. Tesla's down 0.5%. Everything else, not too much of a pump. Nvidia is exactly where it was before that weird Jensen bar yesterday.
Oh,
Trading
yeah.
103.5. Or sorry, 183.5.
The Jensen bar. Nice.
$1 trillion. Forecasting $1 trillion in revenue.
Props to Ted for just jumping into that.
Yeah. Shoot first, ask questions later. Shout out to Ted.
Yeah. Right.
New session highs in the Dow, now 47,711. Did just print ES, a couple points beneath the session highs, 67.91. Did see some size on the ladder in the ES, probably due to roll. Who was at the March? So probably the June ladder. Not seeing too much. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X. We're continuing to pump higher now. New session highs, ES 67.92. Gold catching a bid. As well, 76% short. Scratch that. It was 76% short tilt in the NQ. That did just level off to 59% now. More buying coming in. Here we go. New session highs all around.
Okay. VIX down to a 22 handle. Or 22.24. April crude oil 94.78. We did spike up to,
look at this.
What was it last night? Like 98 something. Crude oil is moving. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got about a $4 range. And $98.42 overnight highs. There goes ES closing in on 6,800. It's got a point to go there. Buyers in the Dow, buyers in the NQ, buyers in the ES. Got a 500 lot offered at 68.03 in the ES, about 5 points higher. 500 on the ask, 68.03. NQ, new highs there. 25,062. We are looking at a 250 point rally in the NQ in the last hour and a half. ES.
Gold's making a move right now, too.
What do you got? Gold? Yep, gold popping.
Just a bit. 50.28 last in gold.
Quick reminder, we got the new contract. So looking at the ES right now, we're kind of pumping up towards 67.50 in the spot. But we were talking about the middle of this sort of mega range we've been in for 4 or 5 months now. At around 6,800 in the spot, which is now 68.50, about 68.53 or something like that.
6853, about 50 points higher. There you go. More highs, down, more highs. NQES got gold catching a bid as well. 50.30 last trade in gold. Buyers are in the house right now. We are looking at a 70 point rally last 90 minutes.
Drew a new line I'll keep an eye on here at 68.20 or 68.23 if we're being pedantic. That is sort of the high of the implied SPX options from the open. Could be a target. We do have the Fed tomorrow, so it might take some work to get beyond that or some news. So taking a look.
Shout out to the chat. Seeing that 800 lot on the offered 68.04. 800, I'll call it 900. Offered about 5 points higher from here.
I'm looking at the micro contract. I'm not seeing too much size on that ladder. I'm going to switch over to the mini. Yes, MES.
900 lot pulled. They move it up. Nope. Was pulled last trade 67.98, 50-50 on the tilt. Got again housing number at the top of the hour. A lot of volume trade here on the ES ladder, 67.99. JD, what are you seeing here in terms of levels in the ES?
Let's take a look. Next stop to the upside. I have a line at 68.46.5. What did I draw that for? That was obviously for the March contract that transferred over to this chart. I'm going to delete that right now. Hang on a second.
We see some more buying here.
Next up to the upside. Weekly kickoff high. Hoag's weekly kickoff high, 68.77. It's a little ways off, but these big moves aren't out of the question anymore, right?
They're not. Weekly kickoff highs. Where do you find those? Where do you get those? Well, see that link pinned to the top of the chat. Click on that. Those are the top updated levels. Update and refresh before every New York Open. Hell, I can do you one better. You click on the indicators tab, top of Topstep X. Simply type in, Topstep daily levels. Get them slap overlaid right there on your charts. While we're at it, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the name of the segment. It's called Fast Markets. Use that hashtag Fast Markets or the hashtag Power Hour to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X. Let's see some winning soybean trades. Looked yesterday. We put the call out. Didn't get any. Or some trader station setups, trader wins. Anything you want to share with us? And we will turn it around to you in Power Hour. What's up, JD?
Nobody responded to the call to action for soybean trades yesterday?
Crickets. No. Crickets.
No. I want to see the soybean losses too.
Yes.
What's a news story or something yesterday? I was going to say I wanted like hashtag Sean Bean for that because he's famous for dying in movies. So
taking a look at a soybean chart right now. I want to see the ladder actually.
Still selling off.
He actually rallied a bit overnight. Trading 116. I'm sorry, 1162 in the soybeans after being locked limit down yesterday. A nice pop overnight. So if you were long, maybe you were able to get out.
Jack, that joke was so corny it fried your internet.
There he is. He's gone frozen.
The powers that be took him away.
The mannequin challenge.
Wow.
Be gone.
Jack, that joke was so bad. Well, all right, GD. We do have Bez and Tit in the wire here. Will issue a statement on Paris talks in the next days. Not sure what that. Anything before that? Again, we will keep you updated here in real time. Topstep TV when the headlines do hit. Of course, GD, these markets very, very sensitive to headlines. Come out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
Like we saw Power Hour. We saw the Jensen, the pop in NVIDIA. Just on a simple headline hitting the wire. So we'll keep an eye out for that.
Headline risk is definitely on this week, folks. Well, it's been on for the last couple of weeks. Or since this the war with Iran started heating up a couple of weeks ago. Every headline that comes across the tape is potentially market moving now.
Sure is.
Wild.
Sure is. We got NQ.
Hey, how's it going?
He's back.
How was that joke, Jack?
You all good?
How would you rate that joke? I thought
Did you cut yourself off after that joke?
The hook on stage when they
No. I might have to rejoin, guys. It happened before. Like it's like I've entered the Matrix here or something. Like everything's just slowing down. So I'll wait till they get to the 2 up, and I'll be right back.
Wow, there we are. Okay, what's up, JD?
There we are.
All right,
you ever report on the market on? You ever report on the market on open orders?
Saw the move
the way we do MOC.
S&P 350 million buy side, NASDAQ 48 million sell side, Dow 47 million buy side, 350 million buy side in the ES, and 48 mil sell side NQ.
Not quite as significant as the market on close orders, but market on open orders do exist also. A little influx of liquidity right on the open.
And the pits.
The moves.
The pits, those moves would get it rocking. See what their hands are. See what they're getting ready to execute. All right, 50-50 tilt across the board right now. And just printed new session highs in the ES. 6803 in the orders. And Q, 10 points off recent session highs. 25,061 last trade. Crude, looking to catch a bit of a push lower. Trade $94.52. FOMC is tomorrow, Ron. Tomorrow. FOMC.
Yes.
All the wall
The announcements tomorrow.
Yep.
The meeting does start today. It's a 2-day meeting. And it will conclude with the Fed announcement tomorrow, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, followed by Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference, 1:30. We're going to have a watch party right here on Topstep TV starting about 12:45 p.m. Central Time. Make sure you're here for it.
That boy, JD.
We'll take you through the entire experience. Everybody loves a Fed day, right?
Second to last for Powell and the boss.
I'm excited.
Oh, there you go. What's up, Jack? Another pop here in gold. Gold 50.35 last trade. Gold up about call it $20 in the last 10 minutes or so.
Spending a little bit of time at the 6750 SPX level. It's kind of where we've paused for now. And what's up? I froze there. People didn't appreciate that joke. I stand by it wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Double down.
Say it again right now.
You too.
Do it. Say it again. Say it again.
Yep.
If you lost on soybeans, post #Sean Bean. He dies a lot. Just kind of like losing money on a soybean trade.
That's my guy. That's my guy. Ooh, more buying here. ES new session high 6804. Looking at about a 70-point rally last 90 minutes. Now same story there.
We were actually just testing out your connection, Jack, to see if your internet service provider appreciated that joke.
Yeah, I'm sure Comcast is rolling.
We got 10-year treasury yield 4.209%. Rates continuing to go higher. Dollar getting stronger. What we got for Fed Watch for tomorrow? We're looking at look at that 99% probability of a pause for tomorrow. Remember that one Fed meeting last year in September? It was like 85% probability of a cut.
Yeah, and they did cut
wiggle room
in September, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of wiggle room on that one. This one.
Those are the fun ones. This will all be about the dot plots, like the future-looking stuff, and the Q&A for sure.
Yeah, not expecting any dissenters on this vote. Maybe one.
Ooh, no, I bet because they can, and it's part of their brand. I would guess Myron dissents. He still wants the cuts.
Anyone else?
No, that's my guess, though.
Yeah,
Bowman.
It would be Waller. It would be Waller or Bowman, but I think I would expect it just to be Myron.
Okay, that's what I was reading too. Only expecting one dissenter. I think there's a poly market for that also. How many dissenters will there be at the Fed meeting?
It's wild. What did we see? 3 last time? Saw one for in December we saw one for a pause, 2 for a cut. Myron coming in hot with a 50-point basis.
Mm-hmm.
Really cut. We got Crude. Crude just did print some new session lows, 94.33. About 10 cents off of that right now. It's number at the top of the hour, 15 minutes into this New York session. I found a Crude pretty tame right now. We got another NVIDIA AI conference at 10 a.m. Central Time. So in about an hour and 15 minutes, NVIDIA AI conference. We saw what happened. I guess it was pretty much an AI conference yesterday. I guess maybe more of like a pep rally for NVIDIA.
Yeah, a couple days. I think people are getting weird there. Is this like one of those conferences? Let us know again if you're there.
Yes, that's right.
Just to go back to 10-year rates really quick, if we take a look at my screen, Andre, since you mentioned the September meeting, I just want to, I got to share those again. Never mind.
Last September or this September? Yes, this September is the first. Well, around buying here. We're selling in crude. New session lows there, $94.22. Now 19 cents. New session highs NQ.
All right, let's try that
Tapping on
again.
the ceiling of new highs in the ES.
Here's the 10-year yield. This intersection right here is where we were when Powell, when we had that September rate cut. I usually use this just to demonstrate that the Fed cutting rates does not, longer term rates are all set on the open market. So we are higher. We're about 15 basis points higher right now than we were when we started cutting rates.
Here we go. More
really,
buying.
It's been between 4 and 4.3 has been the range there.
More highs in the ES.
Yeah, and Q closing on. There you go. 25,102. 102. 103s now, new session highs. And now crude in the $93 handle. $93.83. Lows there. Yep. ES 6808. We got 1,000 live in the offer. 6809. Offer 1,000 times. Was it filled? Let's see it.
Did 09 print in the minis?
09 did not trade. 09 did not trade. Okay. So it was pulled 6808 half. Nice there. Moved it up to 6811. 6811 now offered 900 times, about 5 points higher. Use that level 2 data. Topstep X.
What do you think, guys? Do we got a caveman into this rally? We just got to buy it.
It's tricky.
I really don't want to.
I mean,
we both got accounts here, though, JD.
Yeah.
We sure do.
I'll tell you what, that correlation.
I haven't made a trade yet today.
Correlation trade was not hitting yesterday, boys.
No.
Crude and equities. Yeah.
I got the P&L to prove it. New session highs in the NQ, 25,117.
Top trade says we just hit the top.
Call the tops?
As soon as we call for the long, that's the top. Is that what you're saying?
I got some more size. Got 900 offered, 6811 offered 900 times, 6812 offered, 800 times as well. 5 and 6 points higher from here.
Maybe it's one of those like gun to your head things. I guess probably. I'm still looking about 15 points higher than here before I would really consider any short.
Yeah.
PDJ. Tinfoil hat. I got it on too, though. I got my tinfoil. You should see. Yeah. $94.16. Talking about crude. Last trade there. We did bottom out a couple minutes ago. $93.83. In the chat. Top trades. Again, definitely the top.
Definitely the top.
You short then. If it's definitely the top, you got to go short. I would. 6806. Still a holding pattern. Might be getting ready to make
Emmons
another.
is on top of. Dan Emmons is on top of the headlines. That is an actual headline that came out. White House has received an offer from Democrats on DHS funding.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, is that part of the push higher here?
I'm flying on Saturday, so that's good to hear.
Oh, good luck, man. Good luck.
Yeah. My wife is at the Tucson airport right now. She's stuck in a line.
Mm-hmm. Ugh. All right, looking at tap. Yes. Couple ticks. 1.5 from session highs. As we trade 6806. So again, we got the 900 lot on the offer, 5 points higher. Then we got a 800 lot, 6 points higher. The ES, anything in NQ? NQ showing any size? Using that level 2 data on Topstep X? Nope. Really. 1s and 2s. And we have a housing number top of the hour. U.S. pending home sales.
Starts and permits. Wait, which one is it? Pending home
US,
sales.
Yes. Pending home sales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my calendars.
Go ahead, JD.
Is that Jack? I was just gonna say one of my calendars had housing starts and permits coming out this morning also, but that didn't happen.
Also,
10 a.m. We got Trump meeting with the Irish Prime Minister, and then we got Trump again at the Friends of Ireland luncheon. Hope we have the feed for that.
Tis St. Patrick's Day, right?
Yeah,
it is.
At 4:20 p.m. Central Time, we got Trump at the Shamrock Bowl presentation.
What's the Shamrock Bowl?
Oh, maybe a football game. Notre Dame. I don't. I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Sounds like
God Country Notre Dame.
That'd be my best. Yes. I couldn't tell. That's a bad joke too. My internet should be cutting out right now. Oh, please click subscribe. Please click like and notify if you'd be so kind. It says there on the Chiron. Again, seeing some buying right out of the gate here in the first 20 minutes. We got gold. Now gold's selling off. Gold down about $10 here in the last 2 minutes. Gold trading 50.24.
We are kind of just still hanging around exactly. We're at 67.50 in the spot right now. That was a little bit of resistance. Now we're kind of checking back here.
Crude. But 80 cents off the lows. Just printed. Trading $94.69. Crazy on the tilt right now. A little bit more selling in gold. Now 50.21. Trades down about $12 last 4 minutes or so. Pull back here.
I saw someone ask earlier, is it possible, are we allowed to blacklist people in the chat so they only see their own comments? And yes, they don't call it blacklisting, they call it hiding. But don't worry, you have to be especially toxic or annoying for that to happen to you.
It's only happened a couple of times. Yeah.
Did not know
I do it still. But it's like,
no, they don't
it's
know
not
that,
an easy bar to clear. Oh no, they're just talking to themselves. But they don't notice because no one's listening to them anyway because they're
we
nuts.
We let a lot go. Keep in mind, internet's forever. Internet's forever. That'd be a shame that somehow some of that vile stuff people say catches up to you. It'd be funny for us, but not you. More selling here in gold. Gold now 50.17 last trade. Gold down about $18 last couple minutes. We got oil continuing to catch a bid. Now $1 off those recent lows that just printed. $94.87 last trade there. We're selling gold. 50.15. Now 50.14 trades. 50.13. Gold down about $20 now. Last couple minutes. Gold really selling off.
Is it? It kind of looks like that inverse correlation between S&P and crude oil is on right now, or equities and crude oil.
Yeah. Yeah, more buyers in crude here. Closing on $95, about 5 cents to go. What happened there? Gold sold off first. Crude caught a bid. Yes, and the equities pulled back.
Alpha Rex in the chat got me with that one. If the internet's forever, where are all of my MySpace pictures?
They're out there.
That one got me. It tickled me.
What's the setup here? If GD, yeah, it looked like we did see a little bit of the correlation play out there. Maybe, well, we've got a number about 5 minutes, top of the hour. Crude sells off. Yeah, see already the buyers jumped in there. ES and the NQ. NQ back to 25,104. ES to 6805. This one's tricky. Right on the headlines right now. How are we looking at MBT? Still comfortably in the 70s. 70,000.
Yeah, but it's way off its highs. So last night in the spot market traded 76,000. Trading 73,600 right now.
The Dow 47,700 last trade, 60 points off recently printed session highs. All right, is Crude going to pull back?
I wish I had something more to hold on to here. Like the 6750, something's happening. Let me check the individual days here.
They're going to preempt this. Yes, catching a bid again. 6806 now trades 2.5 points off session highs. What did we pull back to that previous 5 minute? 6801s. Not the deepest. Pull back there. All right. Number 4 minutes, top of the hour. U.S. pending home sales might not be the biggest market mover. However, we're going to bring that to you. It's on the calendar. We do. 900 lot, 800 lot still on the offers up there in the ES. About 6 points higher. Those also would be session highs if they did trade. NQ.
Right, so we've stepped off the gas at least in stocks for the moment. VIX is almost down to 22. Everything in the green in the big stocks, except for Broadcom, is down very slightly.
Okay. In the chat, Jamari saying, asking, so please talk about MNQ, micro NASDAQ. What would you like us to talk about? MNQ. Well, we got the minis. NQ trading 25,095. Pull back here. I'm sure the chart looks pretty similar.
Yeah, looks about the same.
Yeah,
it really does.
It took maybe a little bit of a bigger pullback, but like everything the NQ does is just a little more exaggerated.
Take a look at NQ ladder. Thin.
Now it's turning around a little bit.
A little selling coming in. About 30 points off the highs there. Just maybe a little profit taking for this number, or do they know the number? Because Crude's not moving. Crude's pulling back a little bit, actually, as they sell this thing. And the equities gold bounced off that most recent sell-off gold, trading of 50.22. About $12 from that recent sell-off. All right, let's get this number out of the way. Let's get some headlines. Let's rock this thing. It's holding bid up.
90 seconds.
Yeah, holding bid.
Seconds.
Holding bid. Incredible.
Okay, well, we'll wait for the number, then we'll see.
I don't know. I think I got to shake the bearish bias, boys. I don't think even the headlines aren't moving the market like they did the last couple weeks. Just looks like it wants to go higher. Resilient.
Yeah. By the nature of this whole oil situation in Hormuz, it's looking like even if it is a big deal, it's going to be more of a slow bleed out as it just kind of goes on and on and on, and supply is restricted a little bit.
I agree. Headlines. There you go. Freedom. Yep. You've seen those 2 800 lots on the offer. You got that level 2 data. Topstep X.
There's a couple of them up there. 800 at 11, 800 at
Ooh.
12, another 650 at 13.
There you go. Good
Someone's
stuff.
playing a game up there.
30,
Nothing on the bid side.
30 seconds till the number. Crude closing back in on $95. Couple cents to go. There you go. 95.03 now trades. 05s, 06s. Crude pushing higher here. What are they doing with this crude? All right. U.S. pending home sales expected month over month minus 0.6%. It was a beat. Actual 1.8%. 1.8%. All right, got that out of the way.
Not much reaction.
And let's see what Crude wants to do. Crude continuing to pump a
Still
little
bidding.
bit. Yeah. 95.16 trades. Now 20s trade. Gold. Not a whole lot doing there. ES. Right back to 6,800. Dow selling off. Or maybe that trade is
No
on.
reaction from Bitcoin either.
Hmm.
Bitcoin stayed stable. Not that I was expecting a big reaction from Bitcoin on that, but
Watching Crude here. Crude. Actually, a little bit more of a bid. 95.20 Dow. Dow pretty sensitive. That's what we're seeing here in Crude. Dow selling off now. Dow about 140 points off the session highs. 47,625. 620 is now trade.
So a good comp for markets, if we do like sort of in the medium term, like bleed out, like if this is a problem, would be like what happened in 2022, where there wasn't any sort of like event you can point to be like, this is what's bringing us down. But over the course of that year, I know as someone who's always long a lot of equities that was painful to watch, especially if you were in some of the names that got ran up in 20 and 21.
That's 6 trillion. That's 6 trillion working its way through the system. Yes. Back to holding bid. Right around 6,800 last trade.
We are in the spot market just 3.7% off all-time highs in the S&P 500.
Incredible. JD, you got the ES up. You like to read the tape. No one does it better, actually. And when you read the tape, you're watching time and sales. You watching time and sales. You're watching the ladder, or both.
Just watching the ladder.
Okay.
Just watching the ladder.
It's very.
I just like seeing the way it moves. You know, I know I've said this before. The original front end, the very first front end trading platforms didn't come with chart packages, so all we had access to was reading the tape all day long, just looking at the ladders. You have a tablet with 6 ladders for 6 different markets on it, and you just sat there staring at it all day long. You know, just an old habit that I still happen to
good habit
find value in. Right?
Absolutely.
Not for everybody. It's it can be boring, but when it starts moving around, you can pick out patterns.
Absolutely.
You'll start to pick out patterns of the way the market's moving.
And, I agree. 71% short tilt. Yes. Last trade 67.96. 72% short tilt now in the ES. NQ, not quite there yet. Only 62% short on the tilt. But we're seeing a little selling coming in. You push lower here.
Our first dip.
Yeah.
Good thing we didn't bulldoze right into that long. The caveman trade looked pretty viable up there at the top, didn't it?
Yeah, hey, we got 74% short tilt in the ES now. Let's try and write this down. Last trade 67.94. 67.94. 74% short tilt ES. 4. No numbers. We're getting the clear. Again, Trump meeting with Irish Prime Minister. It's top of the hour. It's not for a while, but does keep an eye on this tilt. You know, so let's keep an eye on Crude. Crude continuing to stay bid now. You can push higher. $95.32.
Buyers stepping back in a little bit.
Sure are. Yes. Okay. Ooh, there's some selling. Someone just hit the bid. Yes, NQ, the bid just got hit there. See all that red in time and sales. 67.96. Well, that's trade. Now in the 95, we'll have in the NQ 25,064. Yes, orders pulled. Thank you. Good stuff, Billy.
Billy.
Mm-hmm. Crude continuing to grind higher, up about $1.50, $1.50 higher in the last 20 minutes. Crude trading $95.38. Yes, and Q catching a bit of a bid, although something happened with when they hit the bid there. What I mean by hitting the bid, there's market orders going to sell orders, selling right into the bid. It didn't go lower. Did not go lower. 76% short tilt on the ES now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We're trading 67.98. Yep. Saw that, Emmons. On 70% short tilt. Watching Crude. Crude rolls over.
I'm watching both, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Oh.
Where is
just the buy?
Crude?
$95.24, not 22 cents. 21 cents in the Crude. Gold trading 50.18. Oh shit. Selling, all right, a little selling here in the ES. I'm sorry, in crude oil, $95.13. Yeah, now 10 cents.
Different. They're half and half on the tilt. ES 61% on Q. Half and half in oil. Gold long 63%.
No trades taken yet. Everyone's flat. Still flat across the board here.
Crude closing back on $95. Crude down about a 50-cent sell-off here in this 5 minute. Still 70% short tilt in the ES as we trade 67.98 half. What's going on in the NQ? NQ trading 25,071, about 40 points off the session highs. A lot of buying. That opening bell. Into Dow, NQ, ES. Continue to ramp up. We got that 9 a.m. number. Got it out of the way. Kind of stalling out here. Rally.
We're still rolling over just a bit.
Yeah, it is. Equities ain't moving. Will they? Will they?
The day before the Fed, I would be somewhat surprised to see a big, just like a ripper to the upside all day zombie rally. Here's our first pullback.
Yeah, Crude selling off. Yeah, $94.93 now. A 60-cent sell-off in Crude, ES, and Q. Not reacting too much off that. A little pop here in gold. Gold popped up to 50.25. 50.25. A lot of ones and two lots. A lot of volume being traded up here. Using the volume profile in the ES. It's now 66% short tilt in the ES.
Yeah, I hear you on that, Emmons.
What did Emmons say?
Well, to close in like the middle of the range that we've been in forever, that would need us to go 50 points higher or something like that, at least in the ES.
Doesn't want to go, does it? Crude $95. Trade $95. We got gold trading 50.23. Why is it not going higher? It's about to happen.
Is anybody out there trading gold at the moment? We've come a little bit off the gold and silver trade.
There you go.
It's been kind of hard for me to read during the last few weeks with the
agree.
Yeah,
agree. Cool. You're not letting this thing go bid. Something's about to come. They're not letting this go bid. All right. It's hard to read. But luckily, we got this guy, the Delta Don, who will help us read these markets, these charts. Oh, lower right, you're right here. What's up, Hogue? Hogue, come on in, man. Happy Tuesday. What's going on? There's a lot of buyers. We got June front month. What's up? Not front month. June is now being traded on Topstep X. What is up, Hogue? What's going on?
Oh, happy St. Patrick's Day. Markets are off to a running start here this morning. Yes, we got the June contract for the equities now. It changes things a little bit. Just looking at what the market has been doing here this morning, I'm going to focus here on the S&Ps, at least initially. Let me get this set up here. So here we go. This is the 5-minute chart in the S&Ps. Opening range remains the low of the regular trading hour session, and it broke out above this spike from last week, from the spike to the downside from last Monday. It also closed the session gap. Jack, you were talking about a level up there around 68.23, and I like that level. There's a naked point of control up there that could certainly be targeted, but we're seeing our first pretty decent pullback here. It started to look like a bull flag because it was cutting off volume, but this third red bar broke structure on some pretty decent volume. So I'm looking for this market to resolve, at least for the time being, back to the downside, particularly below the base of this late spike. Got to take out, we can see if we can take out the low of the opening range here, and then I could see us getting back into range from yesterday and even into value from yesterday. It does change things a little bit that it's switch day. Markets are going to act a little bit weird today. That's just something that we have to deal with rollover NASDAQ. Similar situation. This is the 5-minute chart. Opening range remains the dead ass low, which makes it hard for me to sell. But we did break a little bit of structure off the high here. That bear flag, that bull flag, got some volume on the break of structure there. So I'm looking for this market to come back. Maybe check into the opening range. Maybe take a look at the base of the late spike from Monday. You're gonna run into VWAP there as well. But it certainly seems as though the buyers who were in control have relinquished that control. And in the NASDAQ, we're looking at pretty much flat delta, but in the S&Ps, we're looking at negative 5,000 in delta, and that is in the June contract. So we're seeing some aggressive shorter time frame sellers here. It's the shorter time frame traders that I believe are in control of this market today due to rollover and a lot of probably hedging in the longer time frames from our bigger participants. Almost back to the opening range here in the NASDAQ. We are back in the 1-minute opening range here in the S&Ps. Let's see if we can get some sort of structure, something that we can hold here inside of the opening range to perhaps look for a long. If we can't hold the low of the opening range, that may change things a little bit. We're about 15 minutes from the initial balance high and low here. So it doesn't hurt us to be a little bit patient and establish those before really trying to get into any good opportunities here. We're still inside the initial balance in crude oil. Opening range, neither the high nor the low there. We've looked both sides of the initial balance high and low in gold. That is likely going to keep that market relatively range bound for the rest of the day. And the opening range is neither the high nor the low. So we did 2 no takes this morning in the opening range trade, which was a good decision. Good choice on those. And that's the story for now, and I'm sticking to it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Bottom of the hour, we get those initial balance, high initial balance, low prices in the equities. 79% short tilt ES, 74% short tilt in the NQ. JD, thanks for jumping in here. Double duty. See you again a little bit later, but JD, get out of here. A couple words before you go.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'll be back for a stats drop in just a little bit, and I'll be back for the 1 o'clock trade with Topstep session with Hogue and James S. Looking forward to being back and seeing everybody in just a little bit.
Happy
See you guys later. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Here, Doherty. All right. We are seeing the equities continuing to sell off, down about 20 points now. More so. And ES down about 20 points off the highs. Thank you.
Yeah, we just went through the top of the Jensen bar briefly by like a tick or two in the ES right there.
Want to move. Yeah, they were. Hogue, what do you got for Delta in June? I know it's rollover, but just out of curiosity.
Yeah, June S&P Delta is negative 5,200.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
NASDAQ's pretty much flat in June, as far as Delta's
Okay.
concerned. S&P back inside the opening range. NASDAQ just kissed the top of the opening range. Saw some buyers coming in there.
79%. 79% short tilt in the ES right now. 75% short tilt in the NQ. Yeah.
Look at this. Oh, when you came in, I did not think we'd be talking about what the downside of the initial balance would be.
June 25.02.
Lows in New York session from the opening 5-minute candle, 67.83 half or thereabouts.
Yep. 83 quarter. It's the low of the opening range as well. See if we take that out. We broke that structure on the 9 o'clock 5-minute bar here. And there was some pretty decent volume too. So market is trying to resolve to the downside here.
Yeah. Saw the way they were hitting that. Emmons, you saw that as well. Actually, kind of. All right, another pop here in crude. Back to $95.50. Took that long. They kept hitting in the bid and they would not let it go higher. Keep an eye on this tilt. I mean,
Brandon, when I talk about the opening range, it's the first minute of the regular trading hour session. So in the equities, it's 8:30 to 8:31.
Yeah. Who was it? Top trade in there saying that the highs are in, or that was the top?
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Yeah. Nice job. You got short.
Very interesting. We got crude oil 95.44. What's our friends in crypto doing?
More selling equities. More selling equities.
Got the low of the opening range now.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Ooh, emphatically too.
Why are they? They are just hitting in this bid. What's What do you got? Delta Hogue up 6,000, maybe negative 6,000 or so.
Negative 5,900. Yeah, good guess.
Yeah. You're just hitting
good estimate there.
Yeah. Short tail. What NQ sold all the way off to what? Dude, took a peek beneath 25,000. 24,995 did print back above that in the NQ.
Preempt.
Yeah. Take a little opening range. What do we get down to? 79 quarter. We're talking about the ES.
Yep. Swept those stops below the opening range.
And look at that bounce right back. Yeah.
Yep. NASDAQ never did take out the low of the opening range.
We're going to talk about that. How we identify. I see what you're seeing there. What a stop run looks like. Here on the chart. I'm not. You see it on the chart, Hogue. I can't really identify it on the ladder, right?
Well, you see it move. You see it like just teleport down real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and you see a lot of volume if you go to those like 1 second charts.
CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, is supposed to, before the AI conference scheduled for the top of the hour, it's going to be jumping on CNBC. He talks about $1 trillion revenue in 2027. All right, 67, 87, now 88's trade. 9-point bounce. 9-point bounce there in the ES. Around the selling, looks like. $25,050. You're in the NQ. Crude, pretty muted right now. $95.12. Last trade up about $1.50, yeah, $1.30 off the lows there. Just keep hitting in this bid. And just like that.
That was a miss.
On the longs?
Yeah.
What
I
was the
should have
setup?
been. It should have been focused on the ES dome when we took that out, because you knew we filled a lot of stops down there.
Mhm.
And once those stops are done, if the dome dies, nobody cares that it's down there. It's likely to return back into range.
Is that a one-time trade there, Hug? Because if we get back down there, it's the stops have already been popped, so those longs have puked. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, at this
second
point,
time around.
At this point, we'd probably wait for the initial balance to be established and see if we can get any play around that.
Okay.
Got about 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes until we can establish that for certain.
Or we can preempt the fact that it may be in.
More room to the upside.
Where would that just pretend like that was a failed downside auction?
Like gonna be the low.
Well, all right. Jensen has begun. So we got CNBC. They got interviewing him. He's going to talk bullish, right? Got to talk bullish.
A little bit of a rock fight going on here.
He's got to talk bullish. Against those
negative 4,500 delta now, so that's come off a little bit.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, he's got to talk this thing up. We got to ask him about the 1 trillion revenue, right? We got to ask him about that. What if he doubles down? We got Kramer interviewing him. Nice. This should be a doozy.
As we shared during Power Hour yesterday, Kramer tweeted with 17 exclamation points about that $1 trillion number.
Oh, man. All right, let these play out. You know what we're doing right now? We're being patient. We're being very patient right now, which also coincides with the Topstep TV tip of the week. Bam, practice patience and discipline. Wait for high probability setups. Avoid over trading on slow days. I should have wrote that on my post note yesterday. Follow your rules, no exceptions. That's a rule right there. Learn to sit on your hands, 100%. Get chopped up. Again, practice patience and discipline. Ever evolving process. All right, tilt leveled off, 50-50. Initial balance, high and low prices will be set in about 6 minutes, bottom of the hour. And Q might be catching a bid here. He's saying. And Q on a go.
A potential failed upside auction in crude oil now.
Okay. DJ in the chat. It's past my 150K combine. Again, so hopefully I don't blow it. Again, that's on you. You got this, DJ. Come on. Job well done. All right, they're talking about the 1 trillion. They're talking about the 1 trillion with Jensen. Our growth is accelerating at a larger scale. It's got to be bullish, right? Just catch the Jensen wave.
Yeah,
it's all right. Keep talking up that NVIDIA. Keep talking up NVIDIA.
He's going to talk this thing up. Crude, $95. 21 cents.
If we keep, in this range, we're eventually going to confront. I mentioned that we bounced off the.
I was selling off.
We've had two. They were both overnight when the spot market was closed. This blue line, if I drew it accurately, would be more slanted. It's just a snapshot in time. We
Okay.
bounced almost to the tick 2 times off the simple 200-day moving average in the SPX overnight. And this line, if we don't start moving to the upside, is going to it's chasing it down like a guy in a hockey mask or something. So I'll be interested to see what we do with that in a day session sometime soon.
Now seeing some more pressure downside. It was gold.
Just to
Gold.
show you the difference too, why I look at the spot for longer term things. We got a new contract today, so this is a great time to look at it. Is if I put on the 200-day moving average for, do I even have it on here? If somebody has the 200-day moving average for the actual ES, I don't even have it up there. It's going to be much higher. In part because you'll notice that, with this gap, this contract has traded all the way up to 7,094 when the spot market, the spot market, I have to move my wizard up. The spot market has only traded a few points above 7,000. So it's
What was that price? What's the high for June?
The high for this contract looks like it is 70.94.
Nice. That's how you do it. Until it did level off. That was an 061. Buyers did kind of put the brakes on itself in the Dow. Yes, NQ did not follow. From the buyers in the NQ. And they just keep hitting in this bid. They do not want it to go higher. For now. Gold did take a peek to the downside. Buyers put an end to that. Let's see.
So Hogue, Andre, quick question for you guys,
Yes, sir.
not trading related. I want to make sure I'm not being a bad citizen here. It's currently 17 degrees in Chicago, and there's a couple inches of snow on the ground. But I'm not shoveling my place because it's going to be 62 degrees on Friday and 72 on Saturday. The snow is just temporary. So is that
Write it
okay?
out. Yeah, write it out.
Okay. I'm just writing it
100%.
out.
You still have snow like on your concrete at your house?
I'd have to go check. I never go out the front door.
I go on the buyers.
Yeah, yesterday, by the end of the trading session, everything in my house was pretty much melted off the concrete.
Here goes
You
NQ
may not have to
popping.
worry about it.
NQ popping. ES might follow. NQ popping. 25,078. ES trying to follow lead. 67.91 last trade. Dow did turn around. Crude selling off.
All right, so. And
oh, shit, he's here. Okay. Sounds good. James, whatever.
I don't want to chase. We're finding a little resistance here at that late spike base.
What was that? Crude selling off.
Buyers are pretty aggressive. Sellers more so. I mean, we're
I took
I got a 5,200 in Delta right now.
Where's he at? Where's he at? Who's there? What's up? Lower left-hand corner. Mr. Dakota, what's happening? What's going on, my man?
What a day.
Yeah.
What's going on,
man? What's the play?
Long. Sit on our hands. That's the play. That's the play right now. I am short though. I am short. I'm short for 25,061.
061.
And
okay.
I'm looking for a pullback. We had that big rally up above 25,100. We got crude up. Crude's around $95 a barrel. Nvidia's flashing red right around break even. So I'm looking for a maybe a little bit of a pullback down to these lower 25,000 even, maybe. I see we came down, we tapped it once. I'm in 2 contracts. So we shall see. It's a little bit of a quiet morning though.
Oh, yes. We got crude. Continue to grind lower here. All right, initial balance high, initial balance low, the ESNQ. What do you got for initial balance low, Hogue, in NQ?
All right, NQ first here. Let's take a ganders. So initial balance low is 24,964.
Right.
Even.
That.
Initial balance high 25,117.
Yeah.
S&Ps initial balance low. Right up against yesterday's IB high. Initial balance low 67.79 quarter.
Yep.
IB high. 68.08 and a half.
You said 7 nines?
79 and a quarter, yes.
We got some. Yeah, we got some rejection there to the upside with sellers in the NQ. Not playing around.
Let's see if we could get continuation. Nvidia's down 0.25%.
Interesting. Why is it so long? Nothing on the tilt.
Yeah, the VIX is down a lot. We're down
Yeah.
to 22.4. So been a little bit quiet. Not too many headlines. FOMC tomorrow. Got that rate decision tomorrow. Could be playing in effect with today's, low vol.
We're going to see if we can't accumulate a little bit of a long position here in the S&Ps. Yes. MES.
There's 1,000 on the bid. There you go. 67.84 on 1,000. 67.84 on 1,000. Good job. Who is that, Billy? That's about 6 points lower. We're at 1,000 on the bid. Hogue, what are we working?
Well, we're working a couple 67.88 half, 67.
Oh.
67.84.
Okay.
Going to pop a couple of stops down below here in case things go haywire.
67.91 last trade. NQ. You're not, letting this thing go higher than NQ.
Yeah, we're kind of just hanging around here.
Yeah, 6-1, yeah.
Yeah, still just a little below 95 in the oil. VIX off its lows, but still low compared to what we've been dealing with, 22.31.
They pulled it. Yep, we've seen that a lot today. But hey, good looking out though. Seeing those big orders. Gonna call those out. That's what we do here. Topstep TV. And Q. Look at the 5 minute. We got a range here. We're looking at low end of the NQ. Around 25,040. Upper end. Well, pretty much right here. 25,076.
Too cheap. Son of a.
We got IB high 6808.
You might get another chance here.
Yeah, they're lifting offers now. And, look at the time of sales in the ES. 50-50 tilt. Again, present meeting with the Irish Prime Minister. Top of the hour. We'll keep an eye out for those headlines.
I mean, today is a holiday, no? Is it
St. Patrick's Day?
Corned beef and cabbage.
It is. It's been a little bit. It's tough when it's on a Tuesday because we're not doing it like the third time I would have had something for St. Patrick's Day. So, congrats to those that celebrate. Chase the snakes out of chat today.
See,
new 5 minutes. If they buy this, what we got here? They can hold this range, or they want to push this thing higher. Talking about the equities. Crude, a little bit more selling here. $94.77. About 90 cents off the session lows.
Unfortunately, all of my green shirts are in the wash from the previous St. Patrick's Day stuff. I forgot about it, but at least I didn't wear orange or something this morning. That would have been saying something.
We're selling here in crude. Crude, $94.50.
All right. That was too cheap. We'll take another look if we get back down there.
All right. What if asking for a friend, someone is long, what would be the upside target here, Hogue?
Range bound. I mean, first target would be value high for today, 6,800 approximately.
I'll give you one more. Oh, that's around where I was going to say too. I was going to say I'll give you one more if you're a coward. Yeah, 6803 might be where I would start taking it.
NQ grinding a bit to the upside. 25,083. 084 is now trade. And back to the 80s.
I don't trust this rally. Yeah, looking at the Tech 9 stock, and they're not really as up as what the NASDAQ would suggest.
Mm-hmm. There we go. So
no, right now we're up about a half, 0.55 in the ES.
No,
we're up 0.71 in the NQ. Russell up the most, almost 1% there.
Yeah. Microsoft is red, Nvidia red, basically scratch actually. Broadcom red. But NASDAQ has a higher percentage than almost everything other than Amazon.
Just go ahead.
What do we blame everything on right now?
Roll.
Roll over.
Roll over.
FOMC.
FOMC.
Exactly. Yeah.
Headlines.
Microsoft just keeps getting punished, man, for everything. Like, I'm surprised. It's been punished for software. It's been punished for OpenAI. Right now, there's somehow the software ETF is up, and Microsoft, not great.
Here comes some selling.
Here we go.
25,048. 048, 047s now. Right in the NQ Dow as well. See that headline? I don't know if
Trump?
Yeah. Say go ahead, Jack.
Trump administration could be forced to shut down smaller airports if the government funding standoff continues. This is from a TSA official. Or a TSA official with the administration, I guess.
What are they going to do? Ship
what was that
TSA
entry price?
agents?
What was that entry price you liked in ES?
Oh, I pulled it for now.
What was the price though? We're back to 67.88.
It was right. I think the first one was right around here.
Okay.
Let's try it. We're long.
Oh shit. What price we get? Shit.
67.89 half.
89 hook.
Just one. Let's see if we can accumulate.
Let's jump back in long one. Hook NQ.
Jeez, Andre, you woke me up.
I can stay locked in, baby. Stay locked in. Just, hopefully we got another bite at the apple there.
I still don't like this rally. I
don't like the
holding
solve
this short
either.
NASDAQ.
We got nothing. Long one, 6, 7, 8, 9 hook. Crude, $94.63. That's trade.
Negative 4,600 in Delta.
Gold, 50.13.
Trade gold on
the buyers
St. Patty's Day.
We got the range. We got a range on our hands. We got a range.
This is where the rock fight's happening, right here.
Yep.
Oh, they're sold off gold today on St. Patrick's Day. That's
Look
terrible.
at it. Dakota, what are you short 2? How are you managing this?
Yeah, I kind of want to add to this position. Not gonna lie, Andre. 'Cause
Really?
this thing looks like we might sell off and have a chance to go test 25,000.
25,000, about 40, 45 points lower.
Yeah, I got 2 contracts, so I'll take one off on a breakdown and then hold one for a runner.
I'm not seeing either way, one way or another. It's gonna move us. A lot of volume being traded at these prices in the ES.
Yeah.
Oh, some of that rock fight.
We're in a very popular price here. I don't like that.
Popular price.
It's a high volume node right where we're long. I don't like that.
Why? Yeah, why? What's up with why?
Because I want to trade where not a lot of people have the opportunity or the time to trade. If it's a popular place, it means people are comfortable transacting business there. And you know there can be accumulation there, but it's typically not going to be the best trade location. Best trades aren't around for very long, right, Dakota?
Correct. Okay, correct. Would you ever just consider closing this and then waiting until you get what you want?
No, I'm going to will it into commission here, into submission.
If you
No,
will
I'm
it,
just
dude,
kidding.
it is no dream. $94.59 last trade in crude. Dow catching a bid.
You cannot will the market into submission.
47,503.
Also, something I hadn't noticed is in the last week, the 50-day moving average on the SPX has started to curve downward for really the first time since the tariff stuff. Remember that?
Oh man, that was last year.
That was less than a year ago.
Yeah.
Dow popping.
We traded below 5,000 in the ES, or sorry, in the SPX less than a year ago.
Yeah, we had 3 handles in a day in the NASDAQ. I remember that one.
Yes, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible. We're selling in crude. Crude $94.39 now.
I'll never forget that day. The NASDAQ was what? A 10% rally intraday from low to high.
Yep.
We're selling crude. Crude 40 cents off the lows. $94.22.
Failed upside auction in crude.
We're buying here in the Dow. About a 60-point pop in the Dow, 47,535. Yes, catching a bid. Q, same story. 50-50.
Well, the market goes your way. You never have enough on.
True.
Always.
We're talking about 6,800s for perhaps an exit, or how do we?
Yeah.
Okay.
69.80, 60, 98.75, 67, 98.75 is the volume point of control. I could see just taking this off there.
Well,
it's the other popular spot.
We're buying here at NASDAQ. NQ continuing to pump here. Only ES follow NASDAQ, 25,088 last trade. 089 is now 90s trade. Dow pumping here as well. Crude on the move, lower. $94.15 last trade in crude, about 30 cents away from those session lows. 50 tilt. Top of the hour president getting ready to meet with the Irish Prime Minister here on St. Patrick's Day. We also have that NVIDIA AI conference, top of the hour. New 5-minute.
Looking a little like a megaphone here. Yeah, that's not the best of patterns. What that is just higher highs, lower lows.
What we got? 15 minutes till the top of the hour. Crude about to jump in. Yeah, crude down the $93 handle. $93.99 now 98 cents, 10 cents off the lows.
The old broadening formation.
I'm right in the middle of it too.
The worst.
I've seen it as much in the ES, but let me look at NQs.
Long from 8.9. Crude.
We get
bounce
in order to take 10 points on this and the stop just above break even. So we're just gonna let this fly.
I like it.
Got close.
Could
have 10%ed it.
Stick to the plan here. We got long. House got long one. I mean, that's from 67.89. 67.89.
Okay, added a third contract up here.
Average price
67.
067. Short 3 MNQ 067. Oh, 67.
67.
6.7. VIX
Yeah,
drops
gotcha.
below 22. 21.94.
Gold catching a bit of a bid. Looks like we got another round of selling here in crude. About to dip back into the 93 handle. A couple cents to go there. Anything on the ladder? Anything on the ladder?
Quiet. Too
1,000
quiet.
lots. Yeah, I'm looking at the ES ladder. There's some 1,000 lots. Those are no longer there. NQ, what do we got there? NQ. Nope, it's tens and. What's going on, Dow? Dow catching another bid. Dow, another round of buying. 47,553. Last trade. Gold on the move higher.
All right.
50.21. Bonus from 067. Okay.
Yep. VIX is getting hit. Seems just very quiet. Waiting. FOMC tomorrow. Headlines.
Yeah, it is quiet on the headlines. We got NVIDIA AI Fest scheduled for
Getting
the top of the
impatient.
hour. Trade's still valid, right?
Yeah.
Another round of buying in the Dow. Dow holding bid. I'm seeing some more sellers jumping back in on crude. That's where they take the top off this thing. The tension is rising. We got to go to show. Hold on. Dow continuing to pump here. Yeah, Dow. Seeing some more buying. We got the old Delta. What's the Dow? Yes, wait, see a pop here. What's going on in the NQ? 25,087. Here we got top of the hour in 11 minutes. 11 minutes till the top of the hour. Jack, take a look at those gamma levels. Still same? 68.53 upside?
There hasn't been really anything to grab on here. Still looking strongly. I love if we start really rallying up around 68.20, the 67.70 SPX level. And then, we're mostly negative down to a long way from here. So, like, Dakota, if there is the sell-off, there's some fuel for it. We're talking like down to like 66.50 SPX, which would be like 67.03 or something in the futures.
Okay.
It's a long way off.
I could see that too. I could see 25,000, maybe even lower in the NASDAQ if we do start to sell off.
Back to the 25,000 days.
Yeah.
Some
Meryl
of
Soup
that
says-
is certainly because we are only a few days away from March options expiration. That's this Friday.
We just got within a tick of my exit.
It's good. Crude selling off. Dow bidding up.
I've moved the stop up. Don't like it.
Crude, they're seeing some support. 90.
Flat. Made 5 points.
All right, nice trade. 67.94. Now we can sell off for Dakota. Dakota short 3. I'm in 25,067.
We are hanging out here.
Yeah, we got the range.
Somebody yelled at me about the 10% rule, so we got within a tick of our exit. We're good.
All right, stuff. Let's see if we get another setup here. Crude is catching. The crude is holding. Seeing a lot of support at $94. Even about 20 cents higher from there right now. Dakota, you added.
Yeah, at the top of this megaphone pattern, kind of higher highs, lower lows. Looking for it to continue. So I'd look for this market to come back down and maybe look at the bottom end of this megaphone pattern. And then I'd like to be able to hold a runner down to, if this market wants to go to 25,000 or lower, I'll be in a good position.
Yeah.
I still like it. I mean, NVIDIA's red, Microsoft's red, Broadcom's red. The rest of this market is up, but not as dramatic as this NASDAQ makes it seem.
Yeah. Dakota, look at the chart. First target, you're short 3. Where would you shave one or peel one off?
I'll probably shave that contract I added down to these 2540s.
Yep, I see that. 040.
Well, I'll tell you, we were talking about the Dow. I'll tell you somebody who is hoping that we reclaim those highs is Pam Bondi. If we go to my charts real quick, because unless we get back above that Dow 50,000, that those clips of what she was saying, the Dow's at 50,000 that kind of went around, that was on February 11th, which was the high right now. So that clip's going to be iconic if we get a real sell-off.
Internet's forever.
Internet's forever.
Market's mostly in a holding pattern right now. Gold's seen a little bit of selling. 50.18.
But what about Walmart? You say, well, Walmart's positive. That's why I'm in red right now. That's why the NASDAQ's up. Got Walmart leading the way. Up 0.4.
Yeah, it goes oil. Again, took a peek. It's a 93 handle. Buyers defended it. All right, now we're at 93.99 trades. Back up to 94.05.
I think that's a lesson for all people out there. You never want to quote stocks at all-time high as some sort of achievement because you have no control over it.
You don't make hats about it and stuff.
Oh, hats are great.
For your brand.
We've been using that as we're down 3.5 hats in the Dow since then. What's up?
Looks like we got might have some new lows coming here in crude. Now we're at $93.92, 9 cents away. Finally, all the beneath. Will crude get there? Back above 94. Back above 94 in crude. $94.05. Now 7 cents. Now 8 cents.
Sellers. Come on, sellers.
This is a grind. This is a grind. Tomorrow, yeah.
What's Delta Hug?
S&P is negative 3,200, positive 400 in the NASDAQ.
Oh, the buyers.
June contract.
I have a question. Oh, you might be able to answer. I was thinking about it yesterday. So I've never like the concept of delta you're talking about is new to me since I've been at Topstep. I've never looked at it before. What I was wondering, I don't know the answer, is when we're doing the contract roll, there's a lot of like, I believe like implied spreads and stuff. Is the roll completely shown in the
in the delta
in the two main contracts, right? Is it completely shown? Like anybody that rolls a contract, is that reflected as plus or minus one and plus or minus one in the other?
It's a really good question, Jack. Volume is counted in each contract when it is done as a spread. They also keep track of the number of spreads that are counted or that are traded. So my assumption would be if they're including the volume in the June and the March contract that were executed in spreads, it's included in the delta.
Awesome.
Limit orders are not counted in the delta. The order that fills that limit order.
I got it here. Yes. I'll trust, I guess, the AI on it because it sounds right. Implied spreads in the CME Globex count towards the volume in the individual contracts.
Yes.
A trader executes a spread, such as a calendar spread. The CME Globex matching engine breaks down the transaction and reports volume to both the spread market and the individual outright contract markets. Okay.
Yes. And you can see that because on the CME bulletin, it's in rollover right now, but there is no like spot that says how many spreads were traded. They just tell you the total number of each of the contracts.
There you go, Dakota. All right. Crude with a little pop. Crude with a little pop there. $95.30.
This is very painful. You gotta have patience. Yeah.
Yes. Practicing patience. Topstep TV tip of the week. We got 2 minutes till top of the hour. Looked like crude wanted to take off higher.
So there's over 250,000 contracts that traded in the spread, but those are added to the March and June contract for whichever side.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pit thing. I guess always on alert for the delta. It's a big number one way or another. Just want to see where the locals are at, Hogue. See where the locals at.
Yep.
And try to figure out what their out is. They're out. They're lean. Where are they leaning? All right, top of the hour, 90 seconds. 90 seconds.
Hey, see if we get through. See if we get some type of sell-off here.
Took it with you.
Some type of
type of way.
Some type of way.
Amazing patience here, Dakota. Amazing patience.
It was very similar to yesterday. I mean, there's nothing to do once I place the trade. This brings back old school slow market vibes where the market does this, and you just have to, smaller size, wide stops, have patience, take what the market give you.
All right, let's see what happens here in about 45 seconds. Top of the hour. Hogue, what are we looking for? We got the initial balance high, initial balance low prices. Jotted down here.
We're sitting right here at the right here at the point of control. So far, it's a range bound day. There's nothing I want to do right here. If we get near the initial balance low, maybe I'll buy it. If we get near the initial balance high, maybe I'll sell it.
Okay, those
I just really have to focus on those extremes now on a range bound day.
Gotcha.
Agree. Yeah. Braden's going to be joining me for slow markets.
Ooh, look at that. Preempting the plug. I like it, Dakota. 7 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday. Here on Topstep TV, slow markets. Dakota, we'll be joining you today.
Braden, Andre. Braden. My man, Braden. I'm excited. He's one hell of a trader. One hell of a
He
trader.
is.
Going to be trading it up tonight. Slow markets. He does trade slow markets in the first place.
Damn, what was that? It was at 10 o'clock. Was it on 10 o'clock? See a little bit of a pop there. Any follow through here to the upside. 67.96 last trade in the ES.
Okay.
We're going to resume the buying. 50-50 on the tilt. Here comes some selling crude. Crude can't make up its mind. And we'll be on the lookout for Trump headlines. Going to be meeting with the Irish Prime Minister. There are in comments. We'll be sure to bring those to you here in real time. Go to short 3067.
Still just chopping around here.
I know. Why am I in this thing?
If they're going to have some Lucky Charms for breakfast.
Wow. As an Irishman, yeah, I take offense to that, Hogue. As an Irishman, wow, what you did there?
They're magically delicious.
Corned beef and cabbage is on.
Positive depictions of the Irish in media, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, there's a lot of ways they could have gone with that would have been upsetting, but seems like an all right guy.
Crude.
Just pick
Yeah,
out
take
the
another peek
marshmallows.
beneath $94. Above.
Poke it with a stick. Come on.
Do something, Goldman. 50-50 on the tilt.
Poke the bear with the stick.
Poke. Yeah, the bear, not the bull.
Yes.
Bear with the stick. Let's get it.
Up here.
I should have known when it was just a hedge, but I had those VIX calls over the weekend. I should have known when my counterparty was Citadel Securities. I should have just gotten out right there.
Yeah, I've been there, man.
Straight 21 right now.
Filling an iceberg. You run into an iceberg and it's Goldman. Oh boy. It's this is gonna hurt. Crude. Dakota showing the patience. What's gonna flinch? Who's gonna blink first?
Flash.
Lot of
sideways.
Dow selling
sideways.
Dow catch.
I still like the downside. Nothing's changed. This market is going to the right, and nothing has
Bears
changed.
waking up. Bears waking up.
Need some selling here in the Dow. ES might be grinding lower as well. And Q follow along. So
See Jay talking about MBT popping. We're close. We're 74,900 in the spot.
All right, we might see some green on the screen now. First time in a while.
My bear growl.
Yes.
Is that what that is?
47,500. The Dow. There you go. Some selling there. There you go.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's gotta go.
And it's gone.
50-50 tilt. Get another round of sound here in the equities.
All right, I'm gonna try it again.
You're just tuning in. This is a slow day.
Trying to get this. Buy one for the break.
We're getting in now. We got Microsoft catching up steam to
There
the
you go.
downside.
Dow's selling
NVIDIA.
off.
So, all right.
There we go. Dow selling off 47,490. Yes.
Oh, it
Luckily
worked,
following.
It works. We're going now.
25,053 in the NQ. Hogue, what did we take last time? 89s? Go back to the well.
Yeah. Yep, right here. I think we can get better trade location than that.
Okay.
Somebody in the
Below
chat
the bear.
asked if we had if we like banned Harris from the chat. No, we'd never do that. Just to be clear, the vast majority of we'll delete a comment if it's like inappropriate. You got to be someone that there is no hope for in the future to get banned.
Yeah, Dakota.
Let's get down to these 40s. I could see it. We got Microsoft, Nvidia in the red, Broadcom red, deeper red. Man, Broadcom's down almost 1%.
My pearls.
Sorry, Dakota. That's right. It was the range in. Range in. What's going to change it? What's going to get us out of this range? All right, Dakota, we'll let you manage that trade. Still short 3 in the money right now. Crude catching a bit of a bid here. What do we got? 25 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Well, no volatility right now. Guess what? Change that here when I bring in Dr. Volatility. James, come on in here. What's going on? Let's get these markets rocking. What's up, James?
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. What's up, guys? Don't worry, I'm not on my phone. I'm just looking at the Topstep TV Instagram page on my phone. I follow it and I put it in my pocket and I carry it with me wherever I go. And guess what? You should do the same thing, because when you follow Topstep TV on Instagram, you're getting education straight from the crew, all right? Catch market breakdowns, recaps, analysis, sweepstakes informations, and more, all when you follow Topstep TV on Instagram. All right, now I know a lot of you are already on Instagram, doom scrolling every night, so go ahead and add another follow to the doom scroll account and follow Topstep TV. And don't forget, while you're there, you can follow the core Topstep account as well, and you can follow and like all the pictures we post. Look at us on our stories, DM us, whatever you want to do. Just be sure that you are following Topstep TV. Looking at the chat, I am breaking the market. Let's keep going, because tomorrow is FOMC watch party, guys. That's right. If you are a first timer here on Topstep TV, you may be wondering what this is. Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's where we all sit and watch the FOMC watch. The meeting where Jerome Powell comes out with his purple tie and talks about the Fed. That's right. We're going to be streaming it right here live tomorrow. Kicking off around 12:30, while we're going to have, 12:50 p.m. Central Time, we're going to have FOMC strategy session. That's where Andre, JD, Jack, and Hogue are going to come to the screen, break down what they expect to be talked about at the FOMC meeting, and then how the markets may react. Then after that, at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, we're going to start the actual FOMC watch. Remember, the meeting minutes are typically announced at the top of the hour at 1, but the conference doesn't actually start until 1:30. It runs all the way through to Power Hour, and we're going to be here on air for every second of it. So join Andre, JD, Jack, and Hogue tomorrow starting at 12:50 p.m. for the strategy session, and then rolling right into FOMC Market Watch at 1 p.m. Central Time. Well, that's tomorrow. Let's talk about things that are happening today. Today at 12 p.m. Central Time, we're doing group coaching again. Group coaching, it's the point in the show where your questions get answered live right here on Topstep TV. Now, you may be asking yourself, how do I get my question answered live right here on Topstep TV? Well, I'll tell you how. Go ahead and click on the link that's going to be dropped in chat any minute now. And it's going to be in chat soon. It's going to be pinned to the top of the chat, and you will have all morning to click on it, fill out your question, and then be back in your seat for group coaching at 12 p.m. Central Time. Now, today we're joined by Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop. So if you have a question for Anne-Marie herself, host of Market Kickoff Sundays at 4:45 p.m., well, you can ask her. So go ahead, fill out the questions for Anne-Marie, Hogue, and Hoop, and then be sure to be back in your seat for group coaching today at 12 p.m. Central Time. Now, I've talked a lot already, but I have to talk a little bit more before we get back to the charts, because you may notice a new option when browsing Amazon: 1-hour delivery. The e-commerce giant announced Tuesday that option is now available in hundreds of locations. The idea is to offer faster fulfillment on items you could typically find at big box discount stores. That includes things like health and beauty products and over-the-counter medications. 1-hour delivery costs $10 for Prime customers and $20 for everyone else. There's also a new 3-hour delivery option, which has an even broader geographic footprint of more than 2,000 locations. It's $5 cheaper. Items that qualify for these new options will indicate so on their product listings. Amazon also has a dedicated storefront that lists them.
Dr. Volatility. Dr. Volatility. How about it? Seeing some selling here. Coming up, Dakota's still shorts,
nice.
correct?
Yeah. Still short 2. I'm going to take another one off right here. So now short 1 from 078. And
078. I'd be low and coming in.
It worked out. Worked out pretty good.
Maybe low and coming in ES. 3 points off. Looks like I'm wrong. Let's give it a whirl.
Let's do it.
Yeah, man.
We're long one MES. We'll
Let's
fade
go.
into it.
Yeah, I like it. What price we get?
83.5. Low the initial balance is 79 quarter.
83. 783 hook. 83 hook. Okay. Look at that.
Man, Broadcom took a
Tilt.
hit.
Volatility is coming through.
Anything out of the NVIDIA conference doing that?
Not seeing much.
NVIDIA's down 0.4.
Let's get this a little.
Not seeing much.
Well, I think there's still more room to the downside. Go test session lows.
We'll leave. I just put 1 on. We'll add, if it does do a sweep like that, we'll add 1 more small position.
Okay. Crude catching a bit of a bid. Did you scratch or we're still in?
We're still in. Just the 1. I'm going to add another if we sweep. So we got just a little bit aggressive. We didn't take out the IB low there.
No, we didn't. Tells you something. Might tell you something there. Got to put at the top of the chat. Get those group coaching questions in for Ho, Anne Marie, and Hope.
We only got 1 on.
How do you add more contracts while you're in the trade? How? Like mechanically how? You say join bid for this, in this case, or buy market.
Just as long as you're not going full position on your every trade, right? It's building into a position, usually starting with a smaller size.
Oh, seen a little bit of fine. Dakota, you are short 2 or 1? Just 1?
I'm short 1. I took another profit at these. I think I got 018. 1 short from 078 with my stop loss really tight, and I'm just going to let this one run.
Nate, that's not what I'm saying. Absolutely not.
Pumper's just, what is this?
We got Crude trade $94.62.
There's a
trade 47,453. Any size? Any size here?
Crude oil almost back up to 95.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's a good chance if this thing wants to go sweep the New York session lows.
And they held those 94s. They did not want it to go beneath 94 in crude. Pretty
Why not
quiet right now.
move my stop loss to break even? There's no, so when I trail or I move my stop loss, there has to be some type of structure. Right now, this is the only structure that I'm seeing here at these 25.090. That's where my stop loss is. So I'm going to wait for some type of structure. This is almost it right here at these 50s. But what we're seeing right now is a form of structure. So if we do start to sell off, then I could move my stop loss just above that. So anything I do in the market when it comes to my stop loss, I'm a technical trader, and so it needs to be based off of technicals.
There we go. 15 minutes to the bottom of the hour, not the Euro close. The bottom of the hour. It's an hour and 15 minutes from now. A little pullback in crude, seeing a little bit of a bid come in Yes, and Q. That's going long one.
Yeah.
Yes, from 67.83. Is your stop in profit, Dakota?
No, it's not. It's 16 points above the previous
Okay.
pivot, which is at
That's just like that's in case emergency, right? In case emergency it gets there, you'll cut it
yeah.
manually. I gotcha.
I've already so I was short 3, and I took profit on 2 of the contracts already. So this is a very profitable trade in terms of points, right? Not paying too much attention to the dollar amount. Where I'm still up 40 points. I took one off for like plus 30, another one off down here at like 0.18 is where I got that last contract. So let this one runner run. Gotta let the runners run.
Runners want to run.
There's that.
Chain.
What's up, Hogue? Hogue, house count long one. Yes,
Oh, good.
67.83. IB low.
83,
79s. Yeah.
Yeah. How
Nice.
much?
Yeah, I knew we'd get
Oil
better.
creeping higher.
We'd get better
Oil creeping
location.
higher.
Now,
What's up, Jack?
in your, I was going to ask Hogue where he would put the stop in this, because that's the one thing I'm struggling with on this trade is how far below the IB low I'd want to put it. I originally just had a rest because we only had one contract down below VWAP.
That's the ultimate question.
I know.
Well,
now I got to tighten it.
Well, you're not going to let a winning trade turn into a losing trade at this point. Right?
Well, it's not. I mean, maybe it's only. I don't want to go to break even yet because I got in above the initial balance there. Would you get out before we go test the low of that, Hogue, or would you give it some room to sweep?
Oh, it would be the other. It would be below the initial bounce low, especially with that location.
Yeah,
that's great trade location, man.
You got for Delta, Hogue. A lot of volume. Trading back and forth on bid and
airbag to sleep. Negative 5,500.
Dow popping here. Dow. 47,530. This 5 minute candle Dow is up 70 points.
Jack, you got VWAP 6790, which is, a perfectly acceptable target. You got TPO point of control 6793.75. Volume point of control just above that 6796.20 or quarter. And then value has moved lower. It's now at 6798.75. So if you're playing this as a range, VWAP would be an out, point of control would be another out, value high would be another out.
Seeing a little bit of wiggle here.
Crude's popping.
Crude just
popped. Crude just popped.
Any news?
No, Crude just popped. $95 incoming crude. Not seeing any news. We did see the sellers jump in the equities there.
Boy, did they.
Yeah. 50 tilt. Let's see. Not seeing anything.
Just to inform some psychology here, I'm saying I'm sweating over a $20 trade. It's not the money. This isn't even my money. And I lose much more and make much more in other stuff I'm doing.
You're going to acknowledge that?
I hate putting on losing trades on YouTube. It feels so much worse. I would rather lose $5,000 than lose $100 on this station.
I feel you,
Jack.
Here we go. Trump hitting True Social. The United States has been informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against Iran. Yep.
Oh.
You see the pop. Oh, right back. Saw the pop in crude.
Well,
Buyers jump back in. We no longer need or desire NATO countries' assistance. This is coming through Truth
I wonder if they
Social.
want ours.
President. They are President. Here we go. We no longer need Japan, Australia, or South Korea support. President is hitting going to Truth Social. Seeing what the reaction is here. We saw that pop in Crude. See if they want to keep going.
Yeah, Crude's trying to hold.
Let's see, I'm going to see some selling here in the equities. Equities might be rolling over a bit.
Having trouble at VWAP there, Jack.
We still in?
Where's your view up at? You New
Oh,
York
I'm
anchor?
looking at a 5. I'm looking at the 5 minute. Sorry. Yeah.
You still in, Jack?
Yeah, I'll do this. Yeah.
Okay.
We got to give it at least
Nice.
below. Let's see if it sweeps below the
Sounds
initial
bearish.
balance.
The tone of this stuff sounds bearish.
It does.
For equities.
I'm all for it right now.
Oh, get out of here.
We could get within one tick of your stop loss and then bounce.
What do you still like the sweep of initial balance here, Hogue, or are we giving up? Because we're getting it right now.
Do I like it for long if we sweep it and come back in? Maybe.
Yes. Then I'll hold on that. That's what was my plan that I laid out before, is if we
Yeah.
sweep the lows here, I'll add a second contract.
We're getting pretty close to 10:30 here, so it's not going to take a long time to confirm if we do get a failed downside auction. Or a successful downside auction for that matter.
We made a new pivot here in the NASDAQ, so I am going to adjust my stop loss down to 050, 061. This is what I was referring to, right? This was that main pivot I had my stop loss at. We now just made a new one. That's where my stop loss is going to be above.
Holding bid. Equities holding bid.
Negative 6,100 in delta now in the S&Ps.
Jeez. Okay. June. What's March? Just out of curiosity.
Yes. June.
What do you
June,
have
March
for March?
Is negative 2,800.
Okay. Low buying coming back in the equities. 67.85. What did we bottom out at? 67.80 in the ES.
You know what I was thinking there, Andre?
Dude, I thought, yeah.
I was thinking, I was thinking, well, now stocks want to sell off when oil is rising.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
I thought that wasn't how we were playing yesterday.
100%. 100%.
That's a strong hold on the NASDAQ to not get down to 25,000 bounce.
Just for reference, Dakota value low for today is 017 half.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, oil's above 95 now.
Yep. Nope. All right, they got the range. Yep, back to just underneath. They held 94s. The downside. Notice that back up right around $95. Bob in the chat. I'm up $180 and taking a break. Nothing wrong with that.
Well deserved.
Stay locked in though. Stay locked in. All right, sounds good. We got 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Ooh, you know what I want to do? Let's take a look. Let's take a peek at some of our live funded traders. Take a look at that leaderboard. Saw some big names. Wow, there we go again. Tyler, Mario, Jeffrey, Ponsen, Sunil. Oh, up big. Tyler up 20, almost 21 large. Job well done.
Nice.
Make sure you keep those The green numbers, keep them green. Keep them green. We'll check back in with those in power hour, also throughout the day. See if the names changed, if the P&Ls changed. Held bid there. Let's see there. Anything good, James? Actually, no, we'll talk about it later. Held bid there. And present did go to True Social about a couple things. How about NATO? Nothing. Market did take a peek to the downside.
And buyers held
All
that
right.
the low pretty well.
Yeah, they did. Came within like a point, didn't it? In the ES at least.
It's hold there. We got, yep, gold. Ooh, gold. See a little bit more selling. 5009, 5,009. It just print. We see 08, so we take a peek beneath 5,000s again. We did earlier this morning, about 5 hours ago.
That's where we were hanging out last night too in slow markets, right around 5,000.
It's got to be a buy, right? That's not financial advice. I'm just thinking out loud. I think we need 5,000.
All right, NASDAQ's holding too well. I'm going to just take this and call this trade good. So there we go.
Nice job, Dakota. All right.
Good trade.
Go to Jack. Yep.
Thank you.
Go to Jack. Jack, long from 83 half.
83 half.
Last trade, 87 half. Let's break it down. Then Hoag's got to jump. But Hoag will be upside target. Gold continues to sell off. Hoag, look at the upper end of this range. Where would that target possibly be? And then get out of here and get prepped for morning highlights. Talk to me, Hoag.
If you're still in it, value high keeps moving lower, 67, 98, 75. Struggling at this view app on a 5-minute chart, which is 67.90. Just keeps coming back to that entry. We're at negative 5,500 in Delta right now. You're not risking a lot on it, so it doesn't.
No.
Still valid right now. Still valid right now. We'll see how it plays.
No, that's about where I had the target as well. I'm a little bit like this will be the third or fourth time now if we go down here to test that IB low again. Does that factor? I know you got to go, Hoag, and get ready, but does that factor into like you making these trades with the initial balance if it just keeps on testing those lows again?
The more it tests, the more likely it's going to break.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's that big stack of orders down there, those buy orders. Are they getting exhausted? Are they getting replenished? Delta's congruent with direction. You're right at 10:30 here. You're going to get some information right through here, Jack. You're gonna see if you see some buyers rush in here at 10:30, or if they start extending below the initial balance. That might be your signal to say, okay, Uncle. I did put the bear away. I didn't do that anymore.
That's good.
So, and Dakota's flat. So
let's see if there's a quick sweeper right here.
Now.
Coming up on 30 seconds till 10:30. Oh, held for the time being.
Yeah, I'm flat. Now watch this dang thing sell off.
All right, we'll see what happens here at the bottom of the hour. It's about 10 seconds. Hoag. Seeing group coaching, but before then, we gotta get ready for morning highlights. So good stuff on opening gold beneath 5,000. Now, Hoag, couple words, and gotta go prep.
Yeah. See, all right, I'm getting a little information here. They did try and push below. They did try and press the initial balance low. Seeing a few buyers come in here, so a little information here at 10:30. Still valid. Stick with it. I like it. Anyways,
Excellent. Thanks, Howard.
trade well, everyone. I'll see you in just a few minutes for the morning highlights. Trade well, everyone.
Yeah. Let's trade Hogue. Right. Held there again. Gold. Bottom out right there. 4,998.90 cents. Back above 5,000. Seeing here. Roll
Buyers?
in.
There's buyers in this.
Look at this.
Try and
whole
hold
time.
it. Yeah. They're holding.
Might be all right. Seeing some Myers. Yep. Stepping back in. NQ. What we get down to? 25,008. Now back up to 25,026.
You checking out that Lollapalooza lineup, Andre?
I am not. I will be
Apparently
waiting
out.
until after. I'll be waiting until after fast markets. Jack, thank you.
Where is it at?
Sure. It's Chicago.
Oh, okay.
You and 100,000 of your best friends for a whole weekend. We got President hitting True Social about NATO. This one's too long. Getting out. Yeah. Basically same stuff. NATO doesn't want to help. Yeah, get those group coaching questions into the top of the chat. It's Crude above $95. Damn tweets are gonna ruin it.
Looking heavy.
Yeah. Nothing on the tilt. Any size on the ladder? Nothing. We did see those 1,000 lots and 800, 900 lots. The ES ladder. Nothing really got filled. We got here in the NQ. 50 lots there to the downside. Nothing really to the upside. 25,014. 14.
Taking its time.
Mm.
If we go, I think we could flush below 25,000.
Oh, I think there's a lot of room below. Okay, let's see. We're very close right now. We got the Ivy low right about here. Let's see if there's a quick flush and retrace. Otherwise, I'd be inclined to cut this.
Well, if that tweet didn't do the trick to Crude just actually grinding higher. What's going on in the 10-year? In terms of the schedule, econ schedule, we have a 20-year bond auction at noon Central, so about 90 minutes from now. Nothing really else. President meeting with Irish Prime Minister. Seems to be going to True Social as well. Not convinced. Dakota, will we be seeing you again? Will we be seeing you again during the New York session today?
You will be seeing me.
What up,
in the
Spice? What up,
chat.
Don? Uh-huh.
And then you'll be seeing me during slow markets.
Okay.
But I will join you tomorrow after FOMC during Power Hour.
Okay. Oh, yes, that's right. FOMC
Excellent.
coverage, wall-to-wall coverage. Tomorrow,
Yeah.
starting at 12:50 p.m. Central Time, a little strategy session. We will get the rate announcement, prepared remarks, and then the Q&A. Beneath 5,000 again, 49.97.
No, not loving this.
Yeah.
Teeth.
Oh, I want
Just the
that
moment of
short
truth.
back.
Just the moment of truth. 67.77 last trade.
Okay.
Ooh, there's still
Now
hope.
we're back
Still
Ivy
hope.
low.
Still hope. I'll jump in there with you.
Yeah.
I like that.
You can hold up there.
Come on,
Add
Crude.
one.
Yeah, there goes Crude.
Crude's pumping. Shit.
It's very spicy. This market's very, very spicy right now. Crude.
Yeah, it's
Rude. 95.50.
Nvidia's tanking.
Cents. Is it?
Broadcom, yeah, Broadcom down 2%, Nvidia down 0.6, Microsoft down 0.4. Yeah, these equities are well off its highs.
Puke. I'm convinced.
No, there's no puke. This is just grinding down. This is going to come for us.
Oh. Just stops getting puke.
So much tension over 65 bucks.
I love it. We're making wine out of water here, Jack, on Topstep TV. So you're grinding lower. Gold beneath $5,000 again. $49.95 last trade. Gold goes lower. Equities go lower? Question mark.
Crude's going up there.
Yeah.
Oh, this is giving me
there you
PTSD from yesterday.
There
when we were in
goes
the opposite
gold.
position.
Gold in puke mode. $49.85 last trade. $49.85.
Yeah, we're out of it for $69 to the downside. Nice.
Nice. Get back in.
Oh, let's just pretend I still have that runner on.
Yeah.
There you go. NQ beneath 25,000.
6,700 is where I'm looking at now.
Okay.
67.53 at the futures.
So what do they hit this for? IB low. We're beneath IB low in the NQ. By about 2-3 points.
Yeah. Settlement's very possible. Meaning we could still see a 65 points lower from here.
As that just stops. Again, crude grinding, continue to grind higher here. Of about $1 the last 20 minutes or so. $95. 65 cents. Maybe delayed reaction to the True Social post from the
I wouldn't
president.
think so. I think it's just oil pumping.
Yeah. Continuing to pump. Gold moved first out of all that. Gold broke beneath 5,000, stayed beneath 5,000. Saw crude. Catch that bid. There it goes. Crude continuing to go here.
Yeah.
Continuing to go. $95.70.
Tesla might be the next to turn red.
There we go. All right, crude pumping here. $95.70. Now 72 cents.
Great work, Richard. All you, man, not me.
Cents. There's no headlines. Gold seeing more selling. ES. Bottom out at what? 67.66. And Q. Bottom out at what? 24,951. Oh, what's the next setup?
I mean, I'm just watching oil for now because I don't have any levels that are particularly near here. So just see if this tops out.
Yeah, I'd like to see some type of a bounce and then reversal. I like short side.
Yeah, I'm with you. Gonna see another round of selling here in. All right, new lows gold. See if crude catches a bid.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of a relief bounce.
49.84.
We
4,000.
swept the New York
More selling.
session lows. That's what that was.
More selling gold. See if crude
We're still hanging
pops.
up 95.72.
Oh, crude pop. Okay. Let's crude pop.
It's going higher.
New lows gold. 49.81. 4,981.
All right, I'm in short again. One contract. I got 79.
What do you got? 24,979.
Correct.
It's interesting.
What we got?
What happened with? Wasn't he supposed to talk with the Irish Prime Minister?
That seems to have been put on the back burner. Haven't seen anything from that. Yes, he was, Jack. Wow. New lows gold. New lows gold.
Ooh, there we go.
49.77. We've seen a pop there in crude.
Crude on its way to 96.
Yep. Looking for a window, JD. Looking for a window. $95.76 last. Now 78 cents last trade in crude. Again, gold hanging out well beneath $5,000. Go short from what? 979.
Yep, 979. See if we get a flush back down towards these 50s. Managing this manually here. Looking for a little see money, take money. This is different. This is a completely different trade than before. Before I got in short, I was looking for this big sell-off. Now we got this sell-off. I'm looking for scalps to the downside. This is more of a Mandy in the markets type trade. Scalp.
Momentum.
Quick in and out.
Mo.
Yeah.
$67.70. Last trade ES. About 38 points off the lows. We are beneath initial balance low as well by 9 points. Oh. What else you're up? All right, Dakota, I'll let you manage this trade. Because I want to take a look. We should take a look at some of these P&L and payouts from our live funded traders. Who we bring in? JD, come on in. Hit us with that news. What's up, JD?
We have got some magical numbers to share today with all of you. Topstep, live funded traders, top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls. Let's start with those P&Ls. Here they are. Up at the top, Fernanda, trading 150K live funded account in the gold and NASDAQ markets. Took a $60,000 payout earlier this month. Big month for Fernanda. Picked up another $39,523 trading yesterday. Chris G, $38,046 in a 50K live funded account trade on the NASDAQ. First winning day in that live account for Chris. Way to go. I'm sure we'll be seeing your name again. Rajesh back on the list, $21,882 trading silver, gold, and NASDAQ. And that 150K live funded account requested a sizable payout yesterday also. Hit another 5 winning days, requested a payout. Good job, Rajesh. Paul, $19,011 in that 150K LFA trading the NASDAQ. First winning day in the live funded account for Paul also. And Joshua T rounds out our top 5. $15,859 in profits trading the NASDAQ silver and gold in a 150K live funded account. Joshua is eligible for a payout after yesterday's winning day and made the request yesterday at the end of the day. So big shout out to Joshua, making money and paying himself. All these traders making money and paying themselves. All right, here are some payout numbers from yesterday also. Impressive stuff. Up at the top, Edgardo C, $23,280. Eric C, $22,470. Mario, $18,470. Dylan M, $10,931, and Milady, $9,870 going in the pocket. These are live traders trading the live funded account, pulling money out of the live markets and lining their pockets with it. Great job to all of these traders. Speaking of pulling money out of the live markets, we've got some live funded bonus news to share. We've hit a milestone for live funded bonus. We have paid out $1 million plus in live funded bonuses. If you're not aware, we have a bonus structure for live funded traders. It consists of 7 tiers, goes all the way up to $1 million in profits, equaling a $100,000 bonus. We got tier 1, $15,000. $15,000 in profits in the live markets will get you a $1,000 bonus. Tier 2, $20,000 in profits in the live funded account will get you a $5,000 bonus. Tier 3, $50,000 in profits will get you a $10,000 bonus. Tier 4, $100,000 in profits will get you a $20,000 bonus. And that goes all the way up to $1 million in profits, equaling a $100,000 bonus. I've got a quick breakdown here also of the number of live funded traders who've hit these bonus tiers. We've gone all the way up to tier 4 so far. We've had 5 traders hit tier 4, raking in that $20,000 live funded bonus. That means they hit $100,000 in profits in their live funded account, and they earned a $20,000 bonus. We had 243 live traders hit tier 1, 96 traders hit tier 2, 18 traders hit tier 3, and 5 traders have hit tier 4, equaling just over $1 million paid out in live funded bonuses. Pretty impressive stuff coming from our live funded traders. Great job to every single one of them. Can't wait till we see even bigger numbers coming from these traders. All right, back to you guys.
$1 million.
Oh, some work. I got out of that.
Big shout out to our buddy Jacob on the data team for getting that information to us so quickly. Also, what a great guy.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jacob.
guys.
Thank you, Jacob.
Getting paid for getting paid. Love it. $1 million.
It's free money.
Dakota flat.
Yeah, I made 1 point on that one.
Thank you, JD. Okay.
So plus a point.
All right, catching a bid here in.
Well, we're back to the initial balance. Low.
Got about a couple minutes left here in fast markets. Again, we got JD and Dolby time after morning highlights. We got group coaching. Good form pinned to the top of the chat with Amory Hoog and Hoop. Yeah, but right now we got Dakota. We got Jack in the house. President going to True Social. But for saying we no longer need votes or desire NATO countries' assistance. So,
all right.
Again, gold beneath $5,000.
Oil's still in the highs.
Yes, it is. Gold. Yes, oil on the move to the upside.
I'm going to do the responsible thing here. Lock myself out.
Yep. Did you? You locked it? Wow, okay. Why? What were you feeling there, Dakota?
There
Self-awareness.
There you go. I was looking to take another short trade. We're coming to the end of fast markets. I don't plan to trade for the rest of the day. And I get this question all the time. Dakota, why are you trading micros? Well, I want to demonstrate $300 in a day is pretty good. Pretty good. Better than a sharp poke in the eye. And there's always somebody out there that wishes they were break even. So I'm going to control. Less is more. Quality over quantity. And take this as a day.
The popping crude.
Close to 96 bucks.
Yeah, 96 incoming.
Yeah, I don't mind a short here in the NASDAQ again.
You're locked up, Dakota.
I know. But I can still give my opinion.
Yep. That's just like your opinion, man. Absolutely. Short the NQ beneath 25,000. 24,986. Nothing really on the tilt. We saw some heavy short tilts, 78, 79%. We're seeing a pop in crude.
Yeah.
Pop in crude right now. We see
$2 off the lows in crude.
They held those 94s. 94s were support. Closing on $96 here. And President meeting with the Prime Minister of get it there, Finch, Ireland. When we get
Yes.
Got a wiggle. There's a
Mhm.
wiggle there. Something's going on. Coming to the end of fast markets. That's usually when the trade sets up.
Yep, President is speaking. The morning highlights coming up in a few minutes. We get a buzzer beater here. Popping equities back above 25,000. Huh.
Do we see gold or do we see crude over 100 this week?
Trump is talking right now. Not anything about the economy at the moment. He's got the green tie on, ready to go.
Okay. And Q getting bid up 25,005. Back above initial balance high. ES trying to get back above initial balance high. Got 2 points to go as ES trades 67.77.
Jay, maybe buy gold, right? St. Patrick's Day.
There you go. Some more buying.
There's
Yeah,
that
I did
below.
the right thing.
Yep.
Did the right thing. Happy.
Yep.
Locking it.
Good job, Dakota.
Sometimes the best trades are the ones you don't take.
Seriously. Gold getting bought back up. Back to 5,000. $23 off the recent lows that printed. We'll pull back here in oil. Crude. $95.74. Did we get to 96 evens, Jack? Did we actually get there? We got through a couple pennies.
I don't know. Yeah, I got a
came
high
close.
of 98, like 95,
Okay.
98.
Markets have been moving, that's for certain. So President is speaking right now. Meeting with the Prime Minister of Ireland. Also going to True Social regarding NATO.
Just popped in there for a second. Seems to be going cordially.
Then we got what else we have from the president. In about 20 minutes or so, he's got to have a luncheon. Sure if cameras will be there or not. Again, Topstep TV always got our eyes on the headlines, the wires. These markets are very, very sensitive to the headlines all across the world. Yes, it is rollover. June month now being traded on Topstep X. The volume is in the June contract regarding the equities, ES and Q, Dow. All right. Wrap this up in about a minute.
Buyers
There's another headline. We don't need any help escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Don't need any help escorting ships through the Strait. This is coming from the president right now. Seen a pop here in gold. President is speaking. Headlines are hitting. We got
buy gold. Gold back to 5,000.
what crude do? Crude pulled back.
Still hanging
Yeah,
out in
so
the-
20 cents. Off the
Okay.
low or recent highs.
All right, good stuff. Let's turn this over quick, get to morning highlights because the president is looks like he's taking to the mic. All right, good stuff. Jack, Dakota, fantastic stuff. Markets are moving right now. Gold beneath $5,000 now, back above it. Big oil, range in oil, crude. All right, the president speaking. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. Stay locked in. Come on.
All right, it is time for the morning highlights. We do have the president speaking. Got a few things coming out of the wire. He's talking about Iran. He's talking about, I guess, the actual top person was killed yesterday. He also says he thinks that NATO is making a foolish mistake. He's speaking of France's Macron, saying that he'll be out of office soon. I don't know how he knows that, but well, I guess we'll have to see. But markets are moving, opportunities are here. We're going to take a quick look through the opening range trades that we opted out of this morning. First, in gold, the market opened in range and in value. We know that the illiquidity in gold has been making the opening range trades very scarce, if at all successful. We looked at it today, said it's in range, it's in value. Better trade locations are going to happen later on in this session, which has proven out to be true. So we opted out of that one. Just a quick look on the 5-minute. We would have been long. We would have looked at a little bit of profit, but it wouldn't have been too long before we would have been stopped out on that trade and really just kind of ranged right around that opening range for quite a long time before looking to the downside and now recovering. So the markets overall, you could logically say they're pretty much range bound. It looks like almost an inside day in gold from yesterday's range. We did look just below the range from yesterday. Buyers have come back in. Markets do seem to be kind of anticipatory for the FOMC meeting tomorrow. Now, this is crude oil on the 30-minute chart. 1, 2, 3 days in range. We're still in range. We're still in balance. We just left value from yesterday, and it was our first time to look outside of value from yesterday. Today, look at the 5-minute chart. The opening range trade would have probably got us long, and it wouldn't be too very long. We were really never in profit until we would have gotten stopped out on that trade. So we opted out on those trades, and that was good risk management. Let's take a look at the S&Ps. We took a couple of trades in there today. Again, the market opened with a gap. It closed the gap, but initially left the opening range at the dead low. So moving on to the 5-minute chart, we put in the initial balance high. We put in the initial balance low. We were just kind of looking at a range-bound market. Got long the MES right here around 97.89 half. We didn't really get a whole bunch of price action to the upside. We got within one tick of a profit target, so I trimmed the risk on it. We got stopped out for about 4 points, 67.93.5 approximately. We did look for an opportunity against the initial balance low. That initially kind of looked like it was pretty good. We were looking for maybe value high for a potential profit target. Unfortunately, we did not quite get there on the 5-minute chart. We got stuck here on the 5-minute view app, and we ended up taking a small loss on that. I think we got out of that right around 67.70. All right, we're long 67.83. Lost a few bucks on that one. Not a huge loss. Let's take a look now at the NASDAQ. We had Dakota with really just one major trade that he took today. He was in it, seemed like it was forever. This is the 30-minute chart. And again, the market has been bringing value higher throughout the day, at least for now. Opening range was the dead low. Okay. Well, Dakota was looking. He came in short 2 MNQ. And when he came in at 9:30 this morning, added another one. His average price was approximately 25,067, and it seemed like he held on to those for forever. I mean, he was down money on them, up money, down money, up money, down money. Finally, we did get the decent push to the downside. He got out of 2 of those, approximately 25,030, kept his runner in, and just kind of, I think, got a little bit impatient with the runner. Got out of that last one, approximately 25,037. Did take another shot at a short here down near the initial balance low. 24,964 is that initial balance low. He took a short 24,979. It did kind of pay him, at least initially for a little while, but his price came back up to his price. He just pretty much scratched that one. I think he said he made 1 point on that one. So the S&P and the NASDAQ kind of telling different stories right now. The NASDAQ did leave a failed downside auction here on this 830 bar. If we can hold the initial balance high, the market could rotate higher. But again, the S&P is telling a little bit of a different story. When we broke the initial balance low, we closed this 30-minute bar below it. That's marking acceptance of lower pricing. The initial balance low may become resistant if revisited. 67, 79, 70 is that initial balance low. I don't like longs in this anymore as long as we keep that initial balance low above price. I'm looking for the market to possibly resolve to the downside. It could find acceptance inside value from yesterday. 67.67 is value high. We start to mark time and acceptance below that. I could see the market resolving back to the downside around 67.47, about a 20-point value area from yesterday. These are all hypotheses, not financial advice. Let's take a look at today's quotable quote. All right. So Zeno says, don't let failure discourage you. Let it teach you. I think everybody says we kind of learn more from our mistakes than we do from our victories, but you really want to learn from both. I know that I've had failure after failure as a trader. I've taken some tremendous losses, but I feel really grateful and blessed that I've been able to withstand any of those losses. So just a matter of staying in, being a good risk manager, taking those failures. Don't let them discourage you. They are opportunities to learn, and learn we do every day here. That is our quote for the day, the quotable quote. It is time for your daily dose of power players. We got Jay, JD, and Dolby as they continue to guide the markets for more money-making opportunities. Folks, you're in the right place. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Iran is something that was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days because the Navy was wiped out almost immediately. The Air Force came next. The anti-aircraft came next. I mean, we're flying over Iran. We could take out their electric capacity in 1 hour. We have all the, there's nothing they can do right now because everything is knocked out. They have no, again, no radar, no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And we don't, and it was a decision I made. We discussed it, Pete, Marco, JD, all of us, Chris, we discussed it. We can knock out their electricity in a matter of minutes if we wanted to. There's nothing they can do about it. We can knock out their oil in Carg Island. The only thing we didn't take down was their oil because if we knock out, I call them the pipes, very complex. But if you do that, it'll take them forever to rebuild, meaning whoever, and hopefully it's a sane group of people, but whoever it is that's going to be running that, and we're going to try to get people that are going to run it well, and you know it's going to be a prosperous, wonderful place. It used to be, you know, if you go back, it used to be a very, the people are great, the people are smart and energetic, and it used to be very successful. Now it's a country run by fear. It's a country where they tell protesters, don't go outside because if you do, we're going to kill you.
Mr. President.
Well, Cuba right now is in very bad shape. They're talking to Marco, and we'll be doing something with Cuba very soon. We're really focused on this, but we're dealing with Cuba. Marco, do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Yeah, I mean, Cuba has an economy that doesn't work and a political and governmental system they can't fix. It's not dramatic enough. It's not going to fix it. So they've got some big decisions to make over there.
But Secretary Rubio, do you support, and I know this is up to Congress, do you support easing the trade embargo if you get more cooperation from Havana?
Well, I'm not going to discuss what we would talk about or not. Suffice it to say that the embargo is tied to political change on the island. The law, the embargo is codified. And, but the bottom line is their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have, has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge. That's what has to happen.
And the relationship we have with Venezuela has been, I think you could almost say, incredible. It's been really good. It's been good for Venezuela, and it's been good for us. And I congratulate the Venezuelan baseball team because that was a big win, and I guess they play another game tonight in the finals. This is the first time they've ever been in the finals, and it was pretty exciting. Yeah.
Iran is just a military operation to you. But do you have a day after plan? And if so, what is your day after plan for Iran?
Well, we have a lot. Look, if we left right now, it would take 10 years for them to rebuild. But we're not ready to leave yet. But we'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving in pretty much the very near future. But right now, they've been decimated from every standpoint. And again, we've had great support from countries in the Middle East, great support. But we've had no support from, essentially, no support from NATO.
Mr. President, what about your relationship, Mr. President? What about your relationship with London? Has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Well, he hasn't been supporting the United States. I went out of my way. As you know, they couldn't make a deal with Biden because they had no real administration to make a deal, Biden. But we made a deal. We made a good deal for them, and frankly, probably wasn't appreciated. I do look forward to seeing. But no, I was disappointed because Keir was willing to send 2 aircraft carriers after we won, because essentially there's no threat for the aircraft carriers right now. And I said, no, we want things sent before the war, not after the war is won. So, yeah, I'm disappointed with Keir. I like him. I think he's a nice man, but I'm disappointed.
Mr.
You see that man right there? You know who that is?
Churchill.
That's the late, great Winston Churchill. And Barack Hussein Obama did not want his bust in this office. Did you know that? And Barack Hussein Obama sent that bust back to England. They didn't want it. And when I came in, I was asked if I wanted it. I said, absolutely, I want it. And I put it right there, Winston Churchill. And, you know, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Mr. President,
No, hold it. Right.
Just could I hold it? Hold it. Just make a number of points. First of all, I think, notwithstanding what has happened, the transatlantic relationship between Europe and the US is very, very important on a number of fronts. And I think we've had issues over the last year or two, but we settled them. And I think many of these leaders engage with you, particularly on trade initially. Remember all the fuss last year, but we got a landing zone between Europe and US, and I think we can get a landing zone again. And I think I just met with Keir Starmer last week. The British-Irish relationship is a very important one. Churchill was a great wartime leader, although
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. This is our Power Player segment. We got a nice three-man weave here. I'm JD. You know Coach J in the middle, and Dolby Time over there on the right. Let's get into it, fellas. We've got the president speaking at the moment. We knew it was going to happen. And, well, it's not particularly market moving at the moment, but he is speaking Iran, and it could potentially become market moving. So we're going to do our best to pipe that in and continue updating you on any news. Jay, how's it been going today for you? We haven't seen you since the opening call. Have you done anything else in these markets?
I have. So I came in on the day in the fast markets up about $140 from gold trades last night, and then was looking to get short the equities. I don't know if I really trusted the rally that we were seeing. Shorted a little bit early, so I was kind of a back and forth day. We're in the green right now, up about $600. Finally got a short the Russell, which worked out pretty well. It was kind of, you ever have one of those days where you just swing back and forth between P&Ls? That was my day today, but we're on the right side of the swing right now. We'll see if we find some other opportunities, but looking pretty good. I'm watching crude oil, I'm watching gold, and I'm watching the equities. There's a lot going on right now.
Nice call on the short and the Russell. That looks like a textbook double top formation. Looking at a 5-minute chart. Perfect. You hit your measure move target. Excellent trade.
It was we got the first level. Yeah, out of the trade, JD, we had the first level of resistance, 2550s in the Russell. So I was shorting up there, shorting kind of into it. Really just not seeing any flow above it. Really no volume up there. Price traded above it a couple times. I think just the indecision up here got me caught a couple times before we eventually sold off. But looking pretty good here.
Very good. Very good. Let's map out this double top pattern, see what the measure move target would have been. So here's our classic double top pattern. So the way you get a measured move is to just measure the low point, the trough, to the peak, the high price, and then measure down from the breakout. Breakout's right over here at around 25.3760, giving us a measure move target of about 25.22.5. Haven't quite made it there yet, but it doesn't get much cleaner than that, does it?
No, yeah, I think seeing that pattern there, JD, is just like, okay, I'm confident in the short. It's about position sizing and timing, and then the market agreeing with it, and eventually played out. But let's see here. We're back below the opening range here. I don't mind another short into settlement. 25.20.90 is settlement price in the Russell. We'll see if we get down there.
Let's do it. Love a good Russell trade. All right, Dolby Time, what are you seeing in these markets right now? We're going to get over to the president speaking in just a second. But what are you mapping out?
A whole lot of ranges.
Any trades? A whole lot of ranges.
Right. Glad to be back. Just a whole lot of ranges. I mean, we've been stuck in this daily range since early February, and we're literally right in the middle of it. So that range is going to be 24,500s up to about 25,000, let's say 400s, your round number. The middle of that is 25,000 evens, and we're within 20 points of it. There is an incredible amount of news tomorrow. I mean, we got Eurozone PPI, US PPI, core, factory orders, EIA inventories, Fed rate. There's so much going on tomorrow. So I fully expect a locked up market pretty much until tomorrow. So maybe we can find some good range trades, but it's hard to find a range trade when you're in the middle of the range. That's kind of the one place you don't want to be participating if you're a range trader, is in the middle.
Man, they really are peppering the board tomorrow with economic events.
It's crazy. So many.
But the piece de resistance, the coup de grace, FOMC. The decision on interest rates will be out at 1:00 p.m. Central Time, followed by Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30 p.m. We've got a live watch party right here on Topstep TV. Make sure you are here for it. We're going to start around 12:50 p.m. Central Time. It's going to be me, Jack, Hogan, Andre, because we love talking FOMC. We're going to be here doing the thing from 12:50 to about 2:30, whenever the press conference ends. So we'll be fielding questions, talking through the rate announcement, watching the markets, maybe throwing on some trades too. It'll be a fun time. Looking forward to it.
Looking at a potential gold long here also.
Ooh, nice.
What's going on in gold?
So we made those lows. We had the highest volume candle of the day pretty much at the lows in gold. I'm looking at a 3-minute, and from that point, we've had VWAP leave that range. If we get a pullback to 94s here in gold, I may be getting in long, risking that low. So risking about $200 with 1 micro, just to look for this to trade right back in the middle of the range. If we look at what gold's been doing over the past 3 days, every time it gets down here below 5,000, someone steps in and buys it. So, looking for some
nice settlement play right there.
It is
nice move
Yeah,
right
we're
back to settlement in gold. 5,220. 5,220 is settlement price. We're right on it, right there, right now. Price has a tendency to jockey around settlement price.
I mean, look how tight that 3-minute range is there.
Yeah, I know, Dobie.
Look at that.
It's like what, 4 points, $7 in gold. It's gonna break eventually.
Wow, that's not large at all. Yeah, I think most of these markets
No.
are pretty locked up. I mean, we've had the open, we're sitting right at 25K, which is NASDAQ's happy spot. Crude oil's not doing a ton, so I don't know. Kind of see what happens here.
Jay, did you get in that trade? Did you take that breakout?
I did not, JD. I did not. I was looking for the
Oh, I thought you
pullback to
had a-
95s. No, I was looking for the pullback to 95s. I have VWAP attached to the low of the day there in gold. It's
Okay.
at 49.94. But yeah, this is what I'm looking for at this point. I think if I was already long, you don't want to see the market come back and trade below this range. But yeah, this is kind of the move I'm looking for. We got full session VWAP at 50.17s. That would be the first target on this, but got to be like my boy Market Order McHugh and just get in
Market
there.
Order McHugh.
Oh, that one's sticking. That
Just
one is sticking.
Just blast right through the door like the Kool-Aid man.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah. Buy him. What's here? Buy him. Love it.
Ooh, Crude trying to make some lows here within the 1-minute candle structure. Nice little bounce off of 94.33s. See if that sustains. NASDAQ chilling right at 25,000. Maybe there's an opportunity to get long at those 950s, which kind of had a little bit of resistance a couple times on March 12th, March 13th, March 16th. We can find some extremes here. We'll find some trades.
Very good. Very good. We do
got an
have some
NVIDIA
headlines
headline
coming
here.
out.
Yeah, you see that, JD?
I do see it. Go ahead, Jay.
NVIDIA expects to close, book, and ship more business than 1 trillion. So we heard that 1 trillion number yesterday. You said even more than that. I have strong visibility of 1 trillion plus. We are seeing the NASDAQ rally.
I love his confidence. I really do.
I mean, what else is he going to say?
I call it. Jack kept calling it the Jensen bar during fast markets from yesterday. Yesterday's Jensen bar.
It's funny. We're trading there right now. So there was that purple box I marked out during the opening call where there was some volume that traded, as he was saying 1 trillion yesterday. We're holding above it right now. 24,996 is that price. And I think what we were looking at in the opening call was long above that, short below it. It's holding up here. VWAP's right at the low of it. Range trade opportunity here, Dolby?
Possibly. I'm always down for a good range trade.
Ooh, we've got some more comments coming from the president. It will not be too long before ships can pass through the straits. He's talking Iran right now.
Okay.
Before we skip over to the president speaking, I got to give a shout out to Sleepy Mocha in the chat with that comment. It's the jacket. I think I've talked about this before, but I am definitely a season 2 fan of Sopranos, my favorite season of all time. The Richie Aprile episodes. It's the jacket. You tickled my funny bone there. All right, let's get over to El Presidente speaking about Iran.
I may be putting on this gold trade also.
Nice.
And as soon
There's
as
the
that
volume.
war's over, which will be soon, your prices are going to drop like a rock. You watch. I've been very good at predicting. No, in the back.
I'm gonna pull up a gold chart while this is, or a crude chart while this is going on.
There's someone on the offer at 96s in crude. About 100 lot there.
You're speaking right into your phone.
Wow.
You see?
Question denied. Gotta be fast.
Dropping F bomb.
And concentrate in the Kurdistan region.
You want to answer that, JD? You want to?
Yeah.
A little laggy in the.
Look, there have been a
Yeah,
lot
the
of
feed's
malicious
not that,
attacks against
not that solid.
base or our
Rubio, where's
embassy
your
in
green tide,
Iran.
buddy?
I think Marco's done a good job of limiting the number of people who are at that embassy so we can provide essential functions but also protect our people. But it goes to show there are a lot of terrorists in that region of the world, and we've got to eliminate them when we find them.
And you can't give them nuclear weapons. You can give them rifles, you can give them guns, you can't give them nuclear weapons. I think we agree very strongly. Yes, excuse me.
Just first of all, I would say like, Europe is still a very good place to live in.
Good.
Just to let you know.
I'm glad to hear that.
And our view is you have to have robust and fair rules around migration. But on the other hand, a lot of people, within the European Union, we have free mobility of people. And in Ireland, our population is growing, but in a very positive way. Our economy is going well because we're attracting a lot of people from Europe and beyond into work, legally and validly in our country. In fact, I'd love if we could develop a legal pathway between the US and Ireland into the future because of our history and so on like that, that we could have a legal pathway because no one is in favor of illegal migration or and so forth. So you have to have robust rules for that. But fundamentally, I think sometimes Europe gets characterized wrongly in terms of it being overrun or whatever like that. It's much more robust now. It's much more stronger mechanism in place to
Long one micro gold, 5,004 evens.
And, I think it's important that understanding is there. We need more economic growth in Europe.
Long two.
It doesn't have the same focus on innovation as you do here in the US. We discussed that earlier with the Vice President in terms of technology, in terms of AI. We need to pivot more to innovation as opposed to regulation. And I think investing in people, and that's the key to, I think, our collective future. But we do take there and listen.
Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President, Irish President has said that your war against Iran is illegal. It's an attack on international law.
Who said that?
The Irish President.
Look, he's lucky I exist. That's all I can say. Because if you're going to allow countries that are sick and demented, and they are demented, to have nuclear weapons, everybody in the whole world should be very thankful. And I'm disappointed in NATO, very disappointed. I'm disappointed in a couple of other countries too. But they should be very thankful that this group of people feels the way we do. Because if a country like Iran was allowed to have the power of a nuclear weapon, if we didn't stop them. I stopped them twice. I stopped them my first term when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was Barack Obama's deal. It was one of maybe the worst deal I've ever seen. It gave everything to Iran, including billions of dollars in green cash. I don't mean cash, I mean green cash flown over by airplanes. I can't to this day believe that was allowed to happen. And come to think of it, it would be a good thing for somebody to look at. Does the president have the power to hand hundreds of millions of dollars of cash to terrorists? But it began with that, and I terminated that deal. If I didn't terminate that deal, we might not be here right now. If I didn't terminate that deal, unbelievable nuclear holocaust would have taken place. And then I did it a second time when we hit them with the B-2 bombers, and we totally obliterated their potential nuclear weapon that they would have had in less than 1 month. They think 2 weeks, but in less than 1 month. And it would have been, I believe it would have been a much different world than it is right now. We have to go, we're going to a lunch, so maybe we'll take one more nice question.
Can I ask you how you're doing with your legal case against the BBC and their fake news documentary?
Well, the BBC was incredible. What they did is they had me speaking something I never said. And I've never seen anything quite like it. You know, CBS had that. We had the situation on 60 Minutes, and not the current owners, the past owners. The current owners, I think, are good, Ellison. But BBC took it a step further. They actually they put words in my mouth, and I said some pretty bad things. And I didn't say them. It was AI generated. And I said, I never said that. In fact, some of my people said, wow, that was pretty bad stuff you said. I said, what did I say? You know, I'm pretty good at this stuff. I mean, if you can go through years of these press conferences and you're a popular president of the United States that won in a landslide, that won all 7 swing states, that got record numbers of votes. I mean, so I guess I'm okay at this stuff. I said, I never said that. And then we found out it was AI generated. And they admit they made a mistake. BBC. But I watched them this morning for some crazy reason, and it was so inaccurate. Their reporting of the war was unbelievable. We have decimated that country. And if you watch BBC, it's almost like they're fighting us to a draw. They're not fighting us to a draw. It was very inaccurate news. It was fake news. So.
How do you even prove a deep fake is fake? I have no idea. You have to run the AI generated content through AI to get clarification on whether or not it's fake. Does that make any sense?
It's only going to get worse as AI gets better, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So let's see here. This gold trade, the pivot for the day in gold was what I have is 5,860, which is where we just rejected. So sitting in this trade, if we can get a 3-minute candle to close above 5,860, then I like a rotation back up to VWAP, which is 50-15s, and then maybe 50-30s from there, but got to clear this 5,860 level here.
Nice. What was your average price on the entry? Did you get both of those contracts at 5,004 even?
Yeah, pretty much same price. 5,410 is my average.
5,410. Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. 1, 2.
Nice little gold trade we got going on. Coach Jay, we're in the
Yes,
money.
sir.
You found one market that's moving, Jay.
Crude looks like
Crude.
it maybe wants to make a run for the lows also. It's about
That I do agree with.
80 cents off the low in crude there. That is looking pretty heavy.
I mean, NASDAQ is 20-point range right now.
Switch back over to crude.
Crude's okay. Here we go.
What's the president's track record on calling markets? He just said crude's going to dump, right?
That's a good question.
Prices are going to be coming down.
I'm going to say pretty good.
Is that a signal? Is that a signal
pretty good.
service? What do you think?
If there was anyone that had insider information,
I don't know. Let's ask X. Let's see what traders on X have. Let's see what their opinion is. Is that insider info there? Who knows? I'm not betting against them. I
think he's
There we
got a
go.
pretty
Gold.
good track record of calling tops
He
and
does.
bottoms. All right, gold trading back up, trading just above 5,009. Well, right around 5,009 now. So it's looking even better now.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to see if this correlation trade is still panning out in NASDAQ and crude oil. And so far, it kind of looks like it. We got crude making some lows, NASDAQ trying to push above 25,020.
Here we go.
here's the level gold. 5,860.
That's
Close
trading.
above that and we should be good.
Nice.
Last
Jay,
trade
how was it?
crude, 94.45. What's up, Dolby?
Oh, I was just gonna ask Jay how's it going in his live funded account?
It's going all right, man. It's going all right. The first week I had the account, I think it was 5 days of winners,
Nice.
which is a great start. And then we hit a streak of losers. I had a 4-day losing streak where I was up every day, but then continued to trade. And then I realized I was trading choppy markets. So slowing myself down a little bit. We've been doing decent over the past couple of days. Doing all right. Doing pretty good. Took a payout from the account after the first 5 days.
Okay, let's go. That's awesome.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
All right, I'm going to manage risk on this one. 5,790. If we don't hold those 860s, that's the line in the sand for me. I'm okay being out. I'll get back into this trade. There you go. So plus $70 on that trade.
Nice.
Not really getting the extension I'm looking for. These are somewhat range bound markets. So see profit, take profit, especially in gold. See if we find another
Very good.
opportunity.
Jay, did you see that we've paid out over $1 million in live funded bonus cash?
Wow.
Yeah.
Since we started the program.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's awesome. Traders ask all the time, JD. They're like, "Oh, what's the benefit to trading in live? I just want to be in sim forever." And the benefit is if you trade well, there's just more money coming your way, right? So I'm trying to figure out a way to get on that list, JD, of live funded payout bonuses because that is a perk for sure.
$1 million paid out in bonuses to live funded traders. Making money for making money. It's a beautiful thing.
I mean, is that program even more than a year old? I don't think it is. I think that's less
6
than
months,
a year.
maybe?
I think so. Yeah, maybe 6 months. Based on the number of traders. Hang on, let me add these up real quick. I got all of the deets from our data team this morning. Just under 400 traders have achieved the bonus. Starting at tier 1 all the way up to tier 4. Tier 4, check this out. Tier 4 is $100,000 in profits in the live funded account. Get you a $20,000 bonus. Is that attractive or what?
Yeah, you made money in the market, so you get an extra 20 grand.
It's amazing,
right? I love the tier 1 to tier 2. So tier 1 is 15 grand in profits, get you $1,000 bonus. Tier 2, if you make another $5,000, get up to 20,000, you get a $5,000 bonus. So it's like
Wait,
make
what?
5, win 5. Does that make sense?
That's good. It's good for the traders.
Excellent.
Good for the traders. We got a bid
Excellent
in here
for
this
the
NASDAQ, 25,001 quarter. See if these 25Ks can hold. It's just looking for 20 points, basically. Crude on the bid a little bit here.
Michael says, show us. We did this bit during fast markets, right at the end of fast markets. We, if you rewind the stream a little bit, we had a graphic and everything for the live funded bonus payouts. Just rewind, you'll find it.
All right, we're in. We're in one.
Here we go. Dolby's in. What's the price? What do you got?
01 quarter, 25K.
Got it.
Once tap the top of that purple box again. See if buyers want to continue to step in there.
It seems to be NASDAQ's happy place. You know,
Yep.
maybe slight concern that maybe this wants to shoot down to like 940s or 950s, but
Yeah, looking at small caps, Russell seems to be leading the way on this little dip here. Also wants to hit that measured move target from that double top, which we called right around 25.23. Let's call it 25.23 conservatively.
I think there's a this correlation between crude oil and NASDAQ, I think, is still cooking here. I got crude oil open on another monitor. We touched 94s and sold off 20 cents, and as soon as we did that, NASDAQ caught a bid. So
what's the correlation you're seeing between crude? Is it inverted today?
It's the inverse, the usual. I mean, it's not usual because it's probably like the first time it's ever really happened. But yeah, it's the inverse correlation between crude oil and NASDAQ. So if crude oil is going down, then typically NASDAQ is going up, and vice versa. That's just it's been recent. It's been a recent sort of correlation that's taken place. And of course, if you're not a correlation trader, we were posting that link last week, the MRCI correlation matrix, which is pretty freaking cool.
I'll find that again. I could post it one more time in the chat. It shows you strength of correlations between markets.
We're going to tighten up our risk here and put our stop at 95 3/4. I don't really want to take any more risk below like 95 or 90s here. We want to see 25K hold and just bounce.
I mean, just heard that headline. The UAE may be joining the US in a coalition.
Okay. Is that bullish or bearish? So you're starting to see this crude oil bid above 94. So I'm looking at this NASDAQ and it kind of feels like it wants to do the same thing, but the opposite direction.
Market correlations link is in the chat.
It's a good one. Bookmark that one, chat.
Definitely bookmark it.
Yeah.
You see the correlations for markets against each other for the last 30 days.
We're flat, plus $1. Crude oil's bidding pretty strong here, trading almost 94.10s, 94.15s. So we're going to get flat on this one and maybe try a new long at 950s if we can get down there. But we might be top of range here.
All right.
Got $1. Pack of gum.
Go. Dollar and a dream.
Dollar and a dream, yeah,
Pack
right.
of gum.
Crude
Does
at
a
these
pack of gum really cost
95s.
$1?
Oh, wait, it's like $4 for a pack of gum now.
I honestly
Hold
can't
up.
remember.
Yeah.
Can't remember the last time purchasing a pack of gum. I feel like it's just always available. Like if I ever need a piece of gum, my wife has it, and I just
It's
ask
just,
her
yeah,
for it.
it magically appears somehow. Well, glad we covered. NASDAQ starting to sell off a little bit. Wrigley himself actually lived in my neighborhood growing up. And let me tell you, Halloween, there was a line to his mansion. Full bars, chat. Full-size bars. It's a good time.
Wrigley, not just a
Yep.
clever name on a baseball stadium.
Mm-mm.
They are the heirs to the gum fortune.
Do you believe he was like a soap salesman or something initially? And then was like
Is he really?
packaging. Yeah, there's like some like transitional story with Wrigley. It was candy or confectionery was not their original game plan. It was like soap. And then he started packaging gum with the soap, and the gum ended up selling better than the soap did, or it was something like that. And so then it became a
Was he just like, this soap smells pretty good?
yeah, I don't know.
Onto something.
I'm sure.
Started-
Chad knows.
Next thing you know,
knows.
next thing you know, Juicy Fruit hits the market, and then it was all over.
Right.
Right.
There are some gum flavors that taste like soap.
There's actually a candy company in my neighborhood. And every now and then, if the wind's blowing the right way, it smells like waffles right in your nose.
Which
pretty nice.
Which candy place? Which place is that?
I don't want to say, to be honest. I don't want to say.
Okay.
But it's there, JD.
I know we don't live too far.
It smells nice.
We don't live too far from each other, but I never
We
got
don't.
the wafting scent of waffles.
I'll
when I
send it
walk
over to you.
outside over by me.
Send it over to you. It's also a brewery as well. It smells like whatever they use to make beer. Malt, wheat, some sort of, it's nasty. It's not great. I like the candy better. Well, ooh, the Albanese are the best though. Albanese is so good. Best gummy candy. NASDAQ
yeah?
trying to sell off a little bit here. Oh yeah. Yeast, thank you. The yeasty smell. Yeasty hops. Does not smell great.
What's the exit strategy on this, Dolby? Where's the CYA?
We're already flat. We got out.
Oh, you're flat. You're flat.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we got $1. Was not enjoying the price action. Crude is bidding pretty
You did say that.
aggressively.
You did say that.
I mean, even still, we're just
Not
starting
trying
to
to
range.
dodge, Dolby.
It's just not even. I mean, the best we could have gotten was 20 points. It's literally just a 20-point range. That's it.
Crude rejected 95s here. This could be a second attempt. But
You think
it's really
about
just
getting
like that
back in
gold
those-
trade, right? Like how much can you expect from it, right? Gold. I don't think I'm getting back in there, JD. Is and the reason being that reaction at 5,008s, right? All these wicks up here. If I get back in, I think we have to test 95s now, and then at that point, I don't know if I really love this trade. There was a high volume candle in gold that was 10:27 Central Time, and we looked up at that high and we rejected there. So what I'm looking at now is this the potential range, right? All this flow to the downside, are we just range bound between 5,009s and 49.77s? So somewhere in the middle of this, maybe I'll get back in long, but not enough flow up here to break through that range.
Very good. Very good.
Just seems like there's a lack of opportunity right now and follow through in these markets. So even like placing a great trade, like what are we expecting? 20, 30 points, you know, in like a great NASDAQ trade right now. I want to see at least like 50 to 75. This is just stuck at 25K.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we get like a second half of the day sort of move, maybe like a 1 p.m. or a 2 p.m. as traders maybe get adjusted going into all the news that's set up for tomorrow. It's not even
Makes sense.
violently range bound either. This is just like sleepy range bound. This feels like slow markets right now.
How do you find settlement price?
Ooh, good question.
Make it real easy for you. Pull up the Topstep Daily Levels indicator on the Topstep X platform, and you'll have settlement price for the S&P, NASDAQ, gold, crude oil, and the micros for all those products. Otherwise, go straight to the source, cmegroup.com, and you can get official settlement prices right from the exchange. They establish settlement price. They would be the source of all knowledge on settlement prices over there. The truth of settlement.
That is a website. That is a website, JD. That is
very robust.
Heavy.
Lots of information flying around that website.
Information. Lots of information on that website.
I do like this NASDAQ long price-wise. It's just, it might take 3 hours to really get anything out of this trade.
That's kind of the problem, Jay, right? It's like there's no urgency whatsoever in this NASDAQ right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're just stuck between, like, we're range under range, range over range. We're stuck right at 25,000. Maybe we catch a big bid here. Who knows? Is crude oil selling off? Not really.
Nope.
Do you take a short at like 25s and get 20 points? It's just like, how many 1-to-1 trades do we really want to take?
Right.
Gold looks a little stuck in the mud right now, just spinning its tires, spinning its wheels.
Okay. Crude oil still trying to bid here.
Yep.
Anne-Marie
says the dome is thinning out. What market are you looking at, Anne-Marie? I'm curious. Switch it up a little bit. Let's check in on the tilt. We haven't seen what the tilt's doing in a little bit. Kind of flat for equities, 53% short in the ES, 51% short in NQ, 57% long in crude, 55% long in gold. I would call that pretty flat across the board as far as the tilt goes.
Jay, how's volume for today? Just relative.
Not great. Not great. There's not a ton. Yeah, not a ton to look at. We'll probably be well below the daily average. And it is still kind of rollover stuff as well. So the volume is still technically split between the two contracts. So that might be why. But yeah, there's not a lot of conviction volume in any direction right now. Across the board, really. It's in gold. It's in crude oil, the equities. We took a gold trade. Was I long gold? Yeah, I was long gold. No, I was long. Can't even remember now. All these days start to blend into each other. I don't know if I was long gold or crude last night, but I was managing the trade the same way I managed this gold trade because there's no volume, right? There's no flow. It was crude oil, and it was literally in a minute we would have 18 contracts trade. Price was moving, but it was 18 contracts, 20 contracts.
Oh wow!
I'm like, all right, if I see any profit from this, I have to take it because there's just no one else trading it.
I mean, shorts look tempting here in NASDAQ just because it's so stuck in the range.
Anne-Marie, it is rollover. Exactly. We are trading the June contract. We have rolled Topstep X to the June contract. Can't see the March ladder on Topstep X anymore.
See a March.
March is gone. March is off the board on Friday. Last trading day for March equity index futures. If you're not trading on Topstep X and you're here, don't forget to roll over the next contract month.
NASDAQ in a decision zone right now. Is it going to try to break this? Are we going to break this 25-point range?
Crude's not trading above 95s.
Nope, just sold off a little bit actually. So maybe we catch a bid here. Although NASDAQ was putting in some work without crude, but maybe this is enough to push it.
Russell's catching a bid. A little bit.
Just a bit.
Russell
looks more range bound than anything. Everything looks pretty range bound.
Also, it doesn't feel like there's any energy in the dome. You know, JD, we're talking about like reading the tape and stuff, and it doesn't feel like there's any energy in this dome right now. Not wiggling, not moving, pretty orderly. Here's a little bit of a sell-off, but like this is an Andre sell-off. I mean, this is 15 points here, and it feels significant.
Mm-hmm. Are they including single stock futures in the expiration on Friday? I don't know. They're out, right?
Are they out? Ooh, a little bit of a bid here in crude.
Didn't they come out 2 weeks ago? Let me double check.
Single stock futures.
Let's get a little
Wow,
vibe check. How's everybody doing in the chat? You guys up, down in the day, trading well, following your plan, hopefully, whether you're up or down? Most important thing, stay patient in these markets. But how is everyone doing?
Good. Okay, crude oil bidding again, 94.40s. It was as low as 93.60 in this segment, so crude's moving.
Yeah, single stock futures coming this summer. Not out yet.
In the summer, okay.
So it's triple witching until single stock futures are out, and then we're back to the quad witching.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Quad witch.
What's the list of single stock futures they're going to do? I'm assuming it's only like the cool ones, right? So like Nvidia, probably what, Apple, Meta.
I'm sure they'll basket them. Yeah, I'm on the CME website right now.
Isn't it like 200 companies?
details.
Or did I read that wrong?
Look this up.
Trade 50 plus of the top U.S. companies from the S&P 500, NASDAQ
50.
100, and Russell 1000. Yeah, 50 plus. So that sounds like minimum of 50.
Ooh, the Russell's getting some? That's exciting.
Russell's getting some. Large cap to small cap.
That's exciting.
Will we have them? Not immediately. I mean, we want to see what the liquidity is like before we introduce a new product to our customers. If it's worth trading, if we find that there's opportunity in those, I'm sure the powers that be will very seriously consider it. But I can't speak to whether or not we will. I know we won't immediately, but will we in the future? It's debatable. Up for grabs.
That decision is not made in this department.
It is not.
We'll catch him.
But I know that people here are looking at them, and they'll be watching them very closely when they open up to see what liquidity is like.
Oh, NASDAQ back to 25,011. Didn't see that coming. He said sarcastically, as we've been staring at the same range for 40 minutes. JD, thanks for filling in. Barely, barely had to do anything, just hanging out.
I was looking forward to a nice quiet day today. I was only on. I was telling these guys in the green room before we started. Going into today, I was only on the schedule for like an hour being on air, and it went from 1 hour to 5 hours real fast. 1 hour to 4 hours real fast. That's the way we do it over here, though.
Complain to your union rep, JD.
I'm not complaining. I just thought I was going to have a day. No. I love being here.
There is no day.
There is no day.
Okay, NASDAQ back to 25,018. Crude oil, 94.50.
I'm back in long gold. This is going to be a very tight stop on this trade. I'm basically risking what I just made on that last trade. We held the high of this purple box, which was the range. And long 2 from 5,630s. We'll see. This stops me out. This will probably be my last trade of the day.
What was that price again, Jay?
5,630, long 2.
5,006.3, long 2. Got it. Coach Jay long some micro gold. Back in the market.
I feel like we need like Dr. Volatility to make a cameo real quick. Although the segment's almost over, but
Dr.
Say
Volatility.
Dr. Volatility 3 times. See him show up.
What was the other one? Was it Market Making Dre?
Oh yeah,
market order McHugh.
Market order McHugh.
Fastest hands in the West, man.
Yep.
No one can press the market button faster than Dre.
Is he using
Cattle doing?
hotkeys?
No. There's no way.
That's a good question. What is Cattle doing?
234. 234.
Talk about it.
Also,
Soybeans had a little rally off of their limit offer move yesterday.
What's the deal with soybeans? I missed that. What happened to soybeans?
Soybeans locked limit down yesterday.
Whoa.
How much was locked at the offer? Hoop, do you remember? It was a couple thousand on the offer. If you were long soybeans yesterday, you got murdered. You couldn't get out.
That's
a
scary.
screenshot of that.
Lock limits.
What was that?
The real deal.
Oh,
Isn't
40,000. 40,000
40K?
locked limit offer. Yeah.
Wow.
No way you were getting out of a long.
Nope. All right. I'm flat there. Gave back those profits from that initial trade. Thought this purple box was going to hold, and it wasn't. So I'm going to go ahead and hit that lockout button.
There you go.
Plus 577 on the day. Good day in the live account.
It is a great day. Plus 577.
That's awesome.
We'll see how these markets play out.
Very good. Very good. Well, $600 trade in micros. That's a great day.
So it wasn't all micros. I was in a couple of Russell trades that were
okay.
a couple minis, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
But
It's just
yeah.
it's easy to trade minis with.
The Russell feels like a micro.
One of our favorites, MF and Mooner. Passed an eval.
Yeah.
Congrats. Well done.
Is that your first one? First pass?
Nice work.
Shout out
Well
to the
done.
lockout. Good comment. Put that on a t-shirt. Shout out to the lockout.
Yeah. Well, chat, if we helped you stay out of the markets this 45 minutes, our job was done. We did what we came to do. Kill about 45 minutes of a 30-point range in NASDAQ. But if you didn't trade because you were entertained, glad we could help you out.
I think we did a pretty good job here.
I think so. Took some trades.
Whenever the hour goes,
had some
whenever the
laughs.
hour goes fast, it was pretty good, right?
I agree.
All right, guys.
Tomorrow, though.
Sodbuster dislike.
I haven't heard that
We
one.
were talking about shadow bans earlier today. This guy just
Perfect
doesn't give
candidate.
up, man.
Perfect candidate.
He loves throwing jabs at us. All right. We are going to step aside. Group coaching coming up next. There is a form pinned to the top of the chat right now. Grab that form, fill it out. If you got a question for Hogue, Anne Marie, or Hoop, fill out that form, click submit, and they are going to get to your question live right here on Topstep TV. I'm going to be watching the chat, hoping to shadow ban somebody. You'll never know because you'll just keep talking, but nobody will ever respond to you. That's how it works. All right, guys. Jay, thanks for joining us. Dolby time. Always
Thanks,
appreciated. We're going to take a short break. Group coaching coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right. It is that time of day. Time for group coaching, noon Central Time. Get your sandwich, get your glass of milk. I'm here with two people very close to my heart. In the middle, we have the lovely and talented Anne-Marie, and the crowd goes wild. And the crowd goes wild. And we've got Hoop on the other end, and the crowd goes wild again. The crowd goes wild
Thank you.
again. Good afternoon, Anne-Marie. It's been a minute. I haven't seen you. How are you?
No, I'm well. I'm well. These markets are choppy.
You know what I blame that on?
St. Patty's Day.
I know. Say it, Hogue.
Roll over.
Roll over.
No, I won't.
Yes. Roll over.
You can blame everything on rollover.
It's great.
Dog gets
I've
out of
used
the
it for a
yard.
scapegoat for years.
Roll
Hogue.
over.
Yeah.
Hoop, how you doing?
I kind of posted and said something in the green one. I just said the best thing ever created is me locking myself out if I start over trading. Shubham last segment had put it in there. He's like, I feel like I want another trade, but I know the thing to stay away. And I hit my trade limit in both my express counts. I'm up in both of them. So I'm, you know, I get to watch, and that's probably, as Anne-Marie said, I mean, gold just 2 days of stuck in a range. I did trade some soybeans today. We were talking a little bit about that one. You know, Holga, we talk about this. The news about the fertilizer is going to affect the crop that's going to go in the ground, not that's in storage. So if you look at May soybeans versus November, you know, May's up like 6 3/4, but November's up 16 cents. So this is old crop, new crop. When you get into this time of year with grains, which is we don't, you know, you need like 8 segments for explaining how it all works. But so, anyways, I'm locked out. I'm very okay with it.
All right. There's looks like a few like newer traders kind of just putting questions in chat about rollover. What is rollover? So if you're new to futures, you're going to notice there's contract months. We just moved in the equities from the March contract, which is going to expire on Friday, and the June contract, which is the new front month for the contract. So when we talk about rollover, a lot of traders are holding on to positions that are going to go long beyond the expiration of the March contract. So they have to move those positions from the March contract into the June contract. That's what's called rollover, because the contract system was really created where things can expire or things can get delivered at different periods throughout the year. That's why we have the different contract months. That's why when one of those contracts expires, you're either going to make or take delivery or settle in cash like equities do, or you're going to want to move that position into a future month to be able to maintain it. Hopefully that helps. There's a lot to know about this. There's a lot to learn about futures, and you're certainly in the right place, and a couple of the right people here with Anne-Marie and Hoop to ask and answer those questions. But I hope that helps with that question for you, KK, and anybody else who was asking that question. All right. So should we jump right into the questions? We do have some really good questions, and let's see what we're doing here. So, all right, simple question, and I think this is a really good question because I mean this is something that you know, if you do it, you're a good risk manager, that could actually be a viable strategy for anybody. Josh is asking, what do you think about my strategy? Mark out the top price range of the previous day and the low of the previous day and simply take longs at the low and shorts at the high, while if it's in the middle of that range I just observed, if I had a clear succession doing it, but I want to know where you might think it's flawed or just your opinion on it. Okay, so it's kind of unclear the middle part of that question, but if you're just going to mark the top and the bottom of the previous day's range, do you see it as a viable strategy just to fade those extremes? And if you're a good risk manager, that might just be something that could pay you over time. Anne-Marie, how do you feel about that?
I say the answer is it depends. And it certainly depends on, let's say, the prior 2 days have had similar highs and similar lows, and you can see them coming back into the center, and you open in the middle and it comes to the bottom. Yes, that's a nice place to get a cheap long, or if it goes to the top, it's a nice place to get a cheap short. But if you have trending charts, whether they're trending up or down, that's going to be a really bad thing to do, because if you buy the low and we're trending down, you're going to get stopped out. And if you sell the high when we're trending up, you're going to get stopped out. So that's a nice structure to use in a sideways or range bound market space. But if the market is trending, you can get yourself in a fair bit of trouble, especially if you don't hold your risk tight.
Excellent point. Structure and context is everything. Anne-Marie, would you, in a market that's trending lower, so you probably wouldn't buy the low of the previous day, but you might just kind of focus on looking to sell strength anywhere near the high of the previous day.
Exactly.
Righteous question. A righteous answer, I should say. Hoop, what do you think of that? I mean, he says that he's had some pretty good success doing it, but Anne-Marie just pointed out, one part of it that might be flawed. Do you have anything to add to that?
I think the other thing too, Hogue, is like if you look at gold yesterday, if you drew a box around going into today's session or overnight, you drew that box and said, okay, yesterday's range is this. And I'm going to see how we react around yesterday's range. Well, this is the patience of a trader, right? So if you hit it once on the top and you hit it, that was the one, to be honest with you. And this is the patience of a range trader, right? This bottom we hit about an hour and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
We had a lot of speed going, and it looked like we're going to break through it. And this is, it goes through the thing. Everything looks greatest, at the bottom, and looks greatest at the top. And that's a range trader's life, right? So it never feels, it almost feels like, for me, that I'm going to be the last guy that buys it here, and then it's going to go directional. But you just have to manage the risk. I mean, yesterday and today, you got 2-3 shots at it. If you have the patience to do that, I'd love to say that I do sometimes, but as a scalper, I did see this one and I took it, and my scalpy brain said I took it for like 40 ticks and it was worth double that. So I think the big thing Anne-Marie said is, gold has been very directional. It's been very constrained. So playing the ranges can work, but when it gets directional, yeah, it's a different deal. But we've seen a lot of guys ring a cash register inside of a day like that. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's just understanding the
But
risk.
again, yeah, and it has to be the right context. Like, we know we have the FOMC meeting coming out tomorrow. So I think most expectations from traders today was we're going to probably find a range and we're going to kind of flop around in it. Now, it may not be the previous day's range. You know, you look at the S&Ps, we have an overlapping to higher daily range. So that would probably not have worked. You would have probably gotten stopped out if you were selling up against yesterday's high. But now we have a new area of range and balance that you might be able to kind of focus on looking at the extremes for those opportunities. NASDAQ, same-ish, right? We have an overlapping to higher daily range. So selling against the high wouldn't have worked out, but being patient, looking for a range to be established in the today's day type or today's day session could offer you those decent opportunities as well. So Josh, like everything in trading, man, it depends. Depends on context, it depends on structure and market state. Range bound trades, you're probably going to be much more successful. Trending, try and focus on the trades that are in the direction of the trend, whether the trend's lower or higher. Make sense? All right. Okay. Another question about rollover. When it's rollover, do the levels, point of control, etc., does it change? Does it get new value? And the answer simply is yes, because the new contract month will have different pricing, whether it's above or below, whether it's in backwardization or contango, the prices will be different. So you're going to have to go back in time and take a look at the levels that you were using, like in the March contract, and adjust those or change them for the June contract. So the ES, there is a approximately, not precisely, and I'm sure it's changed since Sunday. There was approximately a 50-point premium in the June to the March contract. Let's take a look at after yesterday. I'm just going to look off the side here. So it's still approximately a 50-point premium in the June to the March contract. So one of the things that I will actually do is when we change at midweek, which we usually change those months on a Tuesday, I have the weekly kickoff levels already set, and sometimes I'll just quite simply take the March contract and add 50 points to move the weekly kickoff level because they are related but different prices. So yes, when there's an expiration, your June contract will have different levels than your March contract.
Do you focus on the gaps? Do you look for the gaps to fill? How do you feel about contract rolls that have, gaps this big?
Okay. So if you're not back adjusting your charts, right? You're gonna get a little gap between prices from the previous front month to the new front month. However, there's probably a million different ways to look at this and to use it. But when I'm trading, today we're trading June. I'm not even paying attention to any pricing gap between the March and the June contract. I'm looking at information from the June contract.
Okay.
Like,
so you largely ignore it?
Back adjusted charts, usually the week's high and the week low will be off a little bit when it's back adjusted. So I'll take those off of the June contract. And those are what I'll put on my charts. I don't know how you feel about that. Hoop, you were going to say something?
No, sorry. It just, that one gets me. I spent so much time as a younger trader when I went to the screen, just trying to figure out how it's all working, the roll and the month, and I'm going to find something out when it goes from March to June, and it's just to the point where I share a clip in Discord, and it's one of those things where you just have to let it go. You can't worry. I mean, this is just me. I'm sure there's some context to it of what's going on in March and then how it goes to June. Is once that contract moves, to me, I've just always believed your mind has to go there. That's the market. I know it's 40, 50 points premium. I used to get early in the roll would be, okay, what's the premium difference? How's it going to roll? And I just think traders get so wrapped up sometimes when the 2 months are sitting in front of them that you can sometimes get a little paralyzed of what's going on instead of just focusing on the one. So what you said is like when June is on the radar, March is gonzo to me. I just have to think that way, because if I get too busy of watching what March is doing and June, and I just think for me, it gets kind of crippling as a trader.
Get it.
And I mean, unless you're, trying to work the spread between the expiring month and the current front month, what are you trying to do? It's not, it's not like we're doing outrights and then getting into the spread better and then using the spread to get out. That was something that happened in the pit quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not working the spread, or the basically the basis trade to cash, then it's not really doing you any favors. It's just complicating things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay. Josh, Rich, is a really, really good question, and I'm sure we've all thought about it before, talked about it before, but it's worth rehashing because Rich is asking, what's the best habit or practice that you know of that helps you stay profitable? What do you think? Anne Marie, why don't you start?
Managing my risk. No second close. Not the second is like 2 blocks down the road and make a left. It's very far away. Yeah, managing my risk is the only thing that has kept me profitable. Literally, if you flipped a coin, I used to argue about this with a really great futures trader friend of mine who's now doing great big things. He said, listen, if you flipped a coin and you told me, listen, heads, you're going to go long, tails, you're going to go short, and all I had to manage was the risk, I'd still make money. And I disagreed with him for so long, but he's absolutely right. If you learn to let your winners run and you just manage the downside, you're going to be ahead of the game. No ifs, ands, or buts. Yes, it is Morad. Yeah. He's a good friend. But man, we used to argue about that a lot.
How did they know it was Morad?
I have no idea how he knew it was Morad. We used to argue about that so much. It's so funny.
Really? Imagine a lot of people have heard him talk about that, but
yeah.
Hoop, risk management. Anything else you want to add?
The biggest thing was, the environment we came from, Hogue, from the floor to screen, was, you had mental stops where, like, I used to say it, pain threshold, was more of, when you take a beating in a pit for 3, 4, 5 hours and you have a bad day, it's one thing. When you get on the screen, you have to sit there and say, okay, what's the best thing that I can control? Obviously, the strategy or setup you're looking at, but managing your risk. I mean, yeah, Anne Marie said it's 2 blocks down. It's freaking the other side of Siberia for me. I mean, it's just having that ability to manage your trade inside there. When you get a hold of that, yeah, I mean, from a guy who watches price action a lot, like Emery, when you say 50-50, a probability, if you can manage the risk, I agree. If you're going to cut it quick, or if you let it ride, I mean, that doesn't change. But 100% managing the risk and it's really the biggest thing we can control, right? So, yeah.
The only thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The only thing
Yeah.
we can really control.
Yeah, you have to be a good risk manager. I mean, that's of course first and foremost in being a profitable trader is the less you lose, the more you can make.
Yeah.
But think about, Rich, what's your win rate? What percentage of your trades actually play out as winners? What percentage actually play out as losses? If you're 50-50, to be a profitable trader, you're going to have to look for bigger rewards than the risk that you have to take. Now, part of that's being a good risk manager. The other part of that is understanding when you have something good and to get a little bit more out of it. If we were going to be flipping a coin, we'd be pretty much 50-50 heads and tails over a long period of time. So if you're, cutting your losses, good. But if you're also cutting your winners, you're going to spin your wheels.
That's the trouble.
So it's being a good risk manager, cutting losses, but also getting really good at understanding when you've got something good and letting it run. And it's such a cliche. Everybody says, cut your losses, let your winners run. It ain't that easy.
No.
True.
It ain't that easy.
True.
But Rich, thank you for the question, and I hope that helps. Krish has a question about rollover. And we all have the same question about rollover. I've never been able to find anybody who can put their finger on why rollover changes the markets. But here it is. Here's Krish's question. Why does the trading during rollover becomes different? Why does trading during rollover become different from usual trading? Personally, I found that my biggest losses come around this period. Would you recommend something to fine tune that? So again, Krish, for 40 years, rollover, it just changes markets, and there's probably a million opinions of why, and this is my main opinion, and it's what I believe, and I there's people that would probably argue with me, but the reason rollover becomes a little bit different to trade is because the longer time frame traders that have depending on what contract, some of these traders have tens, if not hundreds of thousands of contracts to move from one contract to the other. Now they can lose money in that transfer of moving those positions from the front month to the next or future months. They can make money. Also, if they do the rollover right, they can make a bunch of money. Let's think about this. If I have 1,000 contracts to roll and I pay the offer on the spread, it costs me 1,000 ticks to move that position over. If I manage to get it on the bid, if I'm buying the spread, then I save myself 1,000 ticks. And then there's also the fact that I can move this around in pieces. I can get out of part of my March contract and then get into that in the June contract. It's called legging. But it takes a lot of the focus of the longer time frame traders away from directional activity and puts them focused in something else. So they're
Oh,
not necessarily
interesting.
available to affect the directional markets because they're focusing on making money on the rollover. Now, that might be just part of it, but it's the story that I was told and the story that I believe to be true is because the longer time frame traders aren't as involved in directional trading and more involved in making money rolling those positions into the next month.
That makes sense. You know, my thought
Right?
is if you do poorly during rollover, just don't trade rollover. I mean, I know a lot of traders that don't trade rollover. You know, I know a lot of traders that don't trade last day of the month. They just go where the getting's good. And if the getting's not good for you during rollover, don't try to adapt something that's works somewhere else. Just let that go by and, you know, give yourself a few days off.
A lot of S&P
traders
traders
would
on the
just
trading floor.
vanish for rollover, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
for 2 weeks.
I know
Bye-bye.
that was, yep. And then there were the traders that came in for the 2 weeks of rollover just to work the spreads.
Yep.
So it depends
Well,
on your perspective, I guess.
well, and the big tuna, Goldman Sachs, is the first pit that I worked in, and the Goldman Sachs was like an inflationary index, right? So they have to take positions in all markets, like gold, silver, cattle, hogs. So when they did that, when they rolled every month that they needed to roll, and it wasn't always like an equity, there was an edge, right, Hogue? When a big company is doing a bunch of things at a certain price, they'll give an edge, like you said, a tick on 100 lot, it's a lot of money. So
Yeah.
there, that was an edge because, a big institution wants to get a lot done. They were willing to give up a little bit if you wanted to play. Those days now, like this morning, I think I sent that to you guys this morning before we opened in Anne-Marie. I sent it to you. There were like 4 different offers set up before the pit, before the New York Open. 800 lot, 600 lot, 600 lot, 800 lot, and I'm like, these things are stacking before we open. So those are signs of roll. If we get up there, they must have one side of this done and they're willing to play. So yeah, it's one of those things where there's that core group of guys, like you said, Hogue, that participate in the roll, but there's more than that. A lot of guys would say, "Hey, I'm going, to the beach. I'll see you in a couple weeks."
Yep. I mean, directional traders, not spreaders, directional traders. A lot of them would have a hard time during rollover, and they learn just, I'm just going to take that week off or that 2 weeks
Yeah.
off. So somebody asked, how long
Or
does
trade a market
rollovers
that's not in
last?
rollover. That's what I tell people in Discord, Hogue. I like, if you trade equities, then go trade gold, or go trade something that's not in
Oh,
rollover.
that's a good idea.
I mean, I've told, like, I'll get people in VIP that's, I'm getting sliced and diced during rollover. I go, well, this is why I tell you, try and have another secondary market. Gold hasn't been the greatest lately. It's been a chop fest itself, but I think that is more geared up of what's going to happen tomorrow. But, crude's been, flying all over the place. So it's not the greatest, unless you're doing micros, a place to manage risk, because it's moving $4 or $5 in a day. But I just tell people, once I start to see that shift, I'm starting to look at the markets outside of equities a little bit, because I'll get I get chopped up in there myself. So.
I'm reminded of because the rollover is basically working a spread. You're buying one contract month and selling the other, or vice versa. So just a quick story. My dad, He was a floor trader, and he was also charged with helping Ralston Purina manage their positions. And they were a huge producer of animal feeds and cereals and crackers and all kinds of stuff. So in the animal feeds, they needed a lot of soybean meal, but they didn't need a lot of soybean oil. Anyways, my dad would walk in a big spread order and give it to the broker in the meal and oil pit. And this broker started noticing there was a local that was reading the orders like through the paper and front running these orders. So he grabbed my dad the next morning. He said, if you're going to bring me a big spread, give it to me backwards. So in other words, if you're buying meal and selling oil, have it selling oil or have it buying oil and selling meal. I'll start filling it the right way, but I want to see if this local catches it. So, my dad brings in the order, flashes it around a little bit to make sure this guy sees it, and gives it to the broker, and he starts filling it. And the local in front of him says, hey, you're filling it backwards. You're filling it backwards. So he says to the guy, I've been watching. You've been hawking these orders. You do that one more time, I will never trade with you again.
It's like stealing that's
Crazy.
stealing the catcher sign. It's like stealing the catcher signs.
Bang the trash can, Anne Marie. Just go ahead and bang the trash can behind you when you're at it.
He used to say,
Still
one look at the locals used to say, one look at the deck is worth 4 edges.
Oh, 100%.
Wow.
From a guy who used to put the deck together and hand it to a broker. Come on, Hogue. You were an order filler. You know that when you had the big order coming, and the market was getting close to it, and you knew it was a 200 lot stop or a 300 lot stop. You're like, oh boy, here it comes. And once again, the expression in people's faces inside of a pit. We talk about good poker players. Some guys were just phenomenal at it, Hogue. Have a big order and blow through it, and you would think they were sipping a cup of coffee in the break room. And then there were other guys that looked like their hair was just completely on fire and, were a wreck. But yeah, it was one of those things where, just like we talk about spoofers on the tape, right? There's 1,000 lots sitting there, and then it moves up. Market comes up to it. It moves up. It's a fun being part of the game, isn't it?
Yep. And, we don't get to see those faces in the pit anymore.
Nope.
It's a different game now.
Mm-hmm.
Different game. All right. So Jackson is questioning the purpose of having a dome, a depth of market. There are a lot of people that would say they don't get that either. A lot of people just trade on the charts, and that's fine. The purpose for having a dome was, it was the original order entry system for electronic trading. We didn't have charts. All we had was domes. And that was how we would place, move, cancel, put in stops, was always on the dome. Screen trading is something that came after the dome. If I'm right with that, I never saw anything that had chart trading prior to being able to see the dome. But there's also order flow that you can see on the dome that you may not be able to see anywhere else. If you have level 2 data, you're going to be able to see the bids and offers further away from the last price. And we see those quite often on, on Topstep TV. We'll say there's 1,000 on the offer, 10 points above the S&Ps. Well, is that useful information? It is if you find it useful. But there's also periods of time, like on breakouts, where you get good at reading order flow on the dome. There's lots of order flow tools that can help with this as well. But you can kind of see when a breakout is less likely to continue or more likely to fail. You get a breakout, you see a bunch of stops, and the dome dies. And that's like nobody cares that you just had this breakout, and it's more likely to fail back into the range. But you see a robust dome like everybody's watching, it's more likely to going to continue in that direction after a breakout, and it can be as simple as an IB breakout or a longer time frame, trend line, something like that. So while the dome's original purpose was probably just directing orders in the marketplace, there's a lot more to it if you take the time to learn about it and to learn to read it, if you will. Now, JD, he's a consummate dome reader. I mean, that's the way he started. That's the way he learned how to trade. There are a lot of folks are going to look at a dome and say, I don't like this. I don't want to look at it. I'm nervous putting orders in on it. I just want to trade on the screen, and that's fine. Hoop, I know you get a lot out of the dome, don't you? You use it for order flow?
I do. I like the profile on the side too, Hogue. That just I can see, like, if we're creeping up, like if I'm looking at gold right now, micro gold, I kind of see that we're nearing to the most traded price of the day. I'm curious with Anne Marie here because I know she's always looking at a lot of things. So I'm curious. We talk about Dome, but the whole industry has morphed a little bit to Bookmap. And Bookmap is basically, I don't know, Anne Marie, would I say it's just organizing kind of the Dome into volume? There's so many people, newer traders, that from VIP to Discord, that use that as a tool. And once again, to me, it's very simple, the dome and ladder we use now. But some people like, the context of a Bookmap. So it's the same thing in a different way. But I'm curious, from reading a dome, but I know you look at Bookmap yourself, don't you?
I have looked at Bookmap. What I use is an indicator just called Big Trades, and it really is just time and sales that is printed instantaneously on top of the candlesticks. So I tell it to tell me, hey, listen, tell me when a big one comes over. And so it'll pop up. When I read the dome, because you guys know I do have the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel, when I look at the dome, there's so much to look at. It gives me a little difficulty. But as I learn, listening to JD and listening to all the other folks, you guys that look at domes and see how price is thinning out or expanding or moving very quickly or gapping down or all those sorts of things, I come to learn it. I like the information. In terms of whether it gets me to pull the trigger or not, I would say I'm still far away from that. I use it just informationally. Like, what's more information to me is that what the dome just showed me is that I tested the low of my 930 candlestick, because the dome that I have on my other platform, I have it to change the color of tell me when it gets into that opening candlestick formation. And so I saw it go right up there and I went, I wonder if it's going to reject that area. And so, that, because I use it informationally, I just get better at seeing what it's giving me time over time. And then, maybe one of these days I'll get good enough at looking at it to actually use it to trade.
And even if it's just you've got confluence on your charts. Look at the dome, see if you can see that confluence there, and just give you a little bit more possible confidence. But if it's too much information, it's too much information. There's so much information coming at us every
Oh
day.
my gosh, yeah.
So
Yeah,
great
for
question,
sure.
Jackson. Great question. We get this question a lot. One thing, there was somebody who was asking, when is the end of rollover? The equities the end of rollover will be on Friday. The June contracts expire on Friday. So Monday, we won't have any split volume or anything like that. We can go back to pretty much business as usual. All right. Let's see. Rich is asking what your routine is to make sure you stick to the plan and don't go on tilt. Anne Marie?
Um, you know, I tend to go on tilt if I break my rules. And so if the question is, how do you not break your rules so you go on tilt? That's a super fine line for me because I sort of sit right in between it. And again, not to sound like a one-trick pony, but risk keeps me in that box. And I'll say, hey, listen, you know what? $1,000 is the most that you're going to lose today. And whenever that happens, you're going to pull the plug and you're going to step away because, it's like Dan Evans just said a minute ago. Sometimes you just can't see the market and you just have to realize that you're not seeing it and don't fight against the current. Just go, all right, today's not a perfect day for me. Today's not ideal for me. I'm going to step back and I'm going to observe and study and realize I'm not a robot, so I don't operate in the same way every single day, and give myself a break. But I usually have to bump up against my loss thresholds before I realize, hey, if you keep doing that, you're going to go on tilt. And so, which is why the lockout feature is so incredible. It's so useful for the person who is not really capable of saying, hey, I'm done, and still look at the chart, right? You could say you're done and leave, and that's okay. But if you say you're done and you still want to study, you better be locked out, or you're going to go, maybe this one looks good. I'll just try this one.
Don, thank you. Yeah, I guess I may have said the June contract expires on Monday. It's the March contract that expires on Monday. Thank you for pointing that out. I want to confuse folks, and I appreciate that. We do have Trump talking again here. He says it'll take 10 years to repair the damage in Iran, but we have to make it more permanent. Trump on Iran, it will be a short-term excursion. Touted the stock market a little bit. Don't see it happening right now, but Trump on Iran, a couple of weeks, not much longer, says they're way ahead. War is proceeding strongly. So I'll keep one eye on here again, but I wanted to give you a chance to talk about what keeps you from going on tilt. Maybe lockout?
Oh, risk settings. You go back to the original when I started in prop, was I used to say when I put on a trade, I'll put the stop in afterwards, and I know where I'm managing risk in my head, and then I'll put the stop in later. Next thing you know, you get busy in a trade, me trading other markets, you're like, oh, I got to put the stop in. So creating discipline for traders, to me, over trading, I can limit that in risk settings. I block out a lot of ones that can be dangerous to me. I don't trade regular gold. I don't trade copper. I mean, so I take a lot of things that can maybe cause me some of those bad habits of maybe over leveraging inside of a market that can basically create problems, right? So I try and take a lot of those things off the plate. So when I go to trade, if I get that urge to, oh, you know what? I see a really good thing here. I normally traded micros. I'm just going to take a regular gold. And, you know, if like Anne Marie said, if you're trading down a little bit, you're down $400 or $500 in a day, and you know your DLL is 1250. Just stick to the and I'll like I said, and I think the other thing I've realized by the risk settings is I used to put liquidate. And I'm like, no, you need, if you start getting into the ones that really get you in trouble, liquidate and block.
Yep.
Because a lot of people tend to say, and some people can do this, they can take a 5-minute walk away from the computer and they're fine and they get back in it. But if you start going on tilt, the best thing to me is to liquidate and block you for this, the session, and then you come back and take a look at it maybe in a better perspective. So the risk settings inside of Topstep X are have really saved me. Now, do I still take those trades like Anne Marie says? I'm human. I'll get in there and, this is not good trade location, hoop, but you're going to take it anyways, aren't you? And those ones are you still clicking the mouse. But the other ones I try, like over trading and those, I try and moderate for sure with the risk setting.
So, Hoop, you were kind of focusing on a number of trades there. Is there, I guess, in a little final speed round, as we're getting a little short on time, these sessions go so fast. If I have 3 straight losses, I start to like wonder what's wrong with me, and that's never a good sign. So I'm going to take a break after I have 3 straight losses. If I come back and the fourth one's a loss, I consider calling it a day and just saying that the heck with it. Hoop, is there a number of trades, consecutive losses that would cause you to stop?
As a scalper, maybe not. I mean, Hogue and I trade a little bit different in terms of, you're looking at profile and typically looking at a little wider lens. I'm usually looking at a little shorter time frame or a 100 tick or a range chart. So I don't necessarily know. I think years of trading, I do have my pain point of know when I have to cut it for a day, but typically not so much. It's to me more of the basket a day. Because I trade 3-4 different markets and I scale in, scale out, once I hit like 40, I know my over trading demons are kicking in. So that's when basically, I say, okay, enough. That's why you see it on my screen right now, because I'm not taking, B plus A setups. I'm taking C minus, shouldn't be in it. So not so much for me in terms of consecutive in a row for me.
Got it. But if you think you're over trading, you probably are.
Oh yeah.
Anne Marie, is there a number that you would say, okay, this is ridiculous. I got 3-4 straight losses. Not seeing something right. Let's take a little break. Let's walk away and then maybe come back later and try it.
I love the baseball analogy of 3 and you're out, because I spend so much time in the pre-prepping a stage. I work so hard at prepping before I get there that if I can't get it in 3, I'm not getting it. I will spend the entire day spinning my wheels. And I know this from just knowing myself. So yeah, if I have 3 trades and they are straight up losers, I will lock it up. I'll say, you're not looking at it right. You're going to go do something else. You're going to work on some other part of what's going on.
Have you ever fallen prey to those that say, Well, 3 straight losers doesn't mean anything. You have to take every trade in your strategy every day, all day. You don't cotton to those guys?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I do hear from folks like that, but I'm, you know, I don't subscribe to that. I feel like there are some very good setups that you can take, and then there's some okay setups that you can take. And if I'm not seeing a chart, then I'm going to end up taking a bunch of okay to no way kinds of trades. And yeah, I mean, I just know me. And so, yes, could it be that I've left the room and the next 3 hours end up being fantastic? That's great. But I wasn't psychologically built for it anyway for the day. It's not about whether the setup's there. It's about whether my psyche is able to manage the process of execution. And yeah, 100%.
Well, there we go. We're back to the 3-up. Means it's time to go. Anne-Marie Hoop, always a pleasure to hang out with you.
Say?
Absolutely.
Always.
Absolutely. So, well, I will be sticking around for another hour to trade with JD and my friend James S. So stick around for another hour. We got 2 hours left in the session today. We're going to see if we can't find some opportunities. It's been a little bit quiet, a little bit thin lately, but I'm going to growl at the market again, and we'll see if we can't get a nice move. But thank you again for joining today, and stick around, folks. We got Trade with Topstep coming up in just a couple of minutes. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD. You know that guy on the right, John the Goat Hoagland, and the man in the middle, Mr. James. How are we doing today, guys? James, what's happening in your world? How are these rollover markets treating you? You know, it's kind of
rollover markets are treating me like I'd imagine it's treating everyone else. It's just back and forth, and your job is to wait. Until it really shows a direction, if it is going to show a direction. That's
very
how
tricky
I'm seeing it.
trade. Very tricky trade so far this week, no doubt about it. Equities have gone pretty much flat. We're getting very little movement out of stocks right now. I'm looking at the S&P, the NASDAQ, the gold, the Russell. The charts look nearly identical. We're getting a little bit of movement on the Russell. Small caps are rallying. Gold has gone flat. Last trade in gold, 5,009.7. Last trade in crude, 95.75. Another market gone sideways. We got to make something of this hour, gentlemen. What are we going to do? Everybody, pick a market, and let's all buy it or sell it together. What do you think? I'm joking. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Pick a random market and either buy it or sell it. This is Tradertainment, folks. Oh, what's going on with you? You seen anything right now?
Well, no, nothing tremendous. It's a dog eat dog market, and what we don't want to do is be wearing milk bone underwear. So let's be patient.
Ew. Let's be patient indeed. Again, tomorrow we've got our big Fed announcement. Fed rate on decisions at a Fed decision on rates at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, followed by Jerome Powell's Fed Chairman press conference at 1:30 Central Time. We've got a live Fed watch party right here on Topstep TV, starting around 12:45 p.m. Central Time. It'll be a good time. It'll be a blast. We love to party around here.
Party!
Trade some beans. Let's pull up a bean chart. Yeah, let's look at some markets that we don't normally look at. This is the opportunity, right? Does everybody know the code for soybeans? It would be ZS. If you didn't know, there's your soybean chart. We got some movement. Look at this bar. Right at 11 o'clock. What happened at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time today? Oop. I'm sure you were watching beans. Beans were locked limit down yesterday. 40,000 on the offer in soybeans. There was no move in that market.
No.
K. Yes, we're trading the May contract. K. The month code for May is K. We've been sharing month codes all day long. I hope everybody gets familiar with them so you know what you're looking at. I know this influencer took some heat the other day for going on a podcast and not knowing what a futures contract was after they're selling courses for trading futures markets. I thought that was kind of funny. A little wild, right?
Really?
I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but yeah, it happened. That happened. That was the thing. Oops says classic. It was classic.
That
I
is
got a short a lot of it.
That is classic.
We are trading in live accounts here on Topstep TV. Got a live account up. Got a chart of the soybeans. My ladder is the S&P 500 futures. Beans have gone flat. Well, they're about to close for the day. 1:15 p.m. Central Time. Is that still closing time for grains, Hogue? 1:15?
I believe so. Yeah.
I believe so too. Who would know?
Yeah, that was some good hours. Those guys.
Oh, it was the greatest. Yeah, I worked on the grain floor at the Chicago Board of Trade through my college years, and it was perfect because you'd be out of there by 1:30, and you had the rest of the day
sitting
to handle your business, right?
Sitting in series for the rest of the day.
I was too young for that. I would actually go to school, you know. Later on, I would stop at series. but not during those early years, right? 9:30 to 1:15. Those were some soft hours.
Oh, yes.
All right, James. Gotta know. What's it going to take to get you in a trade? I'm not pressuring you at all. 100% not. If I paid you,
he's trying to
we
sell
could
you
get
a
into
car.
a trade right now.
What's it going to take to get you into this car?
How much you got? Well, right now I'm looking at the charts, and we just broke above yesterday's range. So if we can hold that as support, NASDAQ is already above yesterday's range. So it looks like they're trying to show acceptance to the higher side. Okay. I'm still not sure if, I don't really trust much in this market right now. There's also a bunch
it's very
of
difficult.
yeah, I mean, like, that's a signal, or that's
crude.
Something at crude. Yeah, we got a little volatility here in the equities too. Minor pop. I'm looking at the micro S&P contract right now. Could be nothing. I don't see any headlines. The president is not speaking any longer.
Well, when he last spoke, he did say that crude is going to drop like a rock. So if that counts.
When?
I know.
When?
Yep. Daniel Gallup wants to know who it was that I was talking. Let me just put it this way. If you need to max out a credit card or take out a personal loan to purchase a signal service, it's probably no good. And just stay away from it. Does that make sense to everybody?
Makes sense to me. Makes sense.
That's as far as I'll go with it. Just ridiculous.
What's going on here? Crude. Went right back to the IB high. Still inside the range from yesterday, so nothing too exciting really going on there. S&P and the NASDAQ just walked north of the point of control. And S&P is kind of showing some rejection and below the initial balance low. I mean, it spent 2 hours down below that IB low and showing signs of rejection, testing yesterday's high. I'm just going over what's going on in my head to see if there's something that I don't want to go looking for trades because I'll find them, but just seeing if something walks up to me and says, yeah, you know what? This might be good.
This is chop suey right now, guys. These are dangerous markets, I think. Just coiling upwards slowly. Slow grind higher right now. I don't think we're going to get a move, to be honest with you. I think this pattern continues for a little bit. Market likes to prove me wrong every once in a while. Maybe we will get a move, but the way I'm looking at these charts right now, I don't see a whole lot of action in these markets. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Maybe Bitcoin's moving.
You
Equities
did just
flat.
put that out there, JD. Market does like to make a liar out of you.
Is it moving now? I turn my head for a second. Bitcoin's even grinding higher too. The Bitcoin chart almost looks pretty identical to the equities charts. Slow grind higher, just creeping up. 74, 785 last trade in the micro Bitcoin contract.
Back to point of
some
control.
Information out.
I would even consider, let's taking a look at a trade up near value high or value low in these equities. But we're right at point of control in both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. Crude just bounced off that Ivy high. Gold sitting in the middle of value. So I'm trying to find something here. Trying to find something.
I have crude rotating around VWAP, so I think that might be dictating a lot of the lack of movement everywhere else. Is that the equities are waiting to see whether crude uses VWAP as support or resistance, is what I'm guessing.
Makes
Yeah,
sense. Makes sense.
Oh, I will point
Yeah,
out though
but
that NASDAQ. Oh, sorry. NASDAQ came down to your weekly kickoff level, broke below it, and then held it. So it's staying handily above the weekly kickoff level at 24,960.
24.
Financial Juice just put out some nice information about tomorrow's Fed meeting expectations. Dovish in line and hawkish views. I'll read these off in a few minutes, but
You may,
go ahead, Hogue.
James, you may want to adjust that 24,960. If you put that on your charts yesterday, that's for the March
Oh, was
contract
that
and
for the
its
previous
weekly kickoff
contract?
high. Yeah, that's the March contract. 25,170 is weekly kickoff high for the June contract. Funny how that worked, though,
I was gonna say, man, it's good. I have the wrong level there. The 170 is right next to a naked point of control. That actually is from my notes before the start of the day. That was one of my upside targets if it wanted to keep cruising to the upside.
Yes. Quite often, the calculation of the weekly kickoff levels puts them right near NPOCs.
So what I see is that both the NASDAQ and the ES they took a look at yesterday's value area, the TPO value area, and rejected both of them.
Rejected.
Yeah. But it's also only been 170 point total range in the NASDAQ so far, at 44 points in the ES. That's a pretty narrow range.
You're right. I just noticed that when you pointed that out. It is anticipation. These are anticipation markets waiting for tomorrow. And does anybody think anything is big is going to happen tomorrow? I mean, they're not going to raise. They're not going to cut rates. They're not going to do anything to rates.
Yeah, it's all about the forward-looking projection. Looking at the dot plot, the future of rate cuts is what's going to be in focus. Sifting through the rhetoric to try and get a clue into the future of interest rates in the U.S. What will the Fed be doing? I think a key part of that would be how many dissenters there are in the group, even though there aren't expected to be too many, maybe just one, maybe a single dissenter in the group. If that number does increase, we know maybe we'll get a rate cut sooner rather than later, right? So it's those small nuances. But the press conference could also be a market mover, even though Jerome Powell does not go out of pocket very often, and when he does, it's usually for the sake of humor. We'll see. We're going to be streaming it live right here on Topstep TV. So it will be an event.
Maybe he'll say something like irrational exuberance or the good day to buy stocks, something like that.
Yes.
Maybe he'll say
Make
that.
sure you're up to date on all of the polymarket phrases. Polymarket. There's a list of words with odds surrounding what Jerome Powell will say, what he will not say during that press conference tomorrow. How many times will he say inflation? How many times will he say 2%? What is he going to say first? Give me a second while I recover my thoughts. Dual mandate? Yes. Irrational exuberance. Alan Greenspan, 1995.
Yes,
Thank you, Charles.
Yes.
Will he say good afternoon when he walks up to the podium? What color tie is he going to wear? Is it going to be purple again? He always wears a purple tie. Why would that change?
So,
Yeah,
like irrational exuberance, that happened when I was on vacation. Flash crash on vacation. 9/11 on vacation. I'm on vacation next week, people. Be ready.
Be ready indeed.
Things freak out when I'm on vacation.
The markets like to move when they know the Hogue is not here to protect us all, right? So what's your plan for tomorrow then, James? Will you trade through the release? Will you watch the release? What's your plan for tomorrow? You trade a
We'll see. It's still the whole week is rollover week, so you know, I'm trying to just not dig holes during rollover.
Yep.
That's my goal during rollover. I'm trading small, I'm trading MNQ these days, and I'm limiting myself to 2 contracts. You know, I don't have a lot of expectations out of these weeks, out of rollover weeks.
Yeah. And that's fair. That's totally fair. Just look at the markets right now. What kind of expectations did people have coming into the markets today? It's a tough trade right now. Rollover plus Fed. Total lack of participation in these markets right now. No volume, no volatility. We're in a holding pattern. We're just spinning our wheels.
In general, I try to stay away from situations where where future me is going to look back at that week or something like that and say, well, what the hell did you expect? Like if I traded it up and thought, I know it's rollover week, but I'm going to make money anyway. I'm going to make a killing. And then next week, look back at what I did at the end of this week. I would look back and I'd be like, well, what did you expect? It's rollover week. So I try to stay away from putting myself in those kind of situations.
Yeah. Here's a good question in the chat.
We call that.
Oh, does rollover mean just a lot of selling? No, it doesn't mean just a lot of selling. There are open contracts on both sides of the markets that need to roll into the next contract month. We are trading futures contracts that have expiration dates. What we are doing is, what is a future contract? Let's explain it right now for everybody. So a future is a right but not the obligation to purchase a specific commodity for a set price at a predetermined time in the future, right? That is the truest definition of a futures contract. And what we're doing is playing on how much we think something is going to cost in the future for a future delivery date. That's what we are. That is the markets we're playing here. And all these contracts have expirations, right? So when we're trading equities. Right now, we have just rolled from the March to the June contract. So it rolls quarterly. Contracts expire every 3 months in the equity futures markets, right? You have a March contract, a June contract, a September contract, and a December contract. They all have expiration dates. So when the time comes for one contract to expire, everybody with an open position in the front month needs to roll to the next month to keep that position open, which means they have to close out a position in one contract and reopen it in another contract. That's why they call it the rollover. And since open interest can be so high in some contracts and you don't know whether those are long or short positions, right? It creates uncertainty and some increased volatility. Right now, we're in sort of a dead zone. But Hogue, did I leave anything out of that sort of definition of rollover?
No. The only thing is, for every one in open interest, that's one long and one short. So you've got a lot of people that have short positions that they want to move those short positions into the future month and into the June month. But you also have a lot of traders that have long positions in the March contract that want to move those long positions into the June contract. So you're either, buying the March and selling the June, or selling the June and buying or selling the March and buying the June, to be able to move that position from the March contract into the June contract. So in doing that, your question was, is there all selling coming in? No, there's just as much buying pressure available, depending on timing, of course, and changes in the current market state and condition around the markets. So, a lot of the like the S&Ps, I mean, there's almost 2 million in open interest. And a lot of those positions, at least probably 1.5 million of those, are going to be maintained and rolled into the June contract. So, there's buy longs and shorts that want to do that. If it was, if everybody was liquidating or covering those shorts, would probably be even more volatile. But it doesn't mean that there's necessarily all selling or all buying during rollover. It's both, because open interest, for every one contract in open interest, that is a long and a short. That's one. It takes a long and a short to create that contract. And the open interest is the outstanding number of contracts. So, if I have 10,000 contracts to move from the March contract to the June contract, if I have to buy the spread, which means I'm buying the front, the deferred month, and I can get it done on the bid, I save myself 10,000 ticks. If I pay up for it, it costs me 10,000 ticks. So there's a lot of money that can change hands related to moving those positions from the current front month into the future month. It makes the focus from our longer time frame traders less about directional trade and more about making money during that rollover. Hopefully that helps.
Yep. And MF Mooner in the chat, you are correct. Equity index futures are cash settled, while commodities such as gold are product settled. You'll take physical delivery of a product. You're trading gold, crude oil. They will not deliver barrels of crude oil to your home, by the way. That would be placed in a storage facility. Well, you will have to pay rent unless you sell those contracts. That's it.
And it ain't cheap.
It ain't cheap.
So while you guys were giving that explanation, I got into a short at
there we go
25,006, a single MNQ.
James is in the market. Short 1 MNQ, 25,006.
My thought there is that oil's breaking to the upside. I'm expecting oil to get to this high of this wick at 96.56.
I like it.
And we'll see where it takes the NQ while it does it. Crude, yeah. Sorry.
New session highs into the close here for crude.
New session highs in crude. Crude is about to settle for the day. Let me pull up that crude chart. We've got James for the people in the back. Short 1 MNQ from 25,006. Let's see what Crude's kind of ripping. Crude's on the move into the close. 96.10 last trade in crude. We're going to get the official settlement price in about 2.5 minutes. Just 2 minutes, not from now. NYMEX settle. Thank you, Hoop. Settlement price is established by the exchange to mark positions to the market for the very next day. That is what settlement price is. James, walk us through your exit strategy here. How much risk are you taking on this trade? What's the profit target?
Risk, I'm just going to take it off if I feel like it's not doing what I want it to do. My expectation is that it breaks the 25,000 and then continues down, and I'll probably take it off at one of the little pushes. If it does break the 25,000, I'm expecting it'll sort of spike down because it's been at this level for a little bit. And then I'll probably try to get out on one of those little spikes down. If it just plain bounces off the 25, then I'll just jump out of it.
Okay.
So yeah, I am sort of focusing the trade around what it does around the 25,000 level.
Here it goes.
Getting a nice rip in crude.
Session, new session high into the close here. What is that, JD? NHOTC.
NHOTC, new highs on the close. One of my favorite acronyms. Applying to crude oil right now. NHOTC, and there's also NLOTC, new lows on the close. It could go either way. Today would be a turnaround Tuesday on Fed Week during roll. I don't know if anything makes any sense right now.
Yeah,
gold,
and
gold stuck in that 4-day
speaking of roll
trading hours range.
Speaking of roll, tomorrow we'll be trading May crude oil.
May crude oil. May is K. The month code for May is K.
Crude oil is one of those lucky contracts that gets to roll over every month. Drives me nuts.
Every 3 weeks, the market is in rollover. It's very aggravating. That Connor. Trading with Topstep is quite boring. These markets are quite boring. What can we do? Should we start streaming video games or dance party music? What do you think? What would help us out right now? We're open to suggestions.
No. James, can you
Checking
juggle?
Yes,
no,
we
I
can get
wish
James in
I
here to
could.
juggle.
My daughter would love it if I could juggle. Oh, there you go. So it's St. Patrick's Day. Check it out. My daughter made this.
Oh.
Hey, look at that.
Somebody screenshot that. Somebody screenshot that.
Classic.
Very cute.
Everyone's always after my Lucky Charms. So yeah. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody.
Very cute.
I caught that reference, by the way. Everyone's always after me, Lucky Charms. I'm taking it from Austin Powers, but
yeah,
it's also from the commercial, from the original commercial for the cereal.
Mm-hmm. We asked my daughter. She said, "Oh, you're a leprechaun if you put that on your face." I said, "Okay, great. What's a leprechaun?" She said, "It's a little monster that pinches and bites."
She must have seen the movie.
Yeah, I don't know where she gets that from. So I'm not sure what they're teaching her in preschool, but there you go. She comes home with these fun things like that.
Like that.
Yep.
Who knows about Darby O'Gill and the Little People? A classic St. Patrick's Day movie. I think it was Sean Connery's first movie. Check that one out tonight if you're bored. Darby O'Gill and the Little People. All right,
so
we
are
got
through
some
25,000.
Yep.
It's not really pushing, so I might get out here, maybe scratch it. Or actually I'll hold it till 35. I'll hold it for another 2 minutes.
See if you get a close below that.
Yeah, and we'll see if the new half hour brings a different sentiment.
Sounds good. Sounds good. VWAP George in the chat. Me and VWAP George, we're always on the same boat when it comes to movies. I feel like we had a very similar childhood.
I actually really appreciate your movie references, JD. I get a lot of them, and a lot of folks. Yeah, you don't get the love you deserve here for dropping as many references as you do.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, we've got some settlement prices, folks. NYMEX West Texas Intermediate crude oil futures. April futures have settled at 96.21 a barrel. Up $2.71 or 2.9%. Wait, is that up or down? What is that?
So I'm not sure if this has that much to do with that little pop that we just saw at the end of the day in crude, but this is actually, I think, on in Market Watch, it was hundreds of ships remain trapped at the Strait of Hormuz as Iran decides which can pass. And apparently, none shall pass.
None shall pass. You shall not pass. Right?
They need to answer the riddles 3.
All right, last trade in crude 96.24. Again, settlement price 96.21. We are sitting right on tomorrow's settlement price for crude oil. Again, settlement price is where they mark trades to market for the following day. When you see that you're up or down a certain amount, it's based off of settlement price, not closing price. Closing price and settlement price are two different things. Let's turn this entire segment into a teaching moment, Og. James, how you feeling about this NQ trade? Short from 25,006, 24,999 last trade.
Yeah, I was waiting for a signal at this 5 minutes after the turn of the half hour, and I haven't gotten a signal yet. So I might just get out. I might scratch it. 5 seconds left.
I risk it. Why risk it?
Yeah.
Oh, Sodbuster
Right,
in the
no
chat.
signal.
I know I give you a harder time once in a while, but I appreciate you. Thanks for showing up every day.
I made $1.26 on that.
Fucking a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
As Dolby said in the previous segment, that's a pack of gum. Maybe. Maybe a pack of gum.
5-stick pack.
You can get a bottle. You can get a bottle of water at Costco for 25 cents. We'll call it 5 bottles of water at Costco. Please talk about settlement. We just talked about settlement. What else do you want to know about settlement price? Is there anything we've said about settlement, Hogue, that might sound confusing or what else can we say about it?
Well, because they still settle all futures products basically at the old pit time, the pit close time.
Yes. Very good
Quite
point. Very good
often
point.
that-
Different settlement times for different markets. Yep.
Yes. So, like, silver and gold settle at 12:30. Well, those markets are still available to trade until 4 p.m. Central. So often that last price will be or can be significantly different than settlement price. So, like yesterday in gold, we were still in range, but the last price was 50.14, but settlement price was 50.0220.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people kind of get confused with that, but the exchange still marks positions for margins to the settlement price. And every platform can show you where settlement is. And every trader that I've ever known is usually keeping an eye on settlement because, well, when I asked my dad this, my dad was a trader for, years and years. I said, why is everybody talking about settlement? What's so special about that? And he says, well, if you were to take a chart and look back at how often the market opens away from settlement but trades back to it, that'll tell you why you want to know where settlement is. Does it ring so as true anymore with 24-hour trading or 23/5 trading? Maybe yes, maybe not. But I'm always pointing out, where settlement is on my charts with this yellow line. I populate that by hand, but if you put the Topstep daily levels on, the markets, these four markets, gold, S&P, NASDAQ, and crude, you'll see the settlement price is part of those daily levels. And they can be, they can be targets, they can be opportunities. They're just another level like any other level. But yeah, metals close at 12:30. That's settlement price. That's settlement time. Crude oil closes at 1:30. That's settlement time. Equities settle at 3 p.m. Central. You got currencies, you got treasuries. They settle at 2 p.m. Central. So there are different times, but because the markets do continue to trade after the settlement price, that's where you get the difference between the final price of the day and the actual settlement price. And again, settlement is where the exchange marks positions to those levels so that they can manage margins. Hope that helps.
Exactly. Pretty archaic process, honestly, using those old pit trading hours. Why did they don't standardize settlement times now? Is beyond me. I don't think Terry Duffy is watching the show right now, so I can't plead to him and say, please standardize settlement times. But people, institutional traders, still abide by those old pit trading hours. We see it every day in crude oil and gold. Gold opens at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. We always see an influx of liquidity into the market. Same with crude oil at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time when the market opens. Officially, when regular trading hours or the old pit trading hours open, you see that influx of liquidity into the market. So people still respect those hours. That's why we talk about them. James,
Awesome.
anything new on this trade? You're still in the money, still looking okay. Are we gonna fall out of bed?
Oh well, I cut it.
He's out.
Oh
yeah, I scratched it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it wasn't doing what I was expecting it to do, and that's one of the things I learned over time of when you're in a trade, don't change the story, don't change the stuff that you end up looking for and things like that. And it's great when it's going your way and then you can look for a different target and it goes past your target, you're looking for another target, make more money, that's great. But where it usually bites you in the ass is when it's going against you and then you change your invalidation reason and things like that, and you start remaking hypotheses as it's going against you. Mm-hmm. That's where it really cuts you up. So
what's the line, Hogue?
So yeah,
you really don't get any smarter after you put a trade on. You only think you
that's
do.
That's right.
How it goes.
That's it.
So if the original hypothesis was to see what it did around the 25,000, and if that it was going to, I went short thinking that it was going to leave the 25,000 and then maybe find another area to rotate. It didn't do that, so I just got out.
Sounds good.
I like that. It's probably not a good idea to reformulate hypotheses before the experiment is over. That's really not part of the scientific process.
That's right.
It is not. Yeah. Sodbuster, Topstep settlement is 3:10 p.m. That's our auto liquidation time. You will start being auto liquidated from positions at 3:10 p.m. Central Time. It has nothing to do with settlement. That's just when we start closing positions here at Topstep. The exchange, the CME group, establishes settlement price for all of the products that you trade here at Topstep. Hope that makes sense. Take a look at corn, please. Sure. What's the product code for corn again? CZ? I believe that's it.
Yes.
ZC. There we go. Corn. Looking at corn. What are you seeing in corn right now? Looks pretty flat. Also closed for the day.
They said they're looking for longs.
Corn is closed. Yeah, no more corn trading right now. Let's take a look at the daily chart. What does corn look like on the daily? You want to see my favorite chart of all time? Hang on, I can pull it up.
Yes. It's a doozy.
Let me share this. There we go. This is a corn chart going back to 2008. Take a look at this, guys. Does that look like a ranging market to you? Is corn giving everybody the answers? Is all you have to do is buy the low and sell the high over the last 15 years, 18 years? Would that produce some income? All you got to do is not get chopped up in the shit in the middle. And this chart is giving you all the answers right there. That's all you got to do.
Yep.
That is a chart of corn futures going back to 2008.
It makes it look easy.
Doesn't it? They're giving us the answers, guys. They're giving us the answers.
So on that chart, how long would you have to hold, say, if you bought the bottom and then got out somewhere close to the top?
This is where rollover comes into play, right, Hogue? Here's another lesson on rollover.
Yeah.
If you want to hold that corn position, it rolls every other month, right? So you'd have to keep rolling from contract month to contract month. And it gets a little tricky because you want the best price for your exit and your entry. Some traders just put on a flat spread. Some traders leg out of a trade or leg into a new trade manually, meaning they will close a position in one contract and reopen in another contract, hoping to get a better price. Whereas you could also just put on a spread order, which would basically put you at delta, right? Delta neutral on your reentry. That sound about right, Hogue?
Yeah, it would execute the exit of one position and the entry to the next contract month at the exact same time. But there's also the spread between them. So if you're buying the spread, you want to buy it on the bid, because if you pay up and buy the offer, you're giving up at least one tick per contract. So the spread market works just like an outright market. There's the spread differential, and there's usually a tick or two between the bid and the offer.
MF Mooner wants to know where my trillions are. Mooner, what year was it 1 trillion seconds ago? You got 10 seconds to answer. Switch back over here. Here's our corn chart on the 1 day.
Oh. You're not wrong, Mooner. It's never easy.
Never easy. Never easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it, right? That's what they say. If it was easy, everybody would do it.
Yes. Yeah.
All before you can walk, right?
Easiest way to take $1 million out of your futures account is start with $2 million.
Exactly. That's what they say. How do you make $1 million trading futures? Start with 10 million. It was a very old adage. 36 BC, 700 BC. I see some answers coming in the chat. What year was it 1 trillion seconds ago? Someone said 1995. trillion seconds ago is roughly like 29,000 BC.
Yeah.
Put that number into perspective. Put some context behind that number. A trillion seconds was a very, very long time ago.
Yeah, what's a trillion
We
among
bring-
friends?
What's a trillion among friends? Yeah. We bring that number up every once in a while when we start talking about the national debt. Trillions of we're printing trillions of dollars a year. Nobody seems to realize how big of a number that is, you know?
It's absolutely mind-blowing. Really is.
It really is.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go back to Bitcoin.
Considering a billion seconds ago, I was just out of high school. It's 1982.
Yep. Exactly. There's your answer for a billion. A million years ago was what, like, or a million seconds ago was like 6 months, like 150 days or something like that. Or 10 million. 10 million seconds is 150 days, roughly. Then you get into the billions and the trillions, and they just compound exponentially.
Well, I hope they get some price action during our hour.
Brad Sims says, you only got to make a trillion once. Here's the reality of it, Mr. Sims. To make a trillion, that means you were up 500 billion at one point, and you doubled down again.
It means you started with 10 trillion.
Right? Who out there thinks they would double down again at $500 billion? What would you do?
Imagine losing it.
Starting over, all over again?
I had $500 billion and I lost it.
Tough trade. Tough trade.
Oh, tough trade.
Oh, I was going to talk about Financial Juice put out a nice little thing about the Fed statement tomorrow. A dovish hold. I'm just going to read this verbatim from what Financial Juice published a little bit ago. A dovish hold. Statement notes softer on growth and labor cooling. September keeps cut path broadly intact. Inflation forecasts only modestly higher, if at all. Powell sounds comfortable waiting, but still sees cuts later this year. And energy shock framed as a risk, not a lasting inflation problem. That is the dovish hold. The hawkish hold would be a statement that leans harder on inflation uncertainty. September revises inflation up and or trims expected cuts. The dot plot implies less easing than markets want. Powell pushes back on near-term cut expectations, and energy shock treated as a meaningful upside inflation risk. Those are a couple of possibilities going into tomorrow's Fed meeting or tomorrow's Fed rate decision.
So it's got the reactions, like the dovish hold. They're saying stocks should go higher. Dollar and yields lower, gold higher. Hawkish hold, stocks lower. Dollar and yields higher, gold lower. And inline hold, they're going sideways.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing now. We're going sideways. And the crowd goes
What else
wild.
we got going here? And the crowd goes wild. You want to hear us talk more, or you want to see us hit some dingers?
Buy a dinger now.
Buy a dinger now? Dingers. Jack wants dingers. Coming up next, we got Power Hour. We got 1 hour left in this trading day. Andre, Gabe, and Dolby are going to be here for Power Hour. See if they can muster some action out of these markets. We haven't seen much in the last hour.
Still around the 25,000. I would say if you really have an account that you don't care about, you could go long here and hold it to the end of the day and see where that leaves you.
There you have it.
I could see it getting up to the 25,130 area. Only based on negative delta so far, general bullish. Value area is higher. A few different bullish signals about it trying to accept lower and it rejecting that. So, it might wiggle its way up a little bit into the close, but I wouldn't expect much. But that also means it's probably a little safe to do that.
Yeah, that sounds fair. Safe and fair.
And we did take
Not
a look
expecting
down
a
the
whole
value
lot.
low. Bounced off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, Jana, how do the markets grab you today? Like this.
By the throat. All right, they just changed up our shot. That means it's time to get out of here. They're throwing the hook at us. All right. James, thank you once again for joining us here on Topstep TV. Can't wait to catch up with you again very soon. Hogue, I will catch you later, my brother. We're going to step aside. Power Hour coming up next. Andre, Gabe, and Dolby are here to take you into the close. Don't forget about At the Buzzer coming up at 3:15 Central Time. Coach Jay and Coach Paul will be here to walk you through the day's trade. All right, folks, we're going to step aside. Power Hour coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Noodles.
Oh, let's get it. 3-man weave. Power hour in the house. In the middle. Got Gabe to the right. Dolby time. Let's get right into this. Gabe, how we doing? Thoughts coming into the final hour of the New York session. What's up, Gabe?
Yo, what's going on? Let's go ahead and just kind of take a look at where we're at right now. We've been struggling to break through. We've got a little kind of line of support right underneath 25,000, right around. Dolby was mentioning that in the green room, but we've been failing to really close underneath 25,000 and see any sustained selling aside from earlier this morning. But I am short one NQ right now from 25,017. And that last little pop that we got kind of breaking out of this little possible channel that we have, maybe a bear flag, targeting currently session lows of the kind of 950s. Essentially, I got a target of 940 to 916 is a little bit of area demand that we haven't really seen yet since it formed. So looking short right now, stops above the 40s and look to add if we can get under 990.
Okay, Dolby time. Let's break down these ranges. Last trade in the NQ 25,009. Let's break this thing down. See if we have any setups. Here in power hour.
Yeah, I hope we find something, Dre. Because this 25K is a very, very strong magnet for this market right now. We're basically existing in the middle of the range that we've had since early February. So it's 24,000 like 400s up to about 25,400. So it's about 1,000-point range, and we're right in the middle of it, 25,000 evens. So with that being said, the only other ranges I'm really seeing are going to exist on much smaller time frames. So I think the 30-minute has a nice, the 1 hour has a nice little range. I already have that one marked out. That's 24,950s up to about 25,050s. And we're also pretty much Doritoed right now, which is not unexpected considering we have an absolute boatload of information tomorrow. So the Dorito pattern, just higher lows, lower highs, and that point gets us to exactly 25,000. So what's gonna take for us to get out of here? I don't know. I like Gabe short, to be honest, and only for the fact that maybe we'll stretch some lows and stretch some highs and maybe just end up back at 25,000 by the end of it.
Okay. Sounds good. You got the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner. 57 minutes till the closing bell. The only time I'm going to switch it up, I'm going to ask you, play a game called Above Below around here. Those that are new, first of all, welcome aboard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Dolby Time what he thinks the price, the NQ will be on the close. And we'll put it to a poll. Will be above or below said price. Dolby Time, last trade, NQ 25,002. What will the price be on the close?
I mean, I have been highly speculative the last couple times I've done this, but I am not going to speculate. I'm going to say like 24,999.
Love it.
All right, buddy.
999.
Why not just say 25,000?
I like it. We're there right now. We'll get that poll up here. We'll take a look at the ES. Last trade ES, a 67.74. We got a negative delta of about 4,000 in the ES. Got a negative delta in the NQ of 1,400. Gold trading 5,008, 50.08. And crude with a little pop there. $96.13. Looks like we got 50-50 across the board on the tilt. Here we go. We got PPI tomorrow. We got FOMC tomorrow. We still have 55 minutes left in this New York session. Abe short. One NQ 25,017. Looking for a target. You like it down there at 24,940, Abe?
Yeah, 946 is where I got my bid in right now.
Okay.
Nice.
I love the 950, 940 area. You know, obviously saw some buyers come back in earlier this morning off that level. So curious if we can maybe make another attempt down there. If we look at the last major run that we had from the lows of, what is this, 7 a.m. up to about 8:45. Kind of like that'd be right around the midpoint, a little bit beyond the midpoint. So I think it's a healthy area, kind of balance to potentially close at today. Kind of middle of the pre-market range, but We will see.
Yes, we will.
Love to add, though, beneath 990. If we can get a nice 5-minute bar underneath 990, I'm definitely going to be adding into this and tightening up my risk.
All right, heading into the shorts. A little push higher here in crude. $96.16. Last trade there.
Crude's moving a little bit. About a 60-cent range.
Hole is up. Well, NQ finish above or below 24,999.
Gotta keep them on their toes.
Like it.
Let's see below.
A little more selling. Dolby time bids beneath where?
If I was going to look for bids,
yeah,
988s, and just play this little 5-minute range and just see if you can just base hit back and forth. Although it's getting a little bit heavy, but that's
you're 5 points away, man.
Every time it's gotten down there. So let's just put in a buy order, 988s for a quarter. We'll see if we can get like 20 points on this.
Okay.
This is just the range trade. See if we can maintain the Dorito. All right, we're in.
Okay, long one.
We're just looking for 20-ish points. It's like a 1-to-1, maybe even negative. At worst, Gabe will feel great.
Gabe, did you add? Did you add into this?
No, not yet. I'm looking for a 5-minute bar to close underneath 990 because we've been failing to do so the last couple hours. So just to get a little bit more confirmation of commitment, breaking underneath that level.
Mm-hmm. Maybe this is what we need to get this market detached from 25,000. It's just the house account going long. Sometimes it's all it takes.
Yeah,
we'll be there for you, chat. We'll get this market going. We could always call in Dr. Volatility a couple times.
It worked earlier.
It did work earlier, I know.
It's crazy.
It's a Midas touch.
Crude.
James said you called.
You called.
He's back there, turned his camera on real quick. Like, you summoned me?
Crude beneath $96 by a couple pennies. $95.98. That correlation trade, Dolby.
Very real.
Yeah, it might not be hitting as well as it was. Certainly yesterday was definitely something different.
Today's a little better.
Today's
it's different because there's so much news tomorrow that I don't know, unless like the markets really got crazy or crude oil really got crazy on like some geopolitical stuff, then but we're just waiting. We're waiting for news. This is what it's like when you got FOMC and a bunch of red folder events the following day. The market's going to get quiet. Ranges are going to get tight. You'll see a lot of Dorito formations or megaphones, higher highs, lower lows, higher lows, lower highs, tightening ranges. It's just how it is. Market's going to be waiting for news. Selling off a little bit. Does NASDAQ catch a bid? Let's see.
There you go. Crude riding lower.
Right back at 25,000.
Shocker. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? We can reduce our risk on this trade, though. So we're going to go to 980s and 3/4. Actually, what 81s? 81s. Cutting our risk down.
Saw some buying step in the ES as well. About 4 points higher off those 67.70s. Now trading 67.74. On the Dow. Dow trading 47,375. Gold. Saw gold beneath $5,000 for a little bit today. Bottoming out at 49.77. We're back above 5,000. Trading 5,007. 50-50.
I mean, we're assuming Powell's going to keep rates steady, right? We're not expecting any action there.
Last I checked, it's like a 99% probability of a pause.
Okay.
Tomorrow, and FOMC coverage. Wall to wall. You're on Topstep TV. You got a strategy session beginning around 12:50 p.m. Central Time. And we will get the rate announcement 1 p.m. Followed by the prepared remarks. Of course, all important Q&A session after that.
What tie will he wear?
Second to last one of these. There's the chair,
Wow.
Fed chair. I know.
I think he's getting sentimental, Dre, about this being the second to last one.
I wonder. Been a hell of a ride.
Probably
especially-
relieved.
Yeah.
It's probably like just waiting.
Finally.
This last stretch of these two meetings are probably going by super slow for him. Just dragging out. It's like, get me out of here.
Hanging on for dear life. Couple ticks. Poll results are back. All right, 58% are saying below 24,999.
Okie dokie. If we can get to 215, we'll tighten up our risk a little bit more too. Try to see if crude is going to sell off here because we like double top off like 95.50s, and we've been riding this like higher low trend line for a long time. So if we can get below 95s, that would be, I think, pretty bullish for NASDAQ. We're just chopping around.
So we are. Oh, take a look at MBT. Little Bitcoin closing back in on 75,000 even.
Wow. Okay.
$10 away.
Good for you, Bitcoin. Well done.
74,990.
Good job, Bitcoin. Where did the people are back in on the coin, huh?
Us.
You say yes or I guess?
I guess it's
I
rallied
guess-
the last week and a half, 2 weeks. Seen buyers stepping in.
Okay.
I'm now right around 60,000, give or take.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on crude here.
The way you said that, Dolby, was hilarious. Like back on the coin, like back on a drug.
Yeah, right. Markets risk on. Let's find some Bitcoin and buy. Well, sitting pretty here at 25,000 evens.
Did you guys see that they released the Dune 3 teaser today? Not in December.
I have not seen it yet. I have
Part
not
three.
seen it yet.
Did you guys see part 1 and 2?
Oh yeah.
Dre's like, nope.
Oh yeah.
I did not. Was it awesome?
Come on.
Back there, they're laughing at me. They're laughing at me back there.
Great films.
Hey, we got a 900 lot up above in the ES.
Ooh.
67.79 in the orders offered 900 times.
Nothing in the NASDAQ.
Mm-mm.
Yep. 779. Will we go and chase that down? That is sitting right out of range. So there's a nice little like kind of 5-minute range forming in the ES. 79.75 would be just a little bit of a stretch. That range is between like 770s and about 778 in the ES. Let's see if they grab it. Not that far away.
Buyers did just jump in a little bit there in Crude. We were trading $95.88. Just bought it up to 98 cents. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Pit session has closed for crude. Closed about half an hour, 45 minutes ago.
$15 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
Yep.
35 minutes till MOC. Pretty quiet on the headlines for now. Of course, they've been flying around left and right all day, all week. And I don't expect that to stop anytime soon. See a little downside pressure here in gold. Gold closing back in on 5,000.
What is going on with gold? Is gold also
Can't-
just pinned to
can't
this?
figure it out.
It's 5,000.
Cannot figure out gold. Stronger dollar takes less dollars to buy gold. I cannot figure it out. Safe haven? Not really. If we're beneath 5,000. Yes.
I mean, someone was joking in chat about silver. I don't even trade silver anymore. Answer is no. No one cares.
Let's take a look. What is silver doing?
No one cares about silver anymore.
SI, how we doing? Silver. $79. 39.43.
We're all crude oil traders now. That's all that matters.
Comes a little buying. in the ES, NQ as well.
For
ES closing in on the
Colby,
900
you
lot.
you just targeting the highs here, like the 20s? You said?
Yeah, I'm looking for like 18 and a quarter. I might even just take
Oh.
this.
You might get it. You're only 8 points away.
I don't know, I'm thinking about 10%ing it. It's kind of like a 15%, but I just don't have any conviction this is going to rally like anywhere.
What are we working?
All right, we're out. $53.
Okay.
We'll just
Ciao.
take it. Feel free to rally.
Back up to 25,022. Some buyers stepping in here. That order in the ES did not get filled. It got pulled. Move it up. Yes, they moved it up to 67.90. Do we like shorts up here?
I do. If we can get to like 54s, yeah, I think that'd be pretty good. We're gonna offer at like 59s or something.
ES popped a little bit. ES up to 67.80. Call it.
Yeah, I'm not normally one for scalping like that, but you know, I
That's
got to
what the
take what the market's giving you. It's not
100%.
giving a whole lot.
Gabe's still in. Back to
Yep.
25,000. Yep. 017. Till.
Couple points a heat right now.
That's the NQ for you.
Yeah.
I guess so. I guess so.
Every trade, almost every trade, NQ. Gonna take some heat.
Gabe, how has your trading journey been recently?
A little rough. I keep going back to the well in Asia, and I was just telling Kashmir in chat, I swear, the overnight session is my arch nemesis. I need to stop touching it.
Kiddo, is
Way
that
better
into
statistically
slow
in New
markets?
York.
Hang out with
Yeah.
Dakota. Yeah, he does it.
That just floods my mind with different opinions, though.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of opinions during slow markets. Dakota and gang are not short of opinions. You know, we all find our time frame to trade. Okay, maybe selling off.
If I
here.
could just have like a permanent lockout button for overnight extended hours, that would be fantastic.
But there's opportunity, Gabe. I know you've cleaned up overnight. I know you've cleaned up.
Yeah, but it's such a outlier scenario for me. Like it doesn't happen that often. When it happens, it's great, but I have a higher win rate, better expectancy in New York.
Are you like actively trading it, or are you like wide stops, one or two trades?
Actively trading, which is probably not helping.
Yeah, it's probably hard. So, like trading metals, or you trading equities or commodities?
All of it.
Typically equities, but a little bit of metals. Yeah, gold and Q typically.
I mean, oil's great in the overnight session recently. There's been good volatility in it.
I haven't touched oil once during this whole fiasco.
We can change that right now, Gabe. We can change that right now because crude is grinding lower. $95.80. You're seeing equities catch a bit of a bid. ES 67.79.
This could be bait though. I mean, crude oil has made higher lows since 10 o'clock this morning. So it would really need to smash these 95s for this to be a change in trend. Smash them. Might just bid up too, and then Gabe's gonna be happy because NASDAQ will probably sell off. We can get a bounce off on 95s.
Yeah, as long as NASDAQ stays underneath like the 40 level, I'm pretty content with staying in this short.
Mm-hmm.
But if we see strength through the 30s, then that's why I got my stop at about 45 half.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
See what happens.
See, no closure right there above the 5-minute range. Body stayed right back inside. Still nothing too concerning right now.
What does that mean, Gabe? What's that telling you when you see that?
It's just inside bars on a higher time frame. So all this noise in a 5-minute are just a bunch of 15-minute or 30-minute inside bars, which is just lack of commitment to one direction or balance. Right. So there's the auction, there's an equal interest of buying and selling at this level. And really until we get strong commitment through a higher low, which typically for me is going to mean a closure. And I've been leaning a lot more on the 5-minute time frame to get a little bit, less caught up in the weeds of the 1 minute. Because you will get 1 minute breakouts a lot more often. And a lot of them can typically be traps. So like in this case scenario, this last 5-minute green bar we just had, we got a 1 minute closure above the high of the range, but no 5-minute bar above. So I like it right now. But yeah, just inside bars on a higher time frame or like an intermediate time frame.
Trade's still valid.
Yep. Good discipline. Not getting spooked out of the trade. Will you put a time stop on this one, Gabe? Or just letting it cook here?
I mean, time stop's going to be the auto lick if we get to the end of the power hour. Nothing's really happened with this.
One's for you.
Oh,
it's either stop, target, or auto lick at this point in the last hour of the day.
Nice.
Delta update, minus 2,500 now in the ES. Was it minus 19, minus 1,800 in the NQ?
If we can get back down to these 80s, we'll get long again.
Like it a second time, huh?
Sure.
Or technically a fifth time or sixth time or however many times we've been down here. However many times we've been down here today.
We got gold trying to work its way to 5,000 evens. $3 to go. Crude catching a bit of a bid. $95.87 last trade there. Downside pressure in the NQ. 25,003 last trade. Yes. Trading 67.76.
I mean, NASDAQ is selling off a little bit, and crude is not really bidding. So, yeah, I would for sure go back to the well on this one.
Okay.
I also wish we just sold 20s. I mean, this feels like reversal challenge right now, basically. Just buy the lows and sell the highs within a 20-point range.
Saw this a little bit earlier today. Gold sell off. Crude pops. Equities sell off. See if that's the case here, because gold trading 50.02. 50.02. We'll pop in crude.
I mean, everything just feels pretty slow right now. I mean, look at the range gold was in today. Holy moly. 550 down to 49.80. I mean, it's still like $70, but I mean, that's pretty clean for lows and very clean for highs. Market's waiting, Dre.
Yeah, gold's looking to go get those 5,000. $3 to go.
I think so. I mean, the middle of that range is 50-10. You go from low to high in that 30-minute range.
In the chat.
So it's right there.
Austin, crude equity correlation is not as strong anymore. That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
I learned the hard way yesterday. That's how it goes.
I mean, it might get strong again after tomorrow, though. It might get strong after tomorrow. I still think the market's interested in moving anywhere with the news tomorrow.
We have a holding pattern.
Oh, yeah.
And
big time holding
PPI
pattern.
tomorrow in the morning. Sure to tune into opening call. Coverage of that. And then FOMC as well in the afternoon.
Should be a fun day.
It'll be a great day tomorrow. Should be very much fun.
Crude trading $95.78.
Mm-hmm.
77 cents.
We're trying to make some lemonade here. We got a little bit of lemonade. We got like a cup. Like a cup of lemonade.
That's not an expensive ass cup of lemonade. $53.
Only got to sell one of them.
Lemonade you drinking?
Organic.
5 minutes bottom of the hour.
It's from Air One. So
Organic pasture raised lemons.
Exactly. Yeah, they're fed grass fed.
Gabe, short one, 25,017. Last trade, 25,000 even. Call it.
Somebody like goes up to the trees and like sings to him every day and polishes them.
Yep.
Keeps them clean. Like
Come
just
on, beautiful.
Nothing on the tilt. All right. Gold. $2 away. $2.5 away from 5,000 even.
I mean, everything is like seeking equilibrium right now. Crude oil wants 95, NASDAQ wants 25,000 evens, and gold wants 5,000 evens. Everyone gets a round number. Everyone.
just watch. As soon as I add, we'll get a little bit of movement.
Do it. Do it, Gabe. No pressure.
Still,
no pressure.
you still like the short, adding to the shorts beneath 90s, or you need to
990.
see the 5 minute?
Yeah. I really want to see a 5-minute bar underneath 990. That last example that we got at around 5 after, that's kind of like a prime example. Why I want a bar underneath.
Oh, man.
Gold closing in on those 5,000s. $2.5 to go. Downside.
I'm going to see if we can get short 25s and get long 83s. We're basically just playing a 40-point range here.
That's up.
Chat, you get shoot up today? Let us know. Let us know. It was a classic NASDAQ day where you bid up at like 100-something points off the open, 300 points off the open, and go to Chop City for the next 6 hours.
Oh, John in the chat. Couldn't have said it better myself.
What's up, John?
I haven't tuned in forever. Andrew's still just sitting there doing nothing and talking about obvious things that are happening. Nailed it. You are absolutely nailed it.
Yep.
Closing on 5,000s.
Chat comment of the day.
Love it. Good to see you. Thanks for coming back.
Like and subscribe, John. Like and subscribe.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Bottom of the hour. Minute 30.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Johnson, CEO of NVIDIA, is starting to talk again.
Ooh, okay.
In the process of restarting our manufacturing for the H200 China chips.
Where are they making those? I'm going to look that up.
Is it where?
Yep.
Did I not just say China?
Yep.
I thought it was like for China. Oh, it's
I believe they are.
Oh, it's TSMC, so it's Taiwan. Okay. 8-point bid here off the 25,000s. Calm down, NASDAQ. You're out of control right now.
Yeah, ES
Out
looking
of
lower.
control.
Dow selling off a bit as well. ES trading 67.74.
Bottom of the hour coming up. See if we can get a little bit of a
Yep.
volume increase here.
Go.
That would be nice. I got to assume we're well under the average volume for the day.
See if oil wants to keep grinding higher. $95.86 last trade. Now 87.
Okay, now we're down to a 10-point range in the NASDAQ. Yeah, this is going to be great for your hold time statistics. I don't know if that counts as padding, but it's going to be great average.
You go bottom of the hour.
I don't think it's as much padding as guy in the heat that got stat padded the other day.
What, for the 83-point game? That one?
Yeah.
19 minutes MOC.
Mm-hmm.
That is a perfect definition of padding.
Come on.
Who even watches the NBA anymore?
Struggling.
Only team I
Struggling right
watch
now.
is the Timberwolves, but that's because of Ant.
Oh, you actually have basketball players. We wouldn't know. Chicago Bulls are
Very bad. Very,
oh, mismanaged. Dude, they should just take like the best NBA 2K player in 2026, and they should just have them run.
Come on, Crude.
The Bulls.
Mike
off-run
Brunelli in
25.
chat. What was the date of actual March contract? Are you referring to the last trade? Technically, settlement is Friday.
Expiration.
That's what you're referring to.
All right, Crude closing back in on 96 even. Got about 5 cents to go.
Wow, 230.
Long contract.
Anything.
What contract months are you using? Trey.
What's
Is
that?
it M? CLM or CLK?
For Crude? J.
Crude. Oh, it's J. Oh, there we go. Ah, I was $1 off. There we go.
All right,
Perfect.
Crude. Back above $96.
And Q doing nothing.
Nope.
Ain't tight.
I mean, I guess it's kind of interesting that NASDAQ is bidding while crude oil bids. That's about it.
$96.06 now. 8 cents. $86.10.
Yeah, nice little bid here going on in crude. This is a
And they're bidding up the equities. My goodness.
pretty decent 5-minute candle in crude.
Hey, call
Oh,
your
we got
guy.
an offer in at 25s. We got an offer in at 25s. Come and get us.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
No one knows. This is
25,012 last trade in the NQ. Bit of a bid in the Dow as well. We'll go beneath 5,000. Again, 17 minutes till MOC. You working an offer, Dolby?
yes, I am. 25,025.
025.
See if we can get to the high of this range. And we'll sell it for 20 points, hopefully, and that's about it. Maybe we can buy 990s if it gets down there. You know, we're just hanging out and waiting.
One more popping crude. Will that get the party start to the downside in the equities?
Sure hope so.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna will this trade. We're gonna will this trade into profits. Gabe, buyers see some
Anything.
rejection. Uh-huh.
Any volatility would be fantastic right now. Yes.
Nothing on the tilt. Delta lightening up a little bit to the negative side. Still negative 2,500 or so in the ES.
Russell selling off a little bit.
All right. Back at 25,000.
Starting to see it again. Gold lower. Crude higher. Equities lower. Gold right at 5,000 even.
Okay, gold is at his happy place.
Gold get beneath. 70 cents to go. You know you want to go. You know you want to go there.
Oh my goodness. Markets are too funny right now.
Gabe, how do you adjust your stop, if at all, in this
It's
trade?
going to get tucked. The first trail location will be right above the high from 15 after. We'll pivot. Will be the first location that I start to reduce risk.
All right, buyers jumped in. Gold back up to 50.05. On the tilt.
Do something.
Still developing trades. This is actually a great spot to learn. You've seen these trades unfold, looking at other markets while you're, Gabe's short right now, and you're looking around at other markets, seeing what may or may not influence or impact the market you are in.
No, I mean, it's a great example of what happens to markets when there's major news the following day. I mean, people are sitting on their hands and they are waiting. They are waiting. But this stuff can be anticipated. Take a look at the calendar on Sunday. You can kind of plan out your day, what you're expecting. It's not always going to come to fruition, but most of the time, if there's a big news event on a Wednesday, Tuesday is going to be pretty quiet.
A lot of volume.
Trade accordingly.
A lot of volume. Coiling up in these prices, and it goes. May very well really push through and continue. All right, can NQ get beneath 25,000? Got a point and a half to go. 13 minutes till MOC.
Trying.
What's it look like on there? Are you a mini or micro, Gabe?
Mini.
Let's go.
Nice. Let's go.
Let's go.
We're going to bid 85, so if we can get down there.
All right. Keeps holding bid. 25,000, 003. Another tilt. Yes, just saw some selling there. NQ, see the same. 12 minutes.
Crude oil selling off 6 cents down to 96 evens.
I think gold's going to get beneath 5,000. I think it wants to get within, 50 cents, 60 cents or so? Currently trading 5,000, 004.
Chat, if you have any questions, be a great time for some audience participation.
What's the scariest trade, chat?
Ooh, good question.
ES and Q, long or short?
Either?
I think, yeah. I think
Moon, are you referring to the high-low bars? The blue candlesticks? Well, let me know. Because I got them up. I enjoy them quite a bit for range trading.
Ask Dolby anything. Just went up.
Ask anybody anything. Ask Gabe something, too.
I like the shorts.
Shorts are intriguing for the stop run, for sure.
There you go. Come on. Working 80 bid. Dolby time?
85s.
85s, okay. Last trade, 24,998.
Starting to drift a little lower.
It's trying. Come on down. This is a great range.
It's really got to break.
Crude oil selling a little bit.
Yes, it is. Beneath $96. $85.92. We got also President Trump will be attending the Shamrock Bowl presentation at 4:20 after the close. Oh. I'm short from 79. Don't say anything.
Okay.
Last trade, yes, 67.73. Half.
Stuck.
Mm-hmm.
So stuck.
When it goes, it's going to go.
Adam in chat, what's my normal trades per day? I'd say I average anywhere between typically 5 to 10. I've been trying to do a better job of less.
Oh, James sent over a couple questions. Gringo, where are the Star Trek glasses? They're in my drawer. I can only wear these glasses now. When are you going to RTR? When are you going to see me in slow markets? Cameos maybe once or twice a month. Ooh, good question. Markets by end of week. End of week above below. That's very interesting.
Price?
Yeah, grab the crystal ball.
25,000.
Now, where do we think? 25.
Yes, 6,800.
Yeah, end of week.
Come on.
Yeah, probably 25,000.
Buyers jumping a little bit in gold, back up to 50.07.
We are tightening.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we are.
I mean, I'm on a 15-minute chart, and it's like 3 spinning tops in a row for the candlestick patterns.
Something's got to give.
I would think I'd want to do a little shake and bake before the close.
Crude. You got crude stuck between 94 and 96 bucks for most of the session today.
There's a good question for you. The guy got to do to get a bag of Cool Ranch Doritos.
Hit up my mom. My mom's got you.
Slide me your number.
I can't. Whoa.
For the Doritos, bro.
Oh,
the Doritos.
Whoa. Okay, yo.
For the Doritos.
Hello. Okay. Negative Delta grown in the
Doritos.
ES. Gabe getting fresh here on Power Hour. We got 7.5 minutes till MOC. We got a little peek to the downside in the ES 67.73 last trade.
There we go. Brad Sims has me back.
There you go. Can we get another push higher here in the crude? $96.07. We'll pop in gold. Come on.
Crude popping a little bit.
7 minutes.
Like 10 cents.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got ES grinding lower. Dow not. I think you might follow the lead here. And Cuban need 25,000.
It's trying. RTY bounced.
Yeah.
Yes, trying to sell off a little bit.
Sure is.
Don't trust it. Don't trust any of this stuff.
Neither do I. ES trading 67.71. You can take this into MOC?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, might as well at this point,
Okay.
right? It's going to be an
She's
MOC of
got
like
nothing on me.
50 million buy side or something.
Where do I? Yeah. All right, crude. $96.15.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 10-point range in the NASDAQ, 95s to 05s. This is the tightest range I've ever seen in NASDAQ.
Crude might be waking up a little bit here.
Ooh.
96.17. We see 18s.
Oh, maybe crude oil is going to unlock NASDAQ here.
And at this point, I'll take anything.
Anything, yeah.
Stop.
Man, no one's tweeting. Trump's not talking.
Something's
It's quiet. It's too quiet.
Eerily quiet. 5 minutes. MOC. Market on close imbalance.
Mm-hmm. Oh, already MOC. Okay, this is good. This is good.
Still working the bids, Dolby?
Yep. 85s. 85 bid, 25 offer.
Man, oh man.
Definitely still interested in playing this range.
I'm just giving it a shot. In NQ back above 25,000. 002 now. Sixes trade. Oh, come on.
Bouncing around here.
Oh, what do you got? Delta.
Yeah, we got some. Delta's got to be pretty
Range is
pretty
going to hold.
flat too, right?
Yeah, well,
you would think.
Was my start when we came into power hour? It was minus 4,000 in the ES, minus 1,400 in the NQ, and paired off in the ES to minus 2,500. Oh, here's Hogue.
Brad's got the right idea. Bring in James. Where's the volatility king here? Dr. Vol.
Minus 1,900.
NASDAQ trying to bid.
NQ, yeah. Johnson's still talking, CEO of NVIDIA. Of
course, he's bullish.
Again. Seeing $1 trillion in revenue.
Wow.
2027.
With a T.
Oh, yeah. All right, Gabe, short one, and Q from 25,017. Only time flat. 2.5 minutes. MOC. 12 minutes till the closing bell. Big day tomorrow. PPI in the morning. FOMC in the afternoon. Who knows what will happen between both of those? But, should be a good one. Make sure to tune in Topstep TV. While we're at it, click like, click subscribe. We're 206,000 subscribers. You got 2 minutes.
I mean, how was yesterday? It seemed like a pretty decent daily candlestick.
What happened?
And bounced off the lows.
What happened yesterday? The reopen on Sunday was pretty wild. What happened yesterday? Chad, help me out. What happened yesterday? This market's all blending together.
What even
we
happened?
rolled. Yeah, we went from March to June.
Oh, that was the big thing.
Yeah. Market's definitely
Exciting
moved.
stuff.
Oh, yeah, I got rolled. Yeah, that's right. I got rolled because the correlation wasn't there. 90 seconds.
Mooner says, I used to mess myself up bad when things were slow like this. Some reason I thought adding more and more to the position would make it move. Great way to blow accounts. Mooner, I agree. Choppy markets are very tough unless you are anticipating the chop. I always found these days to be hardest when you start off down in the kind of like first hour, and then you try to make it back in just the most choppy garbage trading sessions.
Yeah. The head fakes. You think we're going higher? You think we're going lower?
That's when it gets
Catch
really
long.
painful.
We'll play in. It gets, and then it gets messy and it gets expensive. All right, we got 45 seconds. MOC. We go ES and Q, and then the YM. Why are they buying this?
So they can sell it into MOC.
For the Wall Street Journal, the Pentagon wants to mass produce kamikaze attack drones.
Aren't they a little late on that? Shouldn't they have done that a while ago?
Well, just reading the teleprompter.
Okay.
10 seconds.
That's true.
What do we got?
We're going to offer 34s.
Okay. Here we go. Light buy side. Yes, 300 mil buy side. NASDAQ, 180 mil buy side. Dow, 206 mil buy side.
Ooh, okay.
Those numbers can and will change. here in the last 10 minutes. New York session. See some selling out in the equities.
Let's go.
Trading at 25,000 too. Let's
Buy
go.
side. What do we got?
Just incredible. Dan Emmons, I want the last 7 hours of my life back.
Oh, it's
Bro,
great.
I get it.
We're grinding.
Like, come on, there was a laugh or two to be had on Topstep
Oh,
TV
yeah.
today. There was some good content.
Here come the sellers. ES, where were you 5 minutes ago? ES trading 67.71, and NQ hold beneath 25,000, 3 points beneath right now.
Yes, it can, Dre.
Yes, it can. Sold on buy side.
Oh.
Crude, not too much. $95.96. Brandon, never held a short so long in my life. Might be telling you something. Buy side lightning up in the NQ. 92 million buy side.
This
We're getting
darn
off of that
25,000 level, man.
It is. It is magnetic. We're going to offer
Painful.
25,026. Man, this is truly a 20-point pool party here. There is not a whole lot going on. This is the tightest 20-minute, 20-point range we've seen in
Pretty
a while.
lame pool party.
Gold.
It's a pretty lame pool party.
Oh,
I agree.
party's about to get started. Gold close back in on 5,000. $4 to go. Still light buy side. All right, I know what to do. Dr. Volatility,
Bring
get
him
in
in.
here. Watch this. Hashtag Power Hour. How'd they do?
Hey, everybody. It's time for hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets. The point of the show, we show us the stuff you sent us. But first, it's St. Patrick's Day, everybody. If you're not wearing green, pinch yourself. And on our core toss-up account, show us if you had a green day, is what we're asking. And you guys did just that. Let's go ahead and cycle through some of what we got. Coming up, first, we have a green day of $468 from our good friend from Peroto. And nice. No red on there at all. Look at that. You got completely green all across your Topstep X stats. Let's go on to the next one. From Order Rejected. Might be a little bit harder there to see on the screen, but if you zoom in or use your eagle eyes, you can see that he's up a good couple pennies. It looks like one trade is up 2K, the other trade up 1K. Order Rejected. I hope you didn't hear that noise and you locked it in and you're taking home your profits and you're keeping this green day green. And finally, talking about green, from Dan. Dan has made $551 by making only 11 trades. Truly the luck of the Irish with Dan, as you are keeping your green day green all together. So very nicely done. But we got some other stuff to show. Moving on. From RC, 20K payouts this month with Topstep. All right, small payouts add up. This is essentially building off what we talk about with base hits win ball games. Now, base hits don't always mean just securing a 150 winning day in your account. It also means paying yourself. You can see here his small base hits payouts have slowly equated to more than 20K. So congrats to you, RC. And finally, last but most certainly not least, from Ravi, Topstep just approved my payout in under a day. Fast payouts like this are unreal. They're seriously leveling up and getting better every single day. Ravi, you're just seeing the future of what's to come. Payouts, more features, more risk tools. We have so much more in the pipeline, and we can't wait to share it with you all. But thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you. And yeah, enjoy your payout, my friend. Guys, remember, pay yourself, what this game is all about. Anyway, those are your hashtag Fast Markets and Power Hour content. There's still more time in the week if you want to show us something, so tag us on the X at Topstep TV. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. Buy side growing. Buy side growing up to 800 million buy side ES and NQ.
Short one.
I added one.
Nice.
Hey, I'm right there. Nice trade.
Out.
What was that? Oh, just
I
flip
don't
sell
know.
side.
Taking
Just flip
it.
sell side. Just flip sell side. Dr. Volatility
out.
strikes again.
I just took profit. That was
Yeah,
it.
sure.
I channeled my inner Mandy. Channeled my
Less than
inner
5
Mandy.
minutes. Wow, they flipped that.
Covered it just like that. $25.
More selling. Yeah, that flip buy side to sell side was like 800 mil buy side on both. Just flipped to 200, now 300 million sell side. Gabe, update your position. Short 2 now?
2 from 20 half.
Okay. Damn, nice. What did I get? Short from
What was
73
it?
yours.
Nice ad there, Gabe. That was good shit.
Hammer this thing.
Good
What's
conviction.
going on crude? Crude. Grinding higher here. Dow selling off. Market order McHugh. Let's do this. 67.71.
Great name.
Last trade in the ES and Q. Get beneath 25,000.
Let's go 99, 999. Let's go 999.
Hammer this thing.
That's what we're looking for.
Oh yeah, that's right. Gold on the move. I'm sorry, crude on the move to the upside. $96.30. 3.5 minutes till the close. Stalling out.
Let's go. Come on. One flush for Gabe. One flush for Gabe.
More selling in the Dow.
Okay.
Still sell side.
Okay.
In the MOC, what do we got? 3 minutes. Gabe short 2 from 25,020.
See, I'll sell
See
off.
if we can get under 25,000 here.
Yes. Let's. 999. So let's go.
One more push. One more push. It's like we're getting the Dow selling off, ES selling off. NQ looking to get beneath 25,000, 5 points to go. We got 2.5 minutes. Yes, the above below. 24,999.
Mm-hmm. Got to be exact.
Well, if there's one day I want you to be wrong, it's today.
Why wouldn't you be in the green?
Yeah, you'll take
999.
I mean, no. Well, yeah, I'm in the green, but we're lower.
You want it
than
to be
that.
at like 900s, like even.
Flip
You want
buy
some
side.
Not
serious
that
Right.
low.
Come on. What a market.
Yeah, I know. Come on. We're selling in the Dow here. Look at that. Yes. 67.69. Can Dolby hit it?
I'm feeling it. I feel good about this one.
I might flip sell side. One more push lower. We got 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Crude oil is still making higher lows, which I think is pretty interesting.
Crude
I might,
oil. Yeah.
might bid in the at 5 p.m. Central. Not a lot of weakness being shown in crude.
ES flip sell side. 39 million sell side.
Little wiggle there. Minute to go. This isn't going the right way.
Oh, 25,000.
Pull up that ES ladder. What's all this size? I guess I should probably get
40 seconds.
Yep, 25,010. Let's trade in the NQ. We gonna hammer this thing?
I don't know. Come on, get down there.
Come on, Gabe. What are you working
Get down there.
Working a 68 bid.
Oh
968.
boy. Oh boy. We need to push. Can we get one more push? On a 70-point sell-off. Can we get it?
15 seconds. Oh, this is going. Oh no, other way.
Oh no.
Other way,
Come
market.
on.
Other way.
Yep. Wrong way. Come on.
Oh, we're not gonna hit these 999s.
Nope.
Oh,
All
close,
right.
but
Man,
Still a winner. Well done, Gabe. You short the
Agreed.
entire power hour?
short the entire power hour.
Oh, baby. Oh, that might be a first. Oh,
Good
look
hold
at that
done.
smile, that handsome devil. Good job, fellas. Gabe, Dolby time. With that being said, shout out to all the Bell Butters. Huge day in store tomorrow. PPI, FOMC. That being said, click like, subscribe, throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
Let's do it. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Dolby. Thank you, Gabe, for a wonderful power hour. And I say it every day, but I mean it every day. Thank you to you all at home for sticking with us bell to bell or tuning in for power hour. No matter what, we appreciate you being here. We know you have a lot of time, a lot of places you could be, and we know that you're choosing to be here. So thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. But now let's talk about At the Buzzer. At the Buzzer, it's a show with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and it's coming up next. All right, they're going to unpack everything that went down in the market today, and they're going to have you feeling good when the market reopens at 5 p.m. Central Time. So stick around for At the Buzzer. It's always a great time. Then tonight, come back because Slow Markets is here, and it starts off at 7 p.m. Central Time. Slow Markets, starring Coach Dakota, is the place to be for trading at night. So don't trade alone. Trade with Slow Markets and hang out, have a good time, and talk the markets. Then tomorrow morning, Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open. And, we have heard some feedback that because London hasn't quite adhered to daylight savings time, the stream time was wrong. Well, that's all fixed now. So Aaron Trades will be streaming 2:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. That's for the rest of this week before London catches back up with daylight savings and returns to its normal time of 1:30. So 2:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for London Open. Deanna's show remains at 5:30 a.m. for Metal Markets. So be sure to get an early seat for Metal Markets with Deanna. And then stay seated because at 7:15, we're going to be here live with another episode of Topstep TV going bell to bell for you. Now, tomorrow is FOMC. It's a big day in the market, so be sure you're sticking with the only channel that's giving you live market content, analysis, and commentary. That's Topstep TV. We'll see you guys tomorrow. For now, let's get you over to At the Buzzer. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This has been Topstep TV. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.